Good morning, everyone. I'm Fred Kemp. I'm President and CEO of the Atlantic Council. Some of you are new to our new global headquarters. And by the way, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, and to our many people who are tuning in online. This is our new global headquarters. We moved in October. As you can see, it's a remarkable convening space. Walk around in the Adrian Arch Sky Lobby. Go out onto the Chevron outdoor terrace if it's, I think it'll be warm enough today to do that, but it's a great place for convening. It really is a great strategic move for us after 64 years at the Atlantic Council. And for those 64 years, we've been delivering on a consistent mission. So the context changes, and the context changes sometimes quite dramatically, but the mission has remained the same, and it's shaping the global future together with partners and allies. So that's three parts. Shaping. We convene, as we're doing today. We write papers, as you've seen the Global Prosperity Forum and the Freedom and Prosperity Center does. We advocate, but most of all, we're trying to shape outcomes. This data-driven work that we're doing and talking about today, the idea is really to shape outcomes to create a better world for everyone. The second part, so it's shaping the global future, it's up for grabs. It's being contested. It's being contested by autocrats. It's being tested by Democrats. It's being tested by criminal aspects, non-criminal aspects, international organizations. And then the last part, together with partners and allies. So shaping, we shape. We don't just observe. The global future, it's up for grabs. With partners and allies, it's never alone. It's always alongside others. So we find ourselves today in an inflection point, which has made our enduring mission maybe as relevant as it's ever been. And we are here today with the Freedom and Prosperity Center, one of our newest programs and centers, and its work has added an innovative new dimension to our historic mission. As many of you who gather here today know, the center aims to increase the well-being of people everywhere, and especially those marginalized individuals in developing countries, through database research on the relationship between freedom and prosperity. One of the many ways the center does this is through their indexes, really a benchmark that shows freedom, democracy, open markets, and the rule of law are essential ingredients for true long-term prosperity. The research provides a fact-based, data-driven approach against autocratic models of governance by showing that freedom delivers. Today, we're launching a new flagship event, the Global Prosperity Forum. Because this work could not be more timely and relevant, we really wanted to bring a community of this sort together. So thanks very much to the vision of Michael Fish, who is with here today. We have created a space where we can engage in productive dialogue about the challenges facing the international development and democracy promotion communities. 2024 represented the Super Bowl of global elections, or if you're not American, the World Cup of global elections. Some billion people around the world took to polls, making up more than half of humanity, close to 2/3 of global GDP. And while an appetite for democracy shone through in countries like Botswana and Ghana, the threat of autocratic influence was evident in consequential elections elsewhere. The global struggle between freedom and autocracy is a defining feature of our time. I'm currently writing a book about the 1930s, focusing on Hitler and Roosevelt, so this isn't a new aspect of the world we're in, but it is reasserting itself at a time when we're talking about the autocratic axis of China and Russia, North Korea, and Iran. While these regimes threaten the quality of life of people everywhere, our commitment to advancing democracy and improving lives remains steadfast, just as is our commitment to finding new approaches solving this global issue. New approaches. What are the solutions? Hand-wringing is always a temptation, but to what extent can we go beyond that to find new solutions and better solutions and better outcomes? Through today's program, we'll take part in discussions on U.S. policy, key challenges facing democracy globally, the importance of empowering women, turbulent policy debates in Latin America, and steps that can be taken to advance global religious freedom, and much more. And just as we seek to do this throughout our work across the Atlantic Council, the Global Prosperity Forum aims to add light and not heat on how we can defend freedom, strengthen democracy and the rule of law, and advance prosperity around the world. So before we get started, I want to thank the Templeton World Charity Foundation for their financial support for today's event and their inspiration more generally, and the American Securities Foundation for their support for the Freedom and Prosperity Center, and of course Michael Fish for his vision that got this all off the ground, and his support, guidance, and leadership, and for the role he also plays, not just as a founder of this center, but as executive committee member of the board of the Atlantic Council. So with that, let's kick off. I'm going to introduce each of the speakers. Each of them is going to tee up a little bit about how they're looking at our current moment, the challenges, priorities for this year ahead. And then after that, I'll engage in a short question and answer session and then turn to the audience as soon as we can. So already start thinking about your questions. For the online audience, you can send your questions into askac.org. So let me start with Damon Wilson, President and CEO of the National Endowment for Democracy, and the former Executive Vice President of the Atlantic Council. And so I want to thank you for everything you've done to build our organization here, and its and what you've done already to really shape NED in important ways. Founded in 1983, I think during the Reagan administration, the endowments remained on the leading edge of democratic struggles everywhere, evolving into a multifaceted institution well, I'll let Damon tell you what it does and what his priorities are. So let me turn over to you.
Thank you so much, Fred. It's a real honor to be back here at the Atlantic Council, and especially in this space, Fred. Congratulations to the council team, and thank you for this body of work, this center, the debate today. Michael, Joe, Nina, thank you for pulling this together. It's a real honor to be back here to talk about something that I see as the intersection of the work we were doing here at the Atlantic Council and where I am now at the National Endowment for Democracy, particularly at a time when there is maybe a little small debate in our country about how we think about these issues and how we get it right. And I think today's conversation is exactly what Fred sort of posited. What is the answer? We talked a lot about what we don't want to do as a country. What do we want to do? And I think today's conversation about how the link between freedom and prosperity, which is fundamental to a secure, free world that's stable, is a profound pathway to supporting American interests in this world today. So this conversation, I think, is quite important. And let me start where Fred said, the endowment is a reflection of President Reagan's vision 40 years ago in a really dark time, height of communism, with a congressional mandate to focus exclusively on democracy and freedom, not competing priorities. But what I'm doing here now is, over the past couple of years, is how do we adapt this approach and this institution to today? And I'll get into that a little bit about why we've brought a mindset of venture capital for freedom into the concept of how to support democracy around the world. But the premise, much like you said, Fred, for the Atlantic Council, this consistency and mission over time, the premise is golden. It's just based on a fundamental understanding that the universal aspiration for freedom, that the aspiration for freedom is universal. That it's a fire that burns within people and their own desire to have dignity. You think about the tank man in Tiananmen Square, people will not stop to stand, and they will not stop standing up for their fundamental rights, how to have a better future for their family. But in doing so, part of the point of our approach is that we don't need to show up everywhere with our vision. We need to figure out how to support others around the world with their vision and their aspirations and their democratic goals. And in doing so, that is really good for American interests. That creates a much better playing field for American businesses, workers, and for our country writ large. And at the heart of that is understanding the linkage between democracy and prosperity, something that the communities are often bifurcated. That's why I think this work is so important. And if you take it down to the basic building block of what we do, it's about freedom. And freedom is unleashing the potential of individuals to pursue their best in their own interests. That's a powerful, powerful force. And if you think about the Cold War and the era in which the Atlantic Council came to its height, when NED was created, it wasn't a victory of democracy over communism. It was a victory of democratic capitalism over communism. And you had a President Reagan talking about, in this Westminster address that led to the creation of the endowment, a really audacious vision that we didn't need to live side by side with totalitarianism, and that Marxism and Leninism, through its own faults, would find its place on the ash heap of history. And so part of this was it came not just with a conviction of the ideas, but a battle of the ideas to be confident and assertive of the connection of these things. And in that founding sort of era, where I think it was an inflection point in the Cold War, he laid out a philosophy that connected what we're talking about today, freedom and prosperity. And President Reagan said, history teaches the dangers of government that overreaches, that it leads to political control taking precedence over free economic growth, a pathway to secret police, to mindless bureaucracy. And it all comes together, combining to stifle individual excellence and personal freedom. And that at the heart is why these issues come together, because today, I think we need to acknowledge that freedom is not ascendant around the world unless citizens, unless people around the world connect their political liberties to their economic security. I like to think of this a bit in our work. Some of you may know the work of one of my colleagues who coined the term the locus effect. And he talks about how all the efforts that we spend on foreign assistance and development are really undermined by a locus effect. If an individual doesn't have a degree of personal justice, personal security, is subject to petty crime, to sexual violence, it keeps them trapped in poverty. And this absence of rule of law, this absence of justice, is corrosive to the underlying effects of everything we're trying to do with health and education and all these other factors. I back it up a little bit because I think it's more profound, because you don't have the pathways towards rule of law without an acceptance of a sense of freedom. And so part of the premise of our country's debate right now of how do we actually be effective around the world with our own spending and support for others, if it's not anchored in the concept of unleashing a self-interest in someone's human dignity and their own freedom, if it's not anchored in the sense that support for democratic goals in other countries is the building block for rule of law, is the building block for accountability, is the building block upon which successful, not corrupt, healthcare systems and education systems can be built, we're missing the underlying foundation. And we're facing a real challenge right now because we've got a siren song of an authoritarian capitalism model that sort of promises many across the world that don't worry about meeting the demands of your people, their political aspirations, if you can follow our Chinese model of authoritarian capitalism. And so I think going back to understanding, as we were talking about last night, if you contrasted the growth of Taiwan with the PRC, the world would look really different. In the Cold War, our victory was driven by people seeing the difference between East Germany and West Germany. Today, you import that to North Korea and South Korea. South Korea is 51 times wealthier than North Korea, but it's more than the data. We spend a lot of time with North Korean youth escapees. And when you see these kids who, after coming through incredible deprivation, spend 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years in freedom, they flourish. One of the most popular rappers in South Korea right now is a North Korean escapee. Some of the most innovative lawyers, people who are becoming professionals, shaping a different future, and it's just with a little bit of time and freedom. And yet when you go back into North Korea, where we focus on how to simply just give North Koreans access to some information, you see this as a building block for critical thinking, where 85%, based on surveys we have of escapees of North Korean youth, are desperate to get South Korean culture, K-pop. And at the beginning of this year, we saw two 12-year-olds sentenced, two 16-year-olds sentenced to 12 years in prison for listening to K-pop in front of a stadium of their peers, knowing that probably 85% of those peers were also accessing K-culture, K-pop, and every one of those folks knowing this isn't right. This isn't right. This is sort of the driver that we need to understand, that we've got a power not to think about how we impose our views around the world, not how we spend our money on helping, but how we do a little bit to back those who are taking the initiative to affect their own communities, and by supporting them as they take the risk themselves, as they affect democratic change and openings this is really good for American interests. So Fred, maybe I'll stop there, but in the conversation, I'm hoping I can get into a little bit of what I took from my time at the Atlanta Council, how we should then think of support for democracy and freedom as a national security strategy through which it provides a prism for understanding it as one of the most cost-effective ways to advance American interests. I'd like to unpack that in our conversation, but I'll stop for now.
So the great opening. By the way, in last September in New York, one of our honorees for our Global Citizen Award was someone named Mickey Lee, who I think more or less invented K-pop, introduced K-pop to the world, and one of our performers was the South Korean rapper Tiger K. And the Atlanta Council's had a lot of opera singers and classical violinists in the past, but Tiger K was a real shock to the system. It was just absolutely fantastic. Freedom in action. Actually, I am going to ask one follow-up question,
Please, yeah.
and with the eye of the clock, because I know we have to also be cognizant of our time. Talk to the American people. A lot of voters would say in polling, why am I spending my tax dollars on the freedom of Cubans or North Koreans or any countless other people that you're doing? Shouldn't this be? Don't we have enough problems at home?
Sure. First of all, just to close the loop on our Korean examples, you don't get BTS in a command control economy. And BTS has become the force driver for aspirations for freedom. So this linkage between freedom and prosperity is fundamental to perpetuating that.
Could you, I'm sure everyone here knows what BTS is, but can you say?
The most popular K-pop band in the world, although they've gone through lots of issues, but it's a really, really powerful issue. So
many of them in the military. Some of them in the military.
Correct.
Yeah.
So coming back to the core issue, look, I think about what we're having to debate on. We've got to understand that every dollar spent of taxpayers' funds can be justified at a time. We've got fiscal overreach, real challenges, all of this. And it takes me back to my days before I came to the National Endowment for Democracy. I was at the Atlanta Council, but I was really a national security strategist. I worked at the NSC 3 different times under both Republicans and Democrats. And I remember at the NSC, we spent all of our time on all the threats to our interests and correlated that with how we were allocating resources against these threats to our interests. And every time I was doing this inside government, I was like, if sort of the rule of law processes, if democratic actors, if greater liberalization of these societies is successful, everything we're planning against, everything we're worried about, everything that we're spending money on goes away. And so even today, when I think about it, and I'm up on the Hill, we spend less than maybe around $10 million on our China programs. And when I'm talking to the select CCP committee about what that means, this is a small investment. It is venture capital that makes a small bet of taxpayers' funds in a way that can pay enormous dividends. And if you think about it historically speaking, Chile after Pinochet, if the American government at the time only had a realpolitik relationship with the military dictator Pinochet, it could have led to really difficult relationships with Chile in the aftermath. But we did maintain a relationship with the military dictatorship, even as we used the American people's support through a lot of the Ned family, our core institutes, to help think about that transition, support political parties that led to a fundamentally post-military Chile. It played out in South Africa. When our government had an ambivalent policy towards apartheid, the American people were unleashed to support anti-apartheid efforts that played out in a way that led to what we saw in the transition in South Africa, Philippines, Poland, solidarity. You think about the small investments historically that we made in supporting very modestly through trade unions solidarity, and it actually failed. It failed before it succeeded, and when it succeeded, not only did Poland change, you know the story, communism fell, the wall came down. And it's not to claim that the American taxpayers or American institutions did these things, but we were there to stand by the people's side under oppression at their darkest time, providing very modest support to help them in their effort. And as they succeeded, they began to think it's not just that the U.S. government had a relationship with communist leaders or military dictators. The American people stood by us to help us achieve this, and they became our friends and allies. And everything at a national security perspective we worried about went away. So today, what does that mean? If you're worried about how the CCP is undermining democracy and rule of law, if you're worried about how Iranian IRGC is threatening to kill people on our own in American soil, a CCP that opened a police station in New York that was only exposed because of a NED grantee that documented that, if you're worried about the terrorism that comes when there isn't a pathway to earning a decent living in the Middle East because there's a lack of independent business associations or private entrepreneurs, and if you're worried about 8 million Venezuelans pouring over our border, maybe just a modest investment in helping Venezuelans push to restore a sense of rule of law, democratic accountability in their society, really modest investment. Man, talk about everything we're going to save if we don't have to think about what we're doing for illegal migration, drug flows, terrorism, and the threats to our security. America is better off when there is even a slow advance of democratic freedoms around the world, and Americans are wealthier when there's a slow advance of predictable prosperity around the world.
Thank you for that, Damon. So let me turn to Amanda Glassman, Executive Advisor to the President of the Inter-American Development Bank. And Amanda, on behalf of Jason Marsack, the Adrian Arch Latin America Center, you've just been great partners. It's an amazing institution. It's a leading source of development financing across Latin America and the Caribbean. So why don't you kick us off with your observations?
So thanks very much. For those who don't know, the Inter-American Development Bank, or the IDB, we work to accelerate economic and social development and promote regional integration with our member countries, and we're built on the values of freedom and democracy embodied in the Inter-American Democratic Charter. We've helped shape transformative change in Latin America and the Caribbean. We've supported countries to measurably reduce poverty, eradicate diseases like malaria, it's gone, falciparum malaria in Central America, improve public sector efficiency, and advance tax and fiscal reforms, to name a few. But as many of you know, despite progress, our countries still face a triple challenge: low and flat economic growth over decades, tight fiscal space, and increasing population demands for services, while poverty rates remain stubbornly high and security and migration concerns spill over. So this year, we're implementing a new strategy to meet these challenges with the aim of growing our impact and scale in the region, and I'll just highlight a few of those priorities. First, we're very focused on growth, jobs, and productivity. We know that economic growth is the driver for prosperity and poverty reduction in our region. I'm glad to be here on this panel that's focused on the connection between prosperity and security and development. We also generate new markets and business opportunities for all when growth happens in other countries. And we're special because we do focus mainly on the private sector. About 40% of our lending is now directed to the private sector. And when our IDB Invest, which is our private arm capitalization, is fully delivered, as approved by our governors, we will be at parity between our public and private financing arms, which is unique among multilateral development banks. IDB Invest is also implementing a new business model that prioritizes crowding in private sector investors and expanding private equity investments to retain ownership stakes in key sectors. And we work closely with the U.S. Development Finance Corporation and other development finance institutions. On the public side, we aim to reduce uncertainties so that markets and the private sector can better manage the risks, making the environment more investable. How do we do that? We do that through supporting policy reform and investment to strengthen the rule of law, finance needed infrastructure through public-private partnerships, and reduce paperwork burdens to start a business, for example. And we also operate through financial innovation. We deploy solutions like guarantees, currency hedges, and risk-sharing instruments, which are tools that address market failures and help investors mitigate risks. Second, as another example, we're investing in greater resilience to natural disasters. Our region is especially vulnerable to natural disasters. In one day in 1998 in Central America, Hurricane Mitch increased poverty in Honduras by 8%. GDP losses can reach between 4 to 5% in our most affected countries, and these disasters are often a proximate cause of migration. But no country in our region is terribly high on disaster preparedness and its governance. So we're supporting our countries to better assess risks, establish and facilitate efficient disaster risk financing and governance, and prepare and respond better when disaster strikes. And we're also supporting the region to set up new ways to deploy people and skills when they're needed across our members, whether fire, flood, earthquake, or hurricane. Third, we're building our support for greater energy security. We see an opportunity for the region to build its own energy security while contributing to more stable supply chains. We're developing new approaches to support the mining sector, for example, and supporting countries in planning and investment around critical minerals. Fourth, we're supporting citizen security for safer communities and a safer region. We know that a safer region, a more secure region, is also a more prosperous region. A recent IDB and IMF study found that the direct costs of crime in our region, about 3.5% of our region's GDP every year. That's like 78% of a public education budget in our countries. So through our lending, we're supporting our countries to prevent gang recruitment, combat illicit financial flows related to cartel and organized crime activities, and strengthen institutions with evidence-based practices. We recently launched a regional group for development, security, and justice with 20 countries and 11 partners to coordinate data and actions against organized crime and cartels. We're the only multilateral development bank with a dedicated division on citizen security that we elevated this year. I can say a little bit more about how we're efficient and good value for money. We're especially transparent. In 2024, we were ranked number 2 out of 50 agencies on a transparency index published by Publish What You Fund. But I think I just want to reflect that of the areas that I've mentioned, all of these are directly linked to prosperity. And the more prosperous Latin America and the Caribbean is as a region, the safer and more prosperous the whole hemisphere will be. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think one might have missed that really shocking statistic on crime. 3.5% of GDP
That's
is
right.
lost to crime?
Annually.
Wow. What's the most important thing, if there is a single thing one can do about that, and how does an international development bank take on crime?
Mm-hmm. Well, we work across the ministries in countries that work to battle organized crime. Our president frequently says, organized crime is called organized crime for a reason. They're organized, and we're not organized. Governments are not organized, including within governments. Different ministries act in a disarticulated way. So if we think about something like synthetic drugs, we are helping police forces to be able to identify those drugs and their precursors. We're helping the police to prevent gang recruitment into the supply chains that send these to our countries. Many countries don't know who's in their prison systems, for example. We also help with improving the digitalization of these justice institutions so they can keep track of who's where. This is also important for migration and security. So those are the kinds of things that we're doing together.
Really useful. Thank you. Andrew Wilson, Executive Director of the Center for International Private Enterprise, belovedly known as CIPE. And leads global programs that advance economic freedoms, expand opportunity, and strengthen democratic resilience. And you probably have some thoughts also on tariffs. So let me turn to you.
Well, thank you, Fred, for the kind introduction, and thank you to Joseph Lemoyne and his team for putting together this conference at such a profound time for freedom and markets around the world. You know, it's clear that we are at a major inflection point globally, especially in terms of how we think about the nature of commerce, governance, and freedom. And I always got to say, I love coming to freedom and prosperity events, because for someone like me, they provide fertile ground for me to expand my own thinking about the work that CIPE does and the intersection of democracy and private sector growth. And I especially find the process of when I get to prepare remarks for this kind of audience, that it gives me a rare time to reflect on what we do and also the nature of the challenges facing CIPE. So in my remarks today, I want to touch on a few quick things. I'd like to share with you some reflections on the nature of freedom and prosperity that share our thinking and approach. I want to give you some thoughts on the major trends we're seeing in our work as they relate to freedom and prosperity, and then share some ideas on how we might frame our response to some of the challenges in front of us. So let's start with the case for freedom and prosperity. We know, in part thanks to the work of the Atlantic Council team and its network of scholars, that there is a proven link between the quality of freedom in a country and the levels of consistent growth that can be generated. And from this and other research, we know there's a direct link between the quality of governance and growth. And from our experience at CIPE, I can tell you that sustainable good governance is linked to an effective and open, continuous feedback loop between citizens, business, and government, which is best provided by democratic processes. At CIPE, we also believe there's a symbiotic relationship between markets and democracy. Democracy and its freedoms feed competition, allow for freedom of thought and innovation, promote transparent and efficient rule of law and governance, create an environment of trust that allows transactions to occur, and create feedback loops for continual improvement in all of these areas. In turn, free enterprise supports democracy and freedom by providing the sustainable growth and opportunity that rewards the investments of time, tax, and participation individuals make as citizens of a democracy. The values of free enterprise reflect and reinforce the values of democracy. If we look at the basic values of corporate governance, for instance, as defined by the OECD, we find that at their heart, the need for fairness, transparency, responsibility, and accountability. At their best, strong and ethical corporate actors not only reflect, but help lead and shape the democratic direction and shape of society. And at a smaller scale, every entrepreneur, by their definition, makes their own personal declaration of economic independence, building a community of free thinkers, independent of coercive economic pressure, and reliant on freedom and its values for their success. And by participating in associations, chambers of commerce, and civil society, business becomes part of the fabric of interests and discourse that shapes democracies. So now that we've identified that business represents our free thinkers and drivers of prosperity, let me move now on what we're observing at CIPE that's worthy of our attention today. And given the constraints of time, I thought I'd focus on two things: our evolving system of globalization and the competition of ideas and interests shaping its future, both of which could take up an entire conference, so I'm going to be really telegraphic here. To paraphrase Twain, despite what folks say, the reports of globalization's death are exaggerated. But there are two things here to observe. International supply chains are still a thing, and they will be for a long time, but they are diversifying. They're being shaped by geopolitical and security concerns, as well as the reemergence of industrial policy. They've moved from a distant afterthought to the heart of domestic policy debates, and they're caught up in a global race and debate over access to resources. Alongside of this, the influence of transnational governance institutions continues to wane. The relevance of the WTO as a standard setter and arbiter continues to fade, and bodies like the OECD are becoming increasingly under question. The evolution that we've seen from global to regional trading blocs is now being replaced by a shift from regional trading blocs to bilateral trading relationships. This means that we're moving away from an era of aspirational trade policy to one that's transactional. In terms of freedom, these shifts in trade are occurring in a period of great global power competition, as we've already heard, that pits the values of democracy, freedom, and honest economic competition against non-transparent, authoritarian, state-directed economic models that assault the institutions that provide freedom and prosperity. Corrosive investment from authoritarian states tilts the playing field away from free and fair competition and towards corruption and cronyism. This competition plays out on a daily basis in every economy, regardless of size, sophistication, or quality of freedom, but it's felt most keenly in emerging and middle-income markets and those in which the quality of governance is weaker. In both evolving globalization models and the threat of corrosive capital, the quality and resilience of local institutions becomes paramount. Local decision-making and implementation reforms are not only dependent on technical knowledge, but require the assembly of political will and strategic prioritization. And as I pointed out earlier, democracy and the ability of the local private sector to participate in the policy process are key to success in both regards. In terms of moving forward, the question of designing, scaling, and implementing reform are key considerations. And over the last 30 years, I think we've learned that when global institutions realign and needed transitions to new models occur, the most effective strategies are ones that are predictable and scalable. For business, this means clarity of goals, time frame, metrics, and cost. And for the public sector, it means balancing reform with government capacity, political will, and expected outcomes. So what does this mean in light of modernizing responsive trade policies, evolving commerce models, and the challenge of alternative systems and values? In the bilateralization of trade, it means that we have to incorporate the blunt force of tariff policy with the microsurgery of reciprocity, which requires legal, regulatory, and technical advances. With non-tariff barriers, the devil is often in the details, and those are shaped by practice, knowledge, technical capacity, and change management. In functioning democracies, this means balancing the needs of domestic constituencies with external demand and building the local political will to deal with difficult tasks. The good news here, unlike 30 years ago when I first started at CIPE, is thanks to the evolution in supply chains and the rise of the digital economy, there's greater synchronicity between the views of international and domestic businesses in markets all around the world, and there's a common understanding of the needs for reform. So the old domestic versus foreign, us versus them dynamic has evolved and is really now, this formula is much less pronounced. For those developing trade and investment-based assistance policies, a strategic choice is ahead. If we're to be impact-driven, then we know that such approaches work better in states that already have a can-do framework of political will, government capacity, and open competition. These markets provide the most predictable and attractive environments for businesses making investment decisions and the greatest prospect for success. But if the goal of the strategy is to counter the influence of authoritarian capital in countries which don't meet the can-do standard of reform, we'll need to calibrate our expectations and interventions. And at the core of our approach should be a strategy that promotes the market values and policies that make corrosive investment less attractive and gives our constructive capital a chance to win. But to do this, the carrot of investment and the stick of potential tariff action will need to be paired with realistic priorities and expectations. Government capacity for reform and available resources to pay for them are frequently limited, and often the private sector lacks the know-how and resources to comply with evolving standards and practices. In designing these actions, the need for local engagement once again becomes clear, and the consultative process, both domestic and international, must include the private sector as a partner from the outset. Countries that possess democratic institutions are at an advantage here. My apologies for the short-handed nature of my remarks. There's indeed much to be said about the relationship between freedom, prosperity, and democracy in our fast-changing world. So if I'm forced to summarize, I would say two things. Democracy still provides us with the most durable and conducive environment for economic growth, and the business community, through its representative institutions, is an important contributor to both its resilience and evolution.
So, Andrew, thank you for that. Just in a couple of sentences, you use the term corrosive capital. Could you just define what that is?
Yeah. Corrosive capital, you know, we're a partner-driven organization. We have think tanks, associations, and other pro-business NGOs around the world that work with us on issues. And in particular, this issue came out of work that our partners wanted to do in Southeast Asia when they saw an influx of investment, both private and public, from China. But we've also seen it play out in the Balkans with investment from Russia and in other places with investments from Gulf state. And essentially, this is the phenomenon of capital from authoritarian states that enters markets and has a corrosive effect on the rule of law in those markets because they promote corruption or they encourage governments to ignore their own laws, labors, and standards. So by its nature, like water through cracks, it corrodes the rule of law in the countries in which it is working. I gotta say, our goal at CIPE is not to stop flows of capital into a country. This is easy money to get. There's a role for money from China and other states to play in reaching development challenges. But our take on this is that it's got to follow the rule of law in the countries it's going through. And so working on those frameworks is really important. The Chinese are learning, and if we look at the Belt and Road and other things they're doing, they're constrained as well economically. There are changes that are going on. But if you're going to counter this, we've also got to realize that it's not just emerging markets this is happening in. If you look at the experience of Australia or Lithuania, this is an economic policy tool. This is an economic political policy tool. It's an economic security strategy tool that's being implemented. So you got to think of two things in countering this. One, you've got to increase the transparency and oversight of these investments. And two, you've got to help countries build economic resilience strategies. So that's things like investment screening, how they can assess their economic exposure to corrosive capital. And the third is how you might help countries diversify their investment portfolio away from reliance on Chinese investment. Palau's a great example of this. Palau is over-reliant on Chinese tourism. The minute that the government of Palau took steps that the Chinese government didn't like, overnight, the number of flights from China to Palau was cut by 90%. So these are active economic tools that are used in a coercive way, and we've got to help countries prepare themselves and diversify themselves.
Thank you, Andrew. So I'm going to end this opening round with Michael Nienhuis, and then I want to go directly to questions. So already think about what's on your mind, what you want to raise. It took us a while to get to the word China, but I'm sure we're going to come back to that, not just in this panel, but also throughout the day. The President and CEO of UNICEF USA, UNICEF, and this is such a simple sentence, but such a powerful one, has helped save and meaningfully improve more children's lives than any other humanitarian organization. That's a big claim. So please talk to us about what you're seeing as your priorities right now.
Yeah. Thank you, Fred, and thank you for the Atlantic Council for including the voice from the humanitarian sector in this conversation, because I think it's critically important to a lot of the things we've been talking about as it relates to prosperity of countries. The work I think that our sector does in some of the poorest communities around the world has a direct link ultimately to freedom and prosperity in the countries. I would say right now, among our priorities, we're trying to figure out exactly how to deal with the significant cutbacks in funding for humanitarian development assistance work that's happening not only here in our country, but in other European countries as well. We've seen significant cutbacks in the UK, in Netherlands, Sweden, countries that have been at the forefront, along with the United States, of being leaders in funding development and humanitarian work around the world. And I think one of the things we're struggling with is how do we do a better job making the case that the work that we do does in fact make our country safer, stronger, and more prosperous, which happens to be the phrase of the day. And I think we can make that case. We just have to make a better case of it. I will say, first of all, despite all of these cutbacks and a seeming less interest in our government in this work broadly, I'm on the board of Interaction, which is an association of about 180 NGOs based here in the U.S. that work globally. So all the big names that you can think of, and lots of smaller organizations and mid-sized ones as well that do really important niche work. And many of them receive funding from the U.S. government, and they're all struggling with significant cutbacks and terminations of critical programs. But the majority of those organizations receive a majority of their support from the American public, from the private sector, from individuals, from foundations, from corporations. And I say that just to say that I think the interest in our country, or the understanding here in our country of the importance of doing humanitarian development work around the world is still there. Like, we haven't lost that. There's a strong sense of support across the country for this work. And I think we just have to do a better job explaining to the government why its investments do in fact make our country safer, stronger, and more prosperous. I want to talk a little bit about one of the priorities for UNICEF at this moment that I think is well connected to the rest of this conversation, which is about investments in education. One of the things we're hearing from the U.S. government is, especially if you look at what they what types of programs they've terminated and what kind they're allowing to go forward in terms of their own funding, is there's going to be a real strong focus on humanitarian aid, emergency response, dealing with the crises, which is really important for sure. But we can't overlook the importance of the development work, and that includes education. Because if you want prosperity ultimately and peace in a country, you need an informed and educated citizenry. And that starts at really all levels of education in a country. And I just want to take you for a moment to a piece of that, which is early childhood development, early childhood education, like preschool. 2 to 4-year-olds, the investments that are needed there. We have tons of data that show, and it's true here in this country too, tons of data that shows that investments in early childhood education, early childhood development, make a huge difference in the success of students in school. And of course, pathways out of poverty start in classrooms and children getting the education that they need. But in many places, kids, especially in rural and poor communities, don't have the advantages to get a head start into school. So this is one of the high priorities for UNICEF, and we receive funding for this work from lots of private sector, but have in fact from the government as well. And we really think that this should continue, because we need an informed and educated citizenry. So just as one example, we have a program we're doing in Guatemala. Stay on the Latin America theme here for a minute. In Guatemala, if you're a family with few resources living in a rural area, there's no access to any kind of preschool, pre-education to get kids ready for school. So UNICEF brought into Guatemala a program that we'd successfully done in other Latin American countries, early childhood development, focused on 2 to 4-year-olds, to give them and their parents the tools they need to be prepared for these children to go to school and to be ready to hit their education well and hard when they got there. We brought that in and piloted it in 50 communities. Developed the data around it to show the impact that it was having, the positive impact as these children, 4-year-olds, became 5 and started going into the normal school system, and showed that it worked. And then we took that to the Ministry of Education in Guatemala and demonstrated to them that this was worth their investments. The Ministry of Education now has taken up that program. It's now in more than 500 communities across Guatemala, and they have a vision for taking it across the country as a national program. This is the importance of the kind of work that groups like UNICEF do, which is this piloting, this sort of venture work to do the things initially, to develop the data, and to convince governments that there's a better way for their children. And this early childhood education, I think, is just such an essential piece of building an informed and educated citizenry, which is going to lead to opportunity, which is going to lead to prosperity, which connects to peace, and all of that is a critical chain. So part of what we're going to do now is make our case that this kind of work, not just humanitarian aid, which again is in the crisis situations, but this kind of development work, basic development work in the poorest communities, actually has a direct line ultimately to the strength of those countries, to the peace in those countries, and therefore impact on us as well.
Thank you for that. So I'm going to turn to the audience with one last question for you, Michael, and anyone else on the panel can deal with this as well, because I think it's the elephant in the room, and that is the cuts, and particularly Trump administration cuts. You also said it's not just. But there's a review of foreign assistance. What should it be used for? What should it not be used for? We had some foreign assistance cuts at the Atlantic Council. I wrote an open note that essentially said, the president is justified. He got elected by the American people to take a look at foreign assistance and whether or not it serves U.S. interests and whether or not it serves his policies. But I guess my question for you, because you've hinted at this, Michael, is in this review, what is the opportunity and what is the danger?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And let me say first, too, that I fully accept that a new administration has the responsibility really to review everything that's going on and make sure that they're comfortable with it and move it forward. I think that's fine. We were all expecting that. I think both the surprise and maybe the hardship that's been caused is the scale and the speed with which the changes have been made, I think, without a whole lot of review. So the changes to terminate programs within weeks, shutting down critical programs that provide life-saving care to children and families in refugee camps and in impoverished communities and all over the world, the speed with which that was done, and then the reversing of a lot of that. We had a case at UNICEF in which one of our important global programs is the eradication of polio. And we're very close. There used to be 350,000 kids a year who would be paralyzed or die from polio. Now we're down to just a few cases endemic in the border areas of Afghanistan and Pakistan. But we have to finish this. And the U.S. government is a part of that, just a part of that, but an important part of it. And they initially pulled a very significant grant, terminated it, stopping some of that work that was happening. And then 2 weeks later, that was rescinded and it was restored again. And so it's this back and forth that I think is part of the problem. A really thoughtful review, of course. A really thoughtful review with a time to transition out of things that have been counted on in communities and countries all over the world, of course, that's fine. A refocus on priorities, a reform to ensure that all that money is as well spent as possible, of course. We're all for all of that. But there's probably a better way to have gone about it. I think the opportunities there are to really focus on the highest priority, most effective kinds of programs. And the dangers there, to me, are we're going to miss out on, as I was mentioning, some of the development work that's really critical to building countries and therefore building a safer and secure world.
Thank you for that. Do you want to pick this up?
I might just pick that up as well, because it is the sort of backdrop to our conversations. And look, walk back a little bit to where our national debate was about Afghanistan, and there was a growing sense that this isn't quite right, that we need to figure out how to get out of our military to not be entrenched in Afghanistan. And there was a sense politically across parties among the American people that something needed to change. And yet the way in which we withdrew Afghanistan was sort of a ding on the dignity of our nation. And the American people didn't love the way this played out. And it's actually been a source of quite a bit of political criticism of the Biden administration. And so I think, as you said, everybody understands the new administration coming in not just has the right to, but almost has a responsibility to think about a review, especially in a sense of if we know we've got a fiscal crisis in our country, we're going to have to get our budget under control, make cuts that are going to hit directly the American taxpayer. Well, you better do a scrub of thinking about the funds that we're spending for the American taxpayer outside of our borders, so that is it effective? Does it serve our interests? But I think there is a sense of there's a way to do this that doesn't leave a wake of destruction in its wake, that doesn't leave people stranded in Eastern Congo, that doesn't cut off programs mid-course, that there's a pretty rational way to go about trying to get a handle of this. And I think that's partly connecting it really intentionally to strategy, to American interests, to national security. And that's where I come back to say that it seems obvious that supporting freedom beyond our borders, it's more than a reflection of our democratic values. It's a strategy that's vital to our national interests and to global security and prosperity. And I think reframing and recasting what we do, what is insurance? What helps deliver in a cost-effective way? And I would argue that very modest support for other people's efforts to secure their freedoms as a very modest way of supporting long-term American interests in a fundamentally cost-effective way. And I think the space for that kind of debate, that conversation is what a lot of folks were eager to have.
Yeah, I think that's a good answer. I want to go to the, I'll just give my own answer to that question. As some of you on the panel know or in the audience know, I'm more of a geopolitical guy. And a lot of the work we were doing that we hope we will be able to restart, because we'll continue doing the work anyway. We'll just do it from different sources of funding. Is taking on the malign influence of Iran, Russia, and China, and if you stop countering that malign influence, it doesn't mean that malign influence will go away. I mean, if anything, what will happen is the dam against that influence is gone, and so it will be much more effective. But you'll lose this period of time where you've got things under wraps. So I go back. All of you are bigger experts than I am in foreign assistance, but I'm just reading back to the beginning of the Kennedy administration. It was always linked to American national interest. This is not new. To have support for it, and it was always interest to what we were trying to achieve in the world. And so I think to reinforce that would be my hope, is that the U.S. national interest part of this gets studied very closely, and that the outcome will be will rivet down on where it is and where it's not. So in any case, let's go to questions. And please say to whom, identify yourself, let us know who you'd like to pose the question to. Please, there's two right there to get started.
Good morning.
Yep.
Good morning, Richard Crispin, Collaborate Up. Great to see you guys, a wonderful discussion. Observation question, number one, I observed that Pete Morocco was billed to be here. He's not here, obviously. But 3 of the 4 of you, the things that you talked about, as I understand it, are on the chopping block and are not going to be funded moving forward. Democracy promotion, and a lot of the economic growth programs. I wonder how the 3 of you, excluding the gentleman from UNICEF, what your response would be to Pete if he was here, and also what you would say to the Hill, especially since I don't believe full budget markdowns have occurred yet. So what's the case to particularly Republicans who are up for re-election right now? Those folks, Senate Foreign Relations, Senate Appropriations, what would you say to them?
And let me also just say on Pete's behalf that he is coming back to the Atlantic Council. This is postponed and not canceled, and we're going to and my guess is it'll be a little bit closer to when they put together their conclusions from their review. Please.
I'll take the first cut at this. If we look at what we're seeing in terms of the draft strategies that are starting to leak out from state and USAID on development strategy for the U.S., it's going to be heavily reliant on plussing up the DFC and working with the Millennium Challenge Corporation as sort of the go-to organizations on this. I think that's a can-do country strategy, right? Especially the Millennium Challenge Corporation. You already have to be at a certain benchmark of performance and quality of governance and et cetera, to qualify for a Millennium Challenge agreement. And the DFC money, if I'm a businessman and I'm looking to invest in a country and I'm looking for the DFC to help guarantee my investment or however they're going to participate, I'm probably looking at countries where risk levels are already contained, right? So that takes care of that strata of friends and good performers, but it does not address, I think, the can't-do countries, which were relegated to USAID in some ways in previous strategies. And we can't ignore the can't-do countries. Why? Because they are suppliers of minerals. They are within the supply chains. They are of a strategic interest to us. And they are the ones most at play when we talk about the influence of authoritarian capital. And we do need to have, I think, some strategy that if we're going to rely on DFC as being our primary point of entry into these markets, that there is some sort of support for improving the governance questions in these countries around investment. Because without that, the companies aren't going to go into these markets, no matter what we promise them or encourage them with development finance credits. It's an important part of a strategy for de-risking, but it's not the whole of it. So we're still going to need to find a place to park some of this work that looks at the investment environment in the can't-do countries.
Great. Any other answers? And Amanda, I had this on my list of original questions for you, which is what's the value, and you hinted at this at your opening comments, but what's the value added for the United States of the IDB?
Well, in addition to sort of the prosperity issues that we've already talked about, I think first of all, the Inter-American Development Bank has 46 member countries. Our actions are directed by our board of governors and our board of directors. The United States owns 30% of our shares on the public side and about 14% of our shares on the private side. So the U.S. government really determines with our other board members what our strategies are, what our actions are. We don't currently hold any USAID financing and have only held very, very small amounts in the past. So, and we lend money to governments. So this is their money, they're paying back. We use our net income to finance our operations. The last time that the United States contributed in cash to the public side was in 2009. So we have an income management model that that generates its own financing as we go. And obviously we have U.S. Citizens as a member country. It's based here in D.C. We're 1 block from the Treasury. So we're here, that's how we operate. Just to recap, I think we promote regional stability and security. We're helping to build diversified and resilient supply chains in key sectors that matter for the United States. We've talked about the business opportunities that can be created, the reduction of migratory pressures, not just by economic development and security, but also support to returnees to stay in the communities. In fact, we have traditionally supported the government of Colombia, for example, under President Duque to settle those 8 million Venezuelan migrants mainly came to other Latin American countries. And so having them rooted in those countries also redounds in the United States. And so that's what I would say. I think we're good value for money. We're there on the private side, and it should support the way going forward. Thanks.
Great. And we'll turn to the next question there. You're asked quite directly what the advice would be to Pete. Look, it's clear that the administration wants to shake things up. That's not a secret to anybody. And they're doing so, as has been said on the panel, faster and at a different scale than was anticipated. My advice would be, if you're going to do that, then the outcome, the American people have to see the outcome as having been worth the disruption. So that you can really say to people, look, we've looked at all this, we've decided this is what works best. This is how we think things should be reformed and go in a different direction, and this is why we think it's going to produce a better outcome. I'm withholding judgment until I see that. We all know that a lot of things haven't worked the way they should. The question is, will the outcome here work worse or will it work better? And so I must tell you, as one, I'm really fascinated to watch what the answer to that question is going to be. So I have a question here.
Thank you. Hi, my name is John Glenn. I'm currently on furlough from the National Endowment for Democracy. I want to situate this conversation with how America thinks about threats. These are tools for how we deal with our threats. And I was reminded lately in the debate of our conversations we were having about 10 years ago when we heard folks like General Mattis say, if you don't fully fund the State Department, ultimately I need to buy more ammunition. That can seem 10 years ago, but I swear it's short. The UK military chief of staff, pressures to increase defense funding, deal with Ukraine, absolutely right, are leading to cuts to foreign assistance. And he warned that cutting aid to fund security is a fundamental strategic error that risks making us weaker, not stronger. Funding one out of the money allocated to the other risks undermining the very security we are trying to ensure. And so in some ways, I invite the panel, if there's thoughts on that, how we situate our work, not just in our own sectors, but how we situate dealing with the challenges that we're facing in the world. I'd also put a question to you all. I loved the way you're talking about the broader conversation we're having about America's role in the world, about what this means to folks. One of those critical ways that people express it is by expressing their votes to lawmakers. What are you hearing from Congress, and what should Congress's role be in this process?
Who would like to take that on? Michael?
Yeah, maybe just a couple of quick comments. I think, it's true that our foreign policy has stood for a long time on this three-legged stool of defense, diplomacy, and development, and that all three of those are critical. And there have been many, many comments from military leaders about how important the development piece of that is, because they see it in countries, and they see that its path toward a more secure future for everybody. So I just think we need to continue to make that argument that defense, diplomacy, and development are all critical and maybe of equal importance in doing this. And I think, I'm on Capitol Hill regularly speaking to staff and members of Congress about some of this and continuing to make the argument for us. And one of the arguments I'm trying to make is that we need to do a better job, as I said, making the argument that our work helps make our country safer, stronger, more prosperous. It does, and we have many examples of why that's so. But I do hope that this is not just becoming a self-interest anymore. Our country has and the UK too, has a long tradition of generosity, of reaching out because we can, of drawing on our own faith experiences and others that say, to those who have been given much, much is expected in the world. And I hope we're not just jettisoning all that, because that sort of generous spirit makes us better people, makes us a better culture, makes us a better country. And if we abandon that completely to only focus on self-interest, I think this is going to be bad for who we are as a people. And that's part of the argument I think we need to make too.
Anyone else want to take that up?
Maybe just a couple points. I mean, I do think the choice, the dichotomy between sometimes our ethical, moral anchor of values and our strategic interests in this space, it's a false dichotomy because there's a reinforcing here. And so, John, picking up on your threats piece, and John's exactly right, because, well, first of all, if we pull out, as Fred said, we're leaving the playing field to autocratic adversaries that are filling that void, and man, we're seeing that move fast. We're seeing some celebration, we're seeing the approach, we're hearing this in many discrete ways on the ground, and I don't think anybody in this administration or across Capitol Hill wants to see an open playing field for the CCP, for autocratic adversaries that are competing globally. Second, it's part of our whole strategy of engagement with countries around the world is to bolster their own resilience through how they can actually interact with other countries without China showing up to undermine the rule of law, to undermine democracy. And that resilience really rebounds well to protect American interests, businesses and workers not being undercut. But ultimately, it's also about understanding that in the battle of ideas, if you don't like dictators, it's not an issue for the United States. Support their people and just stick with them over the long term. And so I think right now, when we're up on the Hill, we are actually not a part of foreign assistance. The endowment wasn't subject to a foreign assistance review because we're considered, we've got a direct congressional appropriation. I won't go through all of this. But we really are a function of Congress with built-in congressional oversight, direction, strategy. We are a creature of Congress in this sense. And so we wouldn't, when we're up on the Hill, we talk about, the American people, we wouldn't know the story of Mahsa Amini without very modest investments that we've made in Iranian journalists that helped take a local story, get it out to the world, and once it was out to the world, boom, back into Iran. We wouldn't actually know with certainty, with the documentation, about a Uyghur genocide, forced labor and internment camps, without the long-term support that the endowment has provided in a very modest way with groups the Chinese claimed were terrorists, but over time people understood actually what was happening in the region. We wouldn't actually have documented in great detail the data that backed up the stolen election in Venezuela without the long-term engagement of our core institutes, of the work that we support of Venezuelans, to not just assert the Maduro, but to really, for the Venezuelan people, every Venezuelan to have with clarity that he lost in every region, every province across the country. We wouldn't really understand the nature in which Cuba has twisted the dictatorship to become a mafia kleptocratic state that's actually stealing resources that are coming in, weaponizing things about its intelligence and how it channels people through visa-free Nicaragua to empower Maduro, to flood our borders. We wouldn't know that without the documentation of Cubans. And we wouldn't have Chinese that had figured out how to penetrate the Great Firewall to get information both in and out. And so when we're up on the Hill, this is what we know members of Congress across both parties value and they want, particularly when they understand this is done with very modest efforts. 90% of the grants that the endowment makes are under $150,000. The whole concept is venture capital, find amazing people, amazing ideas, give them a little bit of lift, nurture them in an ecosystem of support of others, small investment, big return. Over 10 years, 9 Nobel Peace Prize winners. What kind of returns in your portfolio do you have that sort of deliver this way when we think about that translates? So what we hear in this discussion, when we have it with the executive branch, when there is a dramatic change in Syria, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, automatically, because we have been in more than 80 countries for 20 years with long-term relationships of trust, with people that are pro-freedom, people that are disposed to be American allies, when there is sudden change and opening that they've led themselves, we've all of a sudden, we as a country have a network of pro-democratic actors that are eager to work with the United States on the next chapter in that country. These are small, quiet, long-term investments with strategic effects that I think are really valued when you get into those conversations, and that's what we hear up on Capitol Hill.
So I cede the remainder of my time to the gentleman from the National Endowment. So you did talk about the Hill, and that nothing could have been better Senate testimony than what you just laid out. And so, so thank you for that, Damon. Let me pick up. I see one here. I see. Oh, now I've seen lots of questions. So let me pick up one here, and then here, and let's pick up 2 at a time.
Michael Ashura, I'm with The Insider. Damon just gave a phenomenal answer to the question I was about to ask, I think. Because it was laid out that there is, quite clearly a relationship between freedom, democracy, and prosperity. And everybody in this room understands that, presumably. Kim Jong-un understands that. Vladimir Putin understands that. Nicolas Maduro understands that. Donald Trump understands that. Why do these people not take your advice? What are they actually doing? And how do you prevent them from doing it?
Let's take another question in between to buffer that one, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nicole Golden. I'm a non-resident senior fellow here at the Atlantic Council, and great to see you all. I newly assumed a role in New York as the head of equitable development at the Center for Policy Research at UN University. So much of what you've said has resonated, and short plug, I have a new piece out on pivoting development for a new era. But your comments about intentionality, about being strategic in how we think and how we talk about development, and foreign assistance and our tools, I have to reflect on the work we've been doing in the Geoeconomics Center here at the Atlantic Council for a couple years now on positive economic statecraft, and which is really all about how are we bringing our inducement, our rewards-based tools of development, of financing, of technical assistance and capacity building alongside our more coercive instruments of tariffs and sanctions and what have you. So I'm curious your thoughts on positive economic statecraft as a framing, as an approach, and how you might think it could be applied in more multilateral institutions like the IDB. Thanks. And for more on positive economic statecraft, you can.
So we'll go from the first question to positive economic statecraft. I'm going to. I see other questions. But let's do these 2 and let's do them. We've got about 10 minutes, 12 minutes left. Let me sort of echo what I've heard and then give an answer from my own standpoint from a Middle Eastern leader who I spoke to. So I think the answer you'd hear from many people in the administration is, if this has all worked so well, why are we in the mess we're in? Why is Haiti year after year, despite all this aid money, still Haiti? Why do we have a war in Ukraine? Why do we, why we got the tensions we've got in the world? Why are we in such a mess in Gaza if all this has worked so perfectly? And so, talking to a leader in the Middle East, I won't name his name, he basically said, well, typical geopolitics is a 3-dimensional chessboard where people move pieces in a Kissingerian way and seek advantage over time. And he says, what we're observing is that the Trump administration has thrown the chessboard on the floor and is rearranging the pieces. And he said there's a potential upside to this because you've been in disputes with Russia, China, Iran, North Korea that weren't going anywhere. And so maybe the president's direct way of acting with leaders can defuse the conflicts, if not solve the conflicts, at least deconflict to a certain extent. And so this is not me, this is from a Middle Eastern leader. What he worries about is the unintended secondary consequences. If you empty Gaza, the consequences of refugees in Egypt and Jordan could be devastating and destabilizing. If you lose in Ukraine, the secondary consequences across Europe could be devastating. And so there's opportunities, according to this really clever person, but there's also secondary consequences. And so that would be my answer. But
maybe I'd just take the first one and leave my colleagues to the second. But first of all, we have to recognize there were very legitimate concerns for the basis of the debate we're having in our country. Questions about what works, what have we been doing for so long, we're spending X amount of money. There's also, I spent a lot of time on Capitol Hill where there were concerns of, have we imported political ideology and bias into this work? Have we seen mission creep off the focused efforts that we were trying to do, and we're seeing now more narrower agendas as part of this? Are we fueling dependency rather than fueling liberty, which is part of the concept of how we approach it? And I often spend time on Congress going through the business of this. I'm really interested in the business of how we do this because Ned spends money in real-time emergency situations to get it to where it needs to go. There's an invasion of Ukraine. There's a coup in the Sahel. There's a drama in Burma. We act like this and spend real money. Sometimes it takes our government 2 years to review your proposal to decide where to fund it. Sometimes they're doing through massive contracts. We get 83 cents of the dollar out to the front lines, trying to get it up to 85 cents. And there's evidence that some of these projects go through for-profit contractors getting 28 cents to the dollar. Is that okay? No. Transparency, sometimes Congress had a lot of questions. And I could see it because I'm up on the Capitol Hill a lot, immediately answering questions. What's the concern? Here, let's talk about it. Let's unpack that. We're super responsive. That kind of broke down, and I could see building over the past couple of years an animosity of, what are you doing? Where are you spending the money? Why won't you talk to me? Where's the transparency? That eroded some trust, and so that's a little bit of what's playing out right now, and there are some really legitimate issues there. Second, the fundamental issue of this, if we think that the solution for Afghanistan and Haiti can be made in Washington, we're on the wrong starting point. And so this is partly reorienting sort of our whole philosophy is like, it's not our vision for Haiti and Afghanistan, much less Tanzania or Russia. We got to support people who have that vision themselves, and only when they succeed is it going to be authentic to that culture, community, and religion, and therefore sustainable in a way that's a true reflection of their aspirations, commensurate with our interests. And so there's a different way. That's not, Americans like to solve the problem here, impose it there. Recipe for failure. We're unpacking some of that and a philosophical underpinning. Finally, we'll just say, actually, this is messy. I think people are working to figure it out. I think they're breaking some things as they try to figure that out. But through a lot of conversations with folks inside and outside, there's actually a lot of support for some of these core ideas. They haven't figured their way out fully through this. This hasn't been a structured, methodical review. It's been a bit of a mad dash. And now the issue is, both in Congress, as soon as you begin appropriating and authorizing FY26, okay, we've heard what you don't like. We've heard what you don't want to do. Now's the opportunity, both for Congress and the FY26 process, and for the administration to say, and here's how we think we can actually advance American interests in the world. Here are the tools of statecraft we want, and here's what we do want to do. And I think that's the important next step.
Okay, so this is now a lightning round because we're running out of time, but positive economic statecraft.
So the multilateral development banks really were created to exercise this positive economic trade statecraft. Sorry, I'm from the economic side, not the poli-sci side. But I would say, it's the opposite of dependency. This is providing affordable financing for governments to implement the reforms that are needed in the different areas that we've talked about. To give you an example, Argentina, which has been so many years in economic crisis, they are reforming. They are carrying out profound reforms to get back to growth. I believe that we and the MDBs, the IMF, are supporting those reforms. So to make that transition, we're absolutely essential there. I think that's just one example. The productive infrastructure issue that we've talked about, the migration issues that we've talked about, these are challenges that our government faces and our regional governments face, and there's space to work together to get scale. And a last point is the U.S. Development Finance Corporation, obviously a hugely important bilateral tool. The scale is increased enormously by leveraging the contributions of the other member countries to the Inter-American Development Bank. Thanks.
Okay, so I saw 3 questions. I saw one here, one here, one here, and I've got to shut it now. 30 seconds for each of the questions, and then I'll give everybody sort of a final go at things, please.
I'll talk fast. So Leopoldo Lopez, one of the Venezuelan opposition leaders, wrote a report at the Wilson Center that touched on much of the topics that Iran, Venezuela, Russia, China, Cuba are functioning as one alliance. And I noticed with a lot of the sudden chaos currently in the government, there needs to be a way to get this conversation about the network of autocracy to the American people, as well as to the conversations about reform is how do we address the alliance of autocracy and ensure Ukrainian victory.
Great. So remember, there's going to be a final round, and remember which of these questions you want to do in your final round or others that had come up earlier, please.
Thank you. So my name is Achilles. I'm studying at the LSE. I'm from Greece. I'm from the EU, and I've worked in the European Neighborhood Policy. And the EU employs a lot of conditionality to achieve the outcomes that it wants. And really, Moldova is a case of a country that has achieved a lot, namely because Maya Sandu is a policy entrepreneur. But the truth is that not everyone is or is allowed to be, by their political constraints, a policy entrepreneur. And I think this is where corrosive capital hits the worst. So what can we do to compete with corrosive capital in these cases?
Really, really interesting. That sounds more one for you, Andrew, as we get through final round, please. And this is the last question.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Nicoleta Catrini, Senior Lead Scientist at the University of Lausanne. I came from Switzerland yesterday, but your discussion resonates special with me because I was born in the Romanian dictatorship. I grew up there, so I lived half of my life in Romania and half in Switzerland. I have a proposal and 2 questions. I think we need to work also with a working concept, fertile capital. Fertile capital exists, it worked in China. I was invited to speak at the government school in Guangzhou in 2010, and they were representative of Mercedes-Benz and Renault, who really succeeded to implement European labor standards in their companies. So it is also working in the other sense. I really encourage that. And in terms of considering what is in fact the outcome for the taxpayers, whether they are Americans or Europeans, I think we can have measurements, I'm an econometrist, where we can measure the positive externalities and the mitigation of negative externalities on GDP per capita. In this case, any investment, any 100,000, put it in a program, if it's translated in a percentage in GDP per capita can really make sense. But my question now to all of you, as I lived also these kind of things, is there are 2 concepts I didn't hear in your discussion. It's about, but it relates to, one, the comment we need to empower the people, the local people, because there is the solution. The ownership. I think this is prosperity and freedom lead to ownership. In fact, prosperity and freedom per se would be, in fact, tools to increase the private ownership. I can tell you that this is where, in fact, the power comes from, because when you are vulnerable economically, you are also vulnerable socially and politically. And related to this, it is fight anti-corruption. Because when you have private ownership, you can also have capture of these private capitals. So anti-corruption and ownership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So 45 seconds each, and we're going to go opposite direction of the way we started. So,
yeah,
Michael.
I'll just be very quick. Humanitarian aid, development assistance, development finance, trade, all wrapped in good governance and democracy promotion. Seems like we need the whole thing, and I think we need to keep promoting that.
Take that formula, but in the case of Moldova, what you're trying to do is reorient an economy away from corrosive capital towards the promise of the EU. Can't be done overnight, and that's the point, is that the private sector is not ready to do that. The government's not ready to do that, and that gets back to my initial comments about having things that are scalable. You've got to be able to create the economic reform policies within the government that it can implement, given the resources and the skill sets it's got. So it doesn't have to be perfect right away. There's got to be a roadmap, but it's got to be implementable. And the same goes for the private sector. If you're trying to sell apples into the EU, and this was the case in Moldova, right? Moldovan apple farmers didn't want to sell into the EU. There were too many standards. There were too many regulations. It was too restrictive. They just sold them to Dubai instead. They're still selling apples. They're not selling to Russia anymore, but they're selling them into markets that they can sell into. And I think it's understanding that the private sector has its own capacity limitations when you put these in place.
Amanda.
Yeah, just to repeat, I think the region's prosperity is really totally interlinked with the prosperity of the United States in so many ways. So I hope that we use the multilateral development banks as an important tool in that.
These are great questions, to close out. Leopoldo Lopez is right. The axis of aggressors helps understand that we aren't in a democratic recession. We're in an assault on freedom. And we would see nonviolent civil resistance movements succeeding with historical rates if we didn't have autocrats working together. Maduro would not be here today without backup. Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya would probably be president of Belarus today without the autocrats working together to back each other up. It's a clear and present danger. Moldova and Ukraine at the center of this. It is about ownership. We were supporting Ukrainians since '89 in a way that Vladimir Putin didn't understand. Despite bad governance, the agency of Ukrainians and their communities' decentralization is part of what stopped a Russian invasion because of the power of people. Without IRI support for Moldova's effort to help ensure citizen engagement, voter registration, diaspora participation in the election, Moldova would be a Russian vassal state today. I grew up as a kid in rural North Carolina, and you were black or white, and my best friend was Ted Tatos, a kid whose father was a dissident under Nicolae Ceausescu's Romania. And it took the lived experience as a kid for me to see through the eyes of someone who grew up in tyranny, to understand as an American how naive I was, how much I took for granted, and how much it was important for me, not just because it was the right thing to do, but it was the smart thing to do to support them. So I'll just close with the premise of this whole conference. You go back to the ownership. There is no healthy democracy without a healthy private sector. There is no, if you do not have a source of wealth and power that's independent, if you have to go into government to be wealthy, we have a problem. Private sector, this prosperity is the source of innovation. It's the source of problem solving. It provides checks and balances. It is the core to democracy's ability to self-correct. And fundamentally, that is our golden strength. We don't need the CCP to tell us what's wrong. We're going to debate it. We will self-correct. That linkage of competition of ideas, the private sector mentality, that is why we will figure out how to rejuvenate at home and outcompete around the world.
Damon, thank you for that. I think it's fitting that we started this way, Michael and Joseph. I really, to have, in the last round of questions, in a forum about democracy and freedom, to have someone from Greece named Achilles ask a question. I mean, I just really needed to call attention to that. Next year is the 250th anniversary of our revolution. It's been a grand and incredibly successful experiment in democratic rule. I don't think any of us internalize enough that it continues to be a grand democratic experiment, and that you have to continue to take care of it and refresh it and strengthen it. To me, I spend, like maybe perhaps many of you, time on artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, Claude, whatever it is. This is the antidote to it, which is bringing people together, talking to each other, sharing ideas, and spontaneous combustion of this sort. So with that, let me thank you in the audience, let me thank the panelists, and then turn the podium to Joseph.
Thank you.
guess we have a new building, but we could use a stage that is a little bigger so that we don't have to carry the podium. But thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for a wonderful panel that I think it was the best way to start this day. So my name is Joseph Lemoine. I am the Senior Director of the Freedom and Prosperity Center here at the Atlantic Council. And 4 years ago, the Atlantic Council took on a simple yet complex question: is freedom the best way to achieve societal prosperity? And can we test that with data and evidence? You heard it already. What sounds easy at first is not that straightforward. I think it's fair to say that all of us as human beings, we aspire to be free and prosperous. But in many parts of the world, government leaders argue that freedom is actually not the way forward. They argue that controlling their own people's liberties, personal, political, economic, is a faster way and maybe safer path to wealth and prosperity. So for about 3 years, a dedicated team of scholars and policymakers here at the Atlantic Council Freedom and Prosperity Center, took on this difficult question: does freedom lead to prosperity? The first step was to define what we mean by freedom and prosperity. So prosperity, that's the goal. It is the destination. And it is in itself subjective. Each of us probably have a different definition of what it means to be prosperous, but we choose to measure it through commonly accepted indicators like growth, GDP per capita, education, health, while also considering the treatment of minorities, income inequality, and the environment. Then we had to define freedom. This, I believe, is where our work provides the most value. We found that to achieve prosperity, or even just economic growth, if you disagree with our definition of prosperity, countries need 3 things: political freedom, economic freedom, and the rule of law. So that's our definition of freedom. To demonstrate this, we created a set of indexes, the Freedom and Prosperity Indexes. For those here, if you go outside, there's a big TV. You can play around with the data and explore everything. Everything is available online. For those online, you can find the website on the events page. With those indexes, we measure the state of freedom on one side and the state of prosperity for 164 countries over 30 years. And with this mass of information, 100,000 data points, we were able to make the evidence-based case for freedom. And what's exciting is we can explore this data and draw other meaningful insights. So today, to kick us off before we go on a break, I wanted to briefly share some of those findings. Since 2012, overall global freedom, so simple average of the 164 countries for which we have data for, since 2012, it's been plateauing and declining after COVID. But if we look at the subcomponents, the 3 pillars that we described, we see a pretty clear picture. Economic freedom has continued, but it is mostly driven by the improvement on women's economic rights. The other sub-indicators actually were pretty flat. The rule of law, shown here by the legal sub-indexed, is the blue line, has declined since 2012. And political freedom has simply collapsed around the world, bringing back the world to a 24-year low, and that's the green line on this chart. Looking more closely at political freedom, we see that every single region has experienced a decline. There is a global trend. The orange bar is levels in 2013. The blue line is levels today. So as you can see, every single region has seen a decline on political freedom. So why should we care? You heard it before. Well, freedom leads to prosperity. And so let's look at prosperity. Here, we show the level of prosperity for OECD countries. So these are the group of wealthy nations. And compared to 2 of the poorest groups of countries in our sample. So the orange line is the lowest quartile, and the green line is the second lowest. So together, orange and green light represents half of the world. As you can see, if we draw a trend line for what we were achieving from 2000 to 2012, progress in those groups has slowed down. You see that the trend line goes above the reality of where we are today. And it's gotten worse with the COVID-19 crisis. There is a race to the top that we want to be having. Like we say, it's a matter of empowering those countries, empowering those governments, empowering those people. And here, that race to the top has slowed down. And you heard it, there is a clear link between this declining freedom and the slowdown that we're witnessing in prosperity. In fact, our research shows that the two are not only strongly correlated, but freedom leads to prosperity. This chart, the horizontal line, shows the years. On the far left, you see year 0. So that's when a country takes a reform that impacts the level of freedom as we define it. The vertical axis is the impact on prosperity. So you see two very clear paths. One, the green line, towards freedom and prosperity. Red, towards autocracy and poverty. And on both paths, there is a cumulative effect, or snowball effect. This means that while those changes on freedom today might seem to have little impact, their effect will grow over time. This annual gathering used to be a research conference to discuss and build those indexes and this research. But we felt that the time was right to expand to a bigger group. So today you will hear from scholars, policymakers, and professionals working to make the world more prosperous. The Global Prosperity Forum is designed to encourage conversations. We will have plenary sessions like we just had with plenty of time for Q&A. And upstairs in the afternoon, in the boardroom, we will have research workshops where half of the time of each session will be for conversation. And so that we hope that you interact with your peers and with our scholars. The Atlantic Council Freedom and Prosperity Center, that is organizing this day, aims to increase the well-being of people everywhere, and especially that of the poor and marginalized in developing countries. How do we do this? Through unbiased, data-based research in support of sound policy choices. So please connect with those around you, make meaningful connections, and let's work together to generate new research ideas. I already had a few this morning, just drinking coffee. Discuss policies and find solutions that will create a more prosperous world. Thank you all. We are now having a coffee break, and we will be back here at 11:30 to discuss global democracy challenges. Thank you all.
Summarizing our wonderful 2 days event, it's been very successful. I can't believe it, how many people to come and thanks, and how many people to give unbelievable response and happy and learning process.
The Atlantic Council is a US think tank. We're based in Washington, DC. Our mission is to shape the global future together. We want to have conversation about policy, about things that we can do to continue and have a long-term positive impact on the country.
Why not look at a certain sector? Let's take SMEs in Zimbabwe. We know that they're the majority, up to 70% probably are women-owned. And why not say to the banks, let's have a policy where if there's not equality in distribution of loans to that sector, the banks will be penalized. Because then, in a way, we know that at least 50% of the loans would go to women.
Do we have questions? Please, a show of hands.
What is the ministry doing about this? How am I supposed to get funding for my business? Am I supposed to go to loan sharks? I'll probably end up in jail because maybe I won't be able to pay it back.
We don't want you in jail.
Yes, of course.
We're working on it, When that happens again, the Women's Bank, if a specific category of a borrower, they won't ask for collateral from you. You won't require collateral.
If you'll please allow now, we are getting into a dialogue on enhancing foreign direct investment in Zimbabwe.
I think it is something we have to work together. But I can play my part of it. I can inform companies about the opportunities, about the risks, about the costs. But the government has to do their part in order to reduce the risk, the costs, and create a lot of opportunities.
So there are people like me out there who start from somewhere unknown, never covered, never attended to. So the policy mix of government of Zimbabwe must not be selective to say we've got Harare entrepreneurs, we've got Bulawayo entrepreneurs.
We are going to now get into our last discussion, as I said, where we're discussing strategies for promoting women's economic freedom in Zimbabwe.
I think the government policies that do not address women's issues are in those sectors where women are underrepresented. Energy is one of them. Construction is another.
It's very important for us to take note of the fact that the majority of women operate in the informal sector. And it's unfortunate that that sector most of the time is criminalized.
SMEs are indeed the backbone of every economy, and we need to tap into that, especially for a country like Zimbabwe that is looking at becoming a middle-income country.
We just wrapped a 2-day conference here in Harare, Zimbabwe. It was the launch of our formal program, Women for Prosperity. 2 days of programming. First day, more than 100 women received the business training, social media training, financing training to help them on their entrepreneurial journey. And today was a policy conversation on how we can improve the situation for women in this country in terms of economic rights and in terms of accessing finance. We also looked about how the country of Zimbabwe can attract more investment from abroad to help the country achieve its vision, its 2030 vision of becoming a high middle income country.
The women are ready to soar, the women are ready to prosper, and Zimbabwe is ready. So we're super excited about the launch of the Women for Prosperity program here in Zimbabwe. We cannot wait for what we can do in the next 10 years.
Thank you everyone for being here with us, and looking forward to the next one. On March 19th, the Atlantic Council will host the Global Prosperity Forum. This groundbreaking event will bring together top policymakers, industry leaders, and scholars. Together, we will explore actionable solutions for global development, freedom, and shared prosperity.
Through a series of engaging dialogues and dynamic sessions, attendees will gain exclusive insight into key policies shaping the global landscape. Featured panels will cover critical topics such as advancing global freedom and democracy, empowering women as drivers of development, and protecting religious freedom in an era of uncertainty. Throughout the day, regional conversations and research workshops will provide in-depth perspective on emerging challenges and opportunities.
The Global Prosperity Forum offers a unique opportunity to engage directly with experts shaping the future of global development.
Visit the Global Prosperity Forum website for details. We look forward to seeing you there.
We all want prosperity for families, communities, countries, and for the world. We want people to not only have food and shelter, but a good standard of living, education, healthcare, a fair society, and a clean environment. That's what we mean by prosperity. But what is the surest path to prosperity? Academics, policymakers, and citizens have been debating the matter for a very long time. Some say that free societies produce the best outcomes by unleashing the creativity and talent of individual citizens. Others say that focusing on the individual is too chaotic and ultimately inefficient, that a strong central authority produces the best results. The Freedom and Prosperity Center at the Atlantic Council, a think tank in Washington, D.C., contributes facts and figures to this debate through our annual Freedom and Prosperity Indexes. We built a freedom index to measure economic and political freedom and the rule of law in 164 countries. Each score reflects measurements of several indicators. Together, they create a comprehensive and unique measurement of freedom. We also built a prosperity index to measure income, health, education, the environment, treatment of minorities, and inequality in the same 164 countries. A prosperous society should be judged on more than just income per capita. Our index gives us a holistic view of prosperity. In the Freedom Index, we rank countries into 4 tiers based on their total scores: high freedom, moderate freedom, low freedom, and lowest freedom. In the Prosperity Index, we rank countries as high prosperity, moderate prosperity, low prosperity, and lowest prosperity. We have 3 key takeaways from the resulting data. Our first takeaway is that there is a strong correlation between our freedom and prosperity scores. We show a 0.71 correlation between a country's scores in the 2 indexes. This means high values for freedom are associated with high values for prosperity, and low values for freedom are associated with low values for prosperity. On average, the freer the country, the higher it will score in all 6 measures of prosperity. Income scores show that free countries are far and away the richest. People born in free countries are also healthier and live substantially longer. Citizens of freer countries have access to better education and spend more time learning. Environment scores indicate that freer countries have cleaner environments. Wealth in free countries is more evenly distributed among citizens. And finally, unfree countries are also less tolerant. This leads to our second takeaway. Evidence suggests that freedom contributes to prosperity. But how much exactly? We ranked all countries based on how their freedom has improved since 1995, splitting them into 3 equal groups: those with a small improvement in freedom, those with a moderate change, and those with a high change. As we see, the countries improving the most in freedom saw the biggest improvements in prosperity. We also see that gaps between each group widen over time, showing that increased freedom has an exponential effect on prosperity. But what about countries where freedom decreased? Here, we organized countries into 2 groups: those that made significant strides towards more freedom and those that sharply reduced their freedom. We then looked at the impact on prosperity in those countries over 20 years. As we saw before, countries that improved their freedom saw increased prosperity. But what we also see is that countries that restricted freedom saw a negative impact on prosperity. And the impact grows over time. In the first years, the difference between these countries can seem marginal. But in the long term, prosperity in these countries will be far apart. Peru and Venezuela are prime examples. In 1995, Venezuela was a freer country than Peru. But at the turn of the century, Peru made a clear turn towards freedom. It is one of the top improvers in our data. In contrast, Venezuela shows the largest decrease in freedom of all the countries we cover. Venezuela had a higher prosperity score than Peru in 1995, but by 2023, the 2 countries had switched positions. Our third takeaway is that autocracies generally fail to deliver prosperity for their people, while free countries succeed. Of the 30 countries ranked at the top of our freedom rankings, 28 are in the top category of our prosperity index, and 2 are in the next highest category. None are in the bottom 2 categories of prosperity. Of the 30 countries ranked at the bottom of our freedom index, 15 are in the lowest category of our prosperity index, 11 are in the next lowest category, and just 4 in the moderate prosperity category. None are in the high prosperity category. Our indexes demonstrate that there is a strong relationship between freedom and prosperity, and we have reason to believe that improvements in freedom will, over time, lead to greater and more durable prosperity. Please visit the website for the Atlantic Council's Freedom and Prosperity Indexes. The interactive capabilities of the website allow you to compare detailed data across time for countries and regions. All our indexes information and our annual report can be downloaded for further analysis.
Freedom and prosperity grants are important because they are about data-driven approach to change making.
Freedom and Prosperity Center grants are very important because they enable local solution to extreme poverty by creating favorable conditions for prosperity of poor and marginalized communities, as is the case in Burundi.
One of the reasons why people do not title their lands in the Philippines is the high cost of surveying, which costs around $327 per lot parcel. We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
The Freedom and Prosperity grants are effectively addressing the global need of a reminder of what freedom is and what helps us achieve it.
Both in countries where it has always been elusive or in those where people are forgetting how vital it is for prosperity and real human flourishing.
In Burundi, there are strict regulation on workers, women entrepreneurs, and businesses to access to the formal sector, which cause a financial burden that often fall on the poorest in Burundian communities. By moving out of legal work environment, the ability of local communities, local people to achieve economic opportunity, economic mobility, and the return their asset is compromised. The Freedom and Prosperity Center grant is now helping to change this situation by creating opportunity for prosperity in poor communities in my country, Burundi. The lack of freedom labor market is a serious challenge. Restriction and regulation on existing business undermine job growth and existing opportunity, exerting also poverty for Burundian families. Our Together projects at Center for Development and Projects Geopolitics aim to eliminate the regulatory barriers that make work difficult, expensive, and impractical in Burundi.
Indian citizens and entrepreneurs remain chained by over-regulation and inefficient public service delivery processes. Although India has made progress on ease of doing business rankings, but on certain strategic areas, the ranking remained low. We believe that a model public service guarantee law will nudge administrative agencies to be more efficient, more transparent, more vigilant, predictable, fair towards the general public, and it would help streamline the bureaucratic processes and create a legal framework that encourages rather than hinders entrepreneurship. Removing some of these barriers will create a conducive environment for entrepreneurship, because small businesses constitute around 30% of India's GDP and 45% of its exports. Indexes are helpful in two ways. One, they create competition among countries to do better than each other. And two, indexes help identify the areas for reform. So for example, India does fairly well on political freedom and economic freedom. However, on legal freedom, it needs to do much better. So for civil society groups like ours, Center for Civil Society, it helps us to identify the strategic areas for reform that would have the most significant impact on prosperity.
The Philippines has a constricted land market and is a binding constraint for economic development and poverty reduction. Land titling is necessary for protecting property rights of farmers and allowing land markets to function freely. The barrier of land titling is a requirement of an approved survey, which is expensive and unaffordable for most farmers. We will use drones to survey 300 parcels of land at no cost to farmers and draft a policy for registration of drones. Drone technology will make land titling faster and more cost-effective. Drone technology helps in decreasing surveying costs of large areas of lands. Farmers and landowners can afford to have their lands titled and strengthen their ownership of their land.
By creating the Mexican Prosperity Index, decision makers in public, private, and nonprofit
Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed your coffee. Thanks again for joining us today for the Global Prosperity Forum. My name is Patrick Quirk. I have the pleasure and really honor of being a non-resident senior fellow with the Freedom and Prosperity Center here at the Atlantic Council, and the pleasure of moderating this panel with some really excellent guests for a run of show for our discussion on global challenges to democracy that the Trump administration must tackle. I'll offer a few framing remarks, then introduce my panelists, ask them roughly 3 rounds of questions, and then open it up to all of you. And based on the queries for the last panel, I have no doubt that there'll be plenty for our panelists here to answer. So to kick us off, President Trump has consistently, and I would say quite correctly, affirmed that U.S. actions overseas must directly benefit American citizens at home. The question then before us is, does supporting democracy in developing countries pass this test? My answer is yes, because the United States and its people are more secure and prosperous with a world that is free and open. supporting democracy, particularly in strategic locations, is not an altruistic exercise. Now, of course, we can and should support freedom fighters and strong political institutions because doing so aligns with American values. However, the main reason we promote democracy through the combination of diplomacy, investment, foreign aid is frankly because it's good for the United States. This is a view not based on ideology, it is one based on facts. Scores of studies, including those from the Freedom and Prosperity Center, show quite clearly and indisputably that democracies are more reliable trading partners, less likely to go to war with each other, and less likely to incubate and export transnational crime and terrorism. More democracy abroad is also good for you American businesses because democracies have more transparent regulations and stability. On the other hand, opaque regulations and processes, which are one of the core hallmarks of authoritarian regimes, create severe risks for American investors. Democracy support also strengthens America's position in its strategic contest against the autocratic bloc of China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. These authoritarian and in many cases anti-American countries know that they can quite more easily advance their interests when dealing with weak democracies or autocracies. Robust democratic institutions make it much, much harder for authoritarians to co-opt elites in other countries and advance their malign agendas. Now, to be clear, given debates that have been ongoing, especially here in Washington, democracy assistance is not to be conflated or confused with American or other Western attempts at regime change. To the contrary, democracy support centers on strengthening what Ronald Reagan termed the infrastructure of democracy so that citizens in recipient countries can themselves make their own choices and not have leaders for life foisted upon them. This is a win-win for the American people and people abroad. Again, all these arguments are based on evidence, not anecdotes, and in my view, affirm that supporting democracy abroad meets the America First test. Now, in crafting its agenda for addressing democracy challenges globally, where and what should the Trump administration focus on? To help us answer this particular question, we have really three excellent panelists with decades of experience studying and working on U.S. foreign policy and broader democracy support. To my immediate left, we have Mushfiq Mubarak, who's a professor of management and economics at Yale, has a long track record of publishing on these topics. Seated in the middle, we have Enrique Roy, who is formerly Deputy Assistant Secretary of State in the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, and prior to that, Senior Advisor in DRL during the Biden administration. He has more than 30 years of experience working on democracy issues. And then finally, we have Joanna Cao, who's Senior Director for Asia at the International Republican Institute, as well as non-resident Senior Fellow with the Atlantic Council's Global China Hub. We did invite a representative of the Trump administration State Department who had confirmed attendance but then declined due to scheduling reasons. Turning first to Mushfiq, as you look at South Asia in particular, what do you see as the most pressing threats to democracy, and do you see any causes for optimism?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. So I want to first be clear about my perspective biases, where I come from. So first of all, I'm an economist, so this is an unusual setting for me. Second, I'll give, rather than the US perspective, I am South Asian. I do research field research in Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Nepal. So that's where my perspective will come from, like sort of internal to South Asia. So I think the main thing I can say about the threat is that in South Asia, we've had for almost our entire history, since the British left British India, has had pretty bad governance, right? But during that period, especially after, say, 1990s, we've had tremendous progress in terms of economic growth, and I'm sure this shows up in Joseph's numbers in terms of improvements in economic freedom, right? So it's been a bit of a paradox. The paradox being, like, how is it that we've been able to succeed economically despite the bad governance, right? So just on challenges, just to speak a little bit more about the bad governance, it takes many forms, and one common form across these countries, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, the three large countries, is that we treat minorities very poorly, right? There's a lot of majoritarian politics. The identity of the minorities, of course, changes across countries. In fact, it exactly reverses. Religious minorities in particular, Muslims in India, versus Hindus in Pakistan, in Bangladesh, Christians in all countries, right? They've been persecuted, and even the definitions of, like in Pakistan, the definition of who gets to be Muslim, who claims to be Muslim, that itself is contested, right? And I think that is indicative of the way that bad governance takes shape, in that the majority in each country, right, exercises power. A second important challenge is crony capitalism, right? In all three countries, probably like the rest of Southeast Asia as well, political connections matter, right? This shows up in terms of who gets access to bank loans, like banks have been looted, right? In Bangladesh, we just had a student-led revolution, so a lot more things have come to light as to what happened over the last decade and a half. And what happened was, they realized that the most direct way to loot from the country is to loot banks, right? Because that's where the money is, right? So you install bank directors who are politically connected, and money gets siphoned out of the country, right? Another issue that's been an emerging and increasing challenge has been especially this is in India, some form of ethno-nationalist, forms of governance, where in India, it's been the emergence of and increased importance of Hindu nationalism, right? In Pakistan and Bangladesh, it has taken the form of increased importance of religion in politics, right? Even though Bangladesh, our birth was associated with sort of secularism and moving away from a country that was formed, unified Pakistan that was formed on the basis of religion, right? This is starting to reappear. And sometimes in reaction to what's happening in India, right? And then in Sri Lanka, I'm sure many of you know, there's been, because of extreme forms of crony capitalism, that actually led to a macroeconomic crisis. And as we know from the history of macro crises in Latin America, in Southeast Asia, right? These have contagion effects as well because of interrelationships to trade, right? So sorry, lots on the challenges. I haven't really left much time to talk about optimism. Maybe we can get back to that.
All right, thank you. We'll get back to the question on solutions as well in the second round. Enrique, shifting to you, so the Trump administration, especially in these early days, has devoted significant attention and resources to Latin America, whether it's El Salvador, Panama. As you look at the region, as someone who has worked at it both as a practitioner and really senior policymaker, what challenges to freedom and democracy do you see as most pressing, and you therefore feel the administration needs to prioritize?
Yeah, no, thanks, Patrick, for the invitation to be here with all of you. So yeah, I would say that looking at the challenges across the Western Hemisphere, and this is something that we documented every year in our annual human rights report in my Bureau for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, that those are, with regards to democratic backsliding, attacks against civic activists, human rights defenders, independent journalists, essentially, the authoritarian playbook, as we see it play out not only in Latin America, but in other regions of the world, Africa, for example, which I also covered in my previous portfolio. So it was always interesting to see the similarities in terms of how the authoritarian playbook does play out across countries, particularly when for example, anti-NGO laws, which we would often see pop up in many countries, or attacks against vulnerable communities, LGBTQI+ communities, who are often being attacked by authoritarians. And we would often say that they were sort of the canary in the coal mine, because the attacks against them meant that larger repression would be taking place. In many of the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, we've also seen the issue of political prisoners in Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela. One of the things I'm most proud of as part of the administration, working with the Biden administration, was we were able to release Nicaraguan political prisoners on 2 occasions. And so I think that was a testament to the advocacy that many in this community were doing and also within the U.S. government. I would say within then the context, and this was addressed in the earlier panel, is that obviously we're all living through a moment of steep cuts in foreign assistance, right? And so this is having major implications for our democracy work in this region, and particularly for our partners, who it has taken decades to build trust with them to do this work. and now have been completely cut off, and in many cases have had to fire entire staff of organizations. We're talking about groups that were doing important documentation of human rights abuses in many of these countries, supporting litigation, humanitarian assistance to political prisoners, providing critical support to independent media, journalists, and others. And so that in the current context is being affected, and it's having serious repercussions for not only U.S. credibility, but our ability to counter the authoritarian threat in this part of the world. And when I say that, I'm not only talking about on the leftist side, but also on the right-wing side as well, right? And I think it's important to recognize that in this current context, because when you look at the region, one can say a lot of the approach of the current administration is very transactional, which previous administrations have also been transactional, right? That's always been a part of our foreign policy. And so you can be transactional at the same time that you can support and do democracy promotion, right? We can walk and chew gum at the same time, regardless of the ideological bent of a particular country. And so I say that because, again, for this administration, going forward, whether it's issue around tariffs or migration, particularly in this part of the world, I think it's so important to recognize that we have a responsibility to continue to support those activists on the front lines, regardless, again, of the ideological bent of whatever country we're talking about. And so I know we'll get into a little bit more in terms of solutions, but I just wanted to leave you with those thoughts. But one final thing, I just also want to mention that I know there's a narrative circulating around that foreign aid can be replaced by private funders. And I just want to say that that's absolutely false. Democracy assistance right now is about $3 billion, which is covered by USAID and DRL, with the NED also included. While within the overall U.S. budget, that may not, it's not a huge percentage within the democracy promotion field. It is, and I think it's an illusion to think that somehow philanthropy is going to come in and be able to replace that critical support. So I think it's incumbent on all of us to have a realistic view of what it actually entails to do this work going forward.
It's a really excellent point, Enrique, that the transactional aspects of diplomacy employed by the Trump administration presently do not need to be and are not mutually exclusive with supporting democracy actors on the ground. And in fact, the latter can increase your leverage with regard to the former. So Joe, moving to you, the Asia Pacific writ large, as we all know, is front and center for the administration's foreign policy as it relates to competition with China in particular. Now, leaving aside China's role in undermining democracy globally, which we'll get to, where do you see the greatest challenges and opportunities for freedom and democracy in the broader Asia Pacific?
Thank you, Patrick, and thanks to the Atlantic Council for convening this discussion, which I think is very timely and very important. So I come to this as a practitioner, right? And so that is the lens I'm applying here. And as a practitioner, we have to work in our optimism. And so I'm going to start with the opportunities that I see. And I think there's three kind of big ones. The first is that within the Asia Pacific, there are a lot of democratic anchors in Asia, right? You look at Taiwan, at South Korea, Japan, Australia. Right. These are countries that are US allies, and they are places that also increasingly recognize the importance of democracy and freedom to their own kind of prosperity and security. And so leveraging, our ability to leverage those relationships and those alliances will help us to amplify sort of the good outcomes moving forward. I think a second big opportunity is that throughout the Asia Pacific, there have been very good democratic foundations that have been laid over years of work and investment by people in their own countries to try to strengthen their own democracies and their own democratic institutions. And so countries like Indonesia and Mongolia and Bangladesh and Timor-Leste, right? These are places that they are in a transition, they are works in progress, but there is foundations of democratic culture, of democratic practice, and of expectations of democracy that are really critical and I think very important opportunities. And then the last, for this discussion, I think big opportunity that we have in Asia is demographics. Right? It's a young continent, and certainly from the research that we've seen and IRA's own experience working on the ground in a lot of countries, we see young people in Asia want to engage. They want to have opportunities to have a say in the decisions that are being made about their future. They want to engage in those choices. They expect more transparency. They expect more accountability. I think about our experience of working in Burma, where right now it is a failed state, but prior to the coup in 2021, you had young people who had about a decade of experience of living under a more open and free society. And so when the coup took place, the people who are now the backbone of the civil resistance to the military junta in Burma are these young people who had that experience and have brought those expectations with them. And so, what that means is pretty much across the Asia-Pacific region, you have these foundational building blocks for democratic practice, and these large chunks of populations who are seeking greater freedom and greater choice. Having said all of that, right, I'm going to temper that with the reality that the democratic space in the Asia-Pacific is constricted. It is constricting. And in some contexts, is just bad, right? I mean, you have across the region examples of these authoritarian regimes, right? Separate from China, North Korea, Cambodia, Burma, right? There is no idea of freedom for most people in North Korea. There is no sense of free political choice for people in Cambodia. There is no freedom from conflict and chaos in Burma, right? And so you have millions of people living under these very bad regimes, and that is an inherent bad, as you mentioned, Patrick. That is just bad for those people. But these regimes, and this is the larger problem the challenge we face, these regimes are then destabilizing hubs within the region as a whole, right? They are focal points for transnational crime. So that's trafficking in drugs, in people, in weapons. They are sort of front of the line in terms of exploitation of really critical natural resources. And they are a cause of conflict and chaos for themselves within their own countries, but then also they bring that to the rest of the world. I mean, you think about North Korea sending soldiers to fight in Ukraine on the side of the Russians, right? So these bad actor regimes present really significant challenges from achieving real kind of freedom and democracy in the region. And so that's the one bucket of challenge. I think a second is that even in those countries where I was describing that there are these important democratic foundations that have been laid, there's risk of democratic backsliding, right? You spoke earlier about Bangladesh. Last year, after sort of sustained national protests against the then ruling Awami League, there was a change in power, right? The Awami League and Sheikh Hasina had to step down. The young people who were front of the line in protesting against the Awami League and Sheikh Hasina had been very clear in what they saw for the future was a political system in which there was more democracy, more transparency, more accountability. The challenge in a place like Bangladesh, and you'll know this much better than me, is there are these residual political forces that are reluctant to change, that do not want to see that happen. And so this is a place where there is, an opportunity for, there's great challenges, but there's also an opportunity for strategic support that could help these democratic actors actually move forward the kinds of reforms that people have said that they want. And so, I think just to sort of wrap up here, it's what makes this such an interesting kind of challenge right now is that these opportunities and challenges, they are two sides of the same coin, really. Every country in the region is unique, and the dynamics that I've been describing kind of play out in each country very differently. And so to close out, I think about it through, for example, a lens of sort of people's economic choices, right? You had a lot of elections last year in which economic concerns were top of mind for people. And so in Sri Lanka, you had young people in particular. There was a massive economic crisis, fueled a lot of discontent, and young people voted for the candidate that they felt was going to bring them economic reforms. Now, the government that has been voted in, so far, it's been slow in a lot of ways, but they've made a lot of progress on things like anti-corruption efforts, right? And so that is a very particular set of dynamics and challenges, but there's opportunities there that are very specific to Sri Lanka. You contrast that with a country like Indonesia. Again, young people very concerned about their economic prospects for the future. They voted in large numbers for a former general, Prabowo, because of promises that he made about how he was going to approach economic reform. Now, Prabowo is no Democrat, and in the term that he has been in his sort of term so far, I think there's been increasing concern by these young people about the choices that have been made. There were big protests just last month led by university students. They called it the Dark Indonesia protest because of policy decisions to take money out of higher education. So again, a very particular set of dynamics, very specific challenges and opportunities in which sort of the ways in which support can be given really need to be very carefully considered. So I'll stop there.
So the three of you really excellently laid out some of the challenges we're seeing across your respective regions. This morning, though, Fred encouraged us all to be solutions-oriented. And Joseph mentioned in his smart remarks that the center is all about making smart policy choices. So with that, I'm going to turn to each of you and talk about what we do about these challenges. Starting with you, Mushfiq, if you had, for example, 10 minutes with National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, and you're saying this is what you need to do with regard to South Asia and these democracy challenges, what would you lay out for him to consider?
Great. So connecting it to other themes we saw this morning, like the Freedom and Prosperity Center and the link that Joseph was making, a causal link between prosperity and then freedom, or freedom and then prosperity, right? I think the opportunity in South Asia is that there is a lot more prosperity than there used to be, right? So if that causal link is correct, maybe there's an opportunity there for us to move governance in the right direction. A lot of it has to be internal, right? So I'll get to what external policies, where it might be helpful. So, so just to give you a sense of the amount of prosperity, so India underwent an economic transformation in the early 1990s, right? And that has now been accompanied with maybe the largest large-scale poverty reduction the world has ever seen in humanity, except for what happened in China in the last 30 years, right? So maybe the second largest reduction in poverty. So that also means that comes with improvements in human development, right? More literacy, better health, right? And as in economics, we have this concept called a normal good, like things that you consume more of when you have more money. And democracy is a normal good, right? We like to consume more of it, and we think about it more, political freedoms, once we get rich enough, right? I think that's the big opportunity. So, and I just gave the example of India. In Bangladesh, even in relative to, say, some of the richer states in India, Western India and Southern India, like Gujarat, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Bangladesh has human development indicators that surpass all of those rich states in India, right? Even though it's a poorer country in terms of GDP per capita. And why is that? It's because of sustained investments, both government as well as NGO-led, in improving literacy and improving infant mortality outcomes, maternal mortality, births in institutions, et cetera, right? And so once you have improvements in human development, that also leads to more demand for democracy, right? So I think there's a great opportunity there because all of the macro data is pointing in the right direction. Now, what should an external actors like the United States role in that case? So the US, and this has also come up in your comments, has viewed South Asia through this sort of China competition lens, right? Like the US foreign policy seems to be heavily focused on this one like narrow lens, right? And what that has meant is that, who in South Asia can act as a counterweight, counterpoint to China? It's India, that's a large country, right? So the US in the recent past, under both Republican and Democratic administrations, have decided to cede South Asia to India, right? Like we should be thinking about what's happening in Pakistan, in Bangladesh, in terms of how India thinks about those developments. So when the Awami League is deposed, or the leader is deposed, as Joe was talking about, right? The US, the first order policy thinking is, how does India view the Awami League being in power versus some other political party being in power, right? And I think that's a mistake. right? And that's a mistake also because India, while it's the world's largest democracy, it has been a democracy for a long time, it's also not the same type of mature democracy than the countries in the West are, right? And so I think ceding an entire region of, that constitutes over 20% of the global population to one country is probably not smart. So I would like, unlike what's been happening, the sort of the political wind in this country recently, I think it is to South Asia's interest, right, for the U.S. to maintain a more active and direct role rather than ceding and playing an indirect role.
And also a good point about the benefits of broadening the aperture beyond just looking at the region, let alone foreign policy writ large solely through that China lens. So Enrique, moving to you, previously you helped at the senior most levels lead the State Department's Democracy Bureau. So if you're advising Secretary Rubio and others in the White House as to how they should be thinking about and addressing challenges, certainly in Latin America, but also, for example, in Africa, given your portfolio, what might you suggest?
Yeah, Patrick, it's a great question. I think that, well, first of all, I would say I think it's fair to have an honest conversation about the effectiveness of democracy assistance, right? When I was in the Bureau, my teams would get sick of me asking this question of how do we know that we're having any impact when it comes to supporting these programs, right? And so that's a fair conversation to have. I'm concerned that the way it's being done now is not going to lead us to that outcome to actually know, are we having impact? Because that takes a lot more thought and evaluation to actually get into the details to understand that. And so I think going forward, my advice would be, let's start off with an honest conversation, evaluation of decades of work in this sector to understand what works and what doesn't, right? And so starting from that premise, then we can actually look at ways that we can improve democracy assistance and make it, whether more targeted or more effective and have more impact, and how the different funders and organizations are working in this space to ensure that they're not overlapping, that they're actually complementing one another, and that the way we're supporting democracy assistance actually is going to lead us to the stated outcome, which are more stable countries that, as part of the America First agenda, also allow for places where we're going to have greater opportunities for U.S. investment, right? So, or places that are less likely to break out in a conflict, or places where there aren't going to be political prisoners. And so that's a conversation that I feel like we do need to have, and that would be one of my starting points in terms of the advice that I would provide for Secretary Rubio. And then going back to the issue around sort of the transactional approach in our foreign policy, which has been part of the way we've conducted business throughout administrations, that again, here we can do democracy promotion even while being transactional. And in the Western Hemisphere context, where the migration issue has become so prominent, I would even argue there it becomes more important, because support for democracy, addressing issues around corruption and good governance, also ensures that these countries are not exporting migrants to the U.S., but are also countries that can receive migrants, deportees, in a way that respects international human rights and humanitarian law. And so that's also in our self-interest, right? And this is why a big part of the investments over previous administrations in Central America, as part of the root causes strategy, has been to also address the issues around democracy, and in particular issues around corruption, which we know are prevalent in that part of the world. And so, again, we can do both, right? We can be transactional, but we can also be supporting those on the front lines who are doing this work on a daily basis. And I would also make the point, I think, to the Secretary that, the way that we've gone about this now, again, has done serious damage to our reputation, that we're going to have to spend some serious political capital, I think, building back, hopefully, if we move in the direction of continuing to do these programs, because we've left a lot of organizations kind of, stranded, in many cases at greater risk. We've seen countries who are celebrating the fact that USAID and is not funding these programs anymore, and are beginning to go into their offices and conduct audits and these kinds of things. And so that is of also concern, that we going forward, we need, I think, make clear that this is still a part of U.S. foreign policy, is important to us as part of the America First agenda, but also we see it as part of the transactional relationships that this administration in particular is moving forward. So that's how I would frame it going forward, and hopefully he would take my advice.
Thanks, Enrique. So before I go to my final question to Joe, just flagging for all of you that after Joe replies, I'll come out to the audience for questions to start to think, to include those of you joining us online. So Joe, let's shift to China. In many respects, it plays a role in undermining democratic institutions and processes across all the regions we have discussed, and those we have not, Europe, for example. Given that you've done a lot of work on this topic, could you walk us through the nature of the challenge, and in particular focus on what we actually know works to address it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the nature of the challenge, in my perspective, is the Chinese Communist Party and the fact that it's fundamentally a bully, right? So with that framing, I sort of want to describe it, the way we look at it within IRI, for example, as China, is we sort of have these concentric circles of how we look at China, right? There's China itself, inside China. There is the next circle out, what I call the immediate and near, right? Places like Hong Kong and Taiwan and Xinjiang and Tibet, places that China claims are under its sovereignty. And then you move out again, and it's China in the world. Now, we've done work, as IRI, we've done work in all three of these areas, and the reason that I kind of wanted to set that was two reasons. First of all, I do think it's really important for all of us to remember that inside circle, inside China, there's 1 billion people living under a system of governance over which they have no choice. They had no choice over. And I think that's really important to remember. And then the second thing is, it's very important to understand that the way that the CCP treats its own people inside China is very reflective of how it then sees its role in the world. You know, the CCP is motivated to maintain power at any cost, basically. And so there is this, you know, we see this through line from what's happening inside China to the way that we observe how Beijing operates in the world. Right? So inside China, that means suppressing any threat to the party's power, to the party's legitimacy inside China. When we look at China in the world, what we see is a party, and the party is trying to shape a global environment that's going to ensure its own survival and prosperity and its ability to thrive. And so to sort of get to your question, Patrick, I want to talk about the tools that they use to do that, and then kind of get to how we can address it. So the first tool, everyone's probably familiar with this, is the economic tools, right? It's economic influence, and there's a lot of research done, including work that's been done by IRI, that demonstrates economic ties are the entry point, in most cases, for Chinese influence in countries, right? So to get the big investment done, to get the big contract signed, the CCP is cultivating friends, it's co-opting elites through personal enrichment. And what that does is it exacerbates any sort of vulnerabilities, political vulnerabilities that existed in a country. That influence exacerbates that. And so, you know, across the Asia Pacific and beyond, you see the CCP and Chinese entities taking advantage of weak governance to bribe their way to influence, right? When there's examples in all the regions that we've talked about. Now, the second set of tools that are deployed are to exert influence by trying to control the information space, right? And now for the 25 years that I have been working in this field and monitoring sort of Chinese activity in Asia Pacific, this is where I have seen really the most dramatic change, because it's China's ability to really touch local communities that has changed so much. And in particular, to shape the information space to assert what is said about China, but also to assert what China wants to say about the rest of the world. And so what we're seeing is increasing direct engagement at a subnational level by Chinese entities, right? So that might be state-owned enterprises working directly with provincial or state or even municipal level governments in countries in the Asia Pacific. It might be outreach directly to local civil society organizations, to universities, right? Which at that subnational level tend to be less sophisticated and certainly have less capacity or less experience in dealing with a player like China, right? The subnational kind of local connection also comes through stepped up efforts by Chinese entities to control local media, either by buying it outright or by just investing heavily in local media companies, by providing exchanges for journalists, sort of funding exchanges and things like that, or providing free wire services by Xinhua to local media services. And what this adds up to is opportunities to control what's said about China, but also to push out Chinese perspectives on what's happening in the rest of the world. So when we're thinking about the challenges, the nature of the challenge that China presents, it's very big and it's very multifaceted. When we think about how to address it, I mean, it's everything that we have been talking about here, right? What makes it hard for China to shape the information space or to co-opt elites in a country is robust democratic institutions, right? Robust practices, sunlight. When there's accountability and transparency within a system, it's much harder, it makes it much harder, and the costs become much higher to pursue the corruption. And we know from our experience that when we're working to build, when there's greater democratic resilience within a country, those countries then are much better able to address authoritarian threats, whether that is domestic authoritarianism or threats from external authoritarian forces. And so I wanted to use just one example to kind of illustrate how this works in practice. In the Philippines, right? This is a key US ally. The Chinese Communist Party in the Philippines uses leverage that it has developed with local governments in the Philippines to try to upwardly influence national level decision-making about the Philippines' sort of national approach to maritime security in the South China Sea or the West Philippine Sea. Now, one of the things that we have done in the past at IRI is supported researchers at a local university, providing them with support and some training on research tools that they used to then track espionage networks, to literally sort of track throughout the country what were the espionage networks. And then they were able to use this information for these researchers in the university to then go conduct advocacy to the Philippines government, to the military, on legislation that would provide better protection against this kind of infiltration in the future. Right? And so that's just a very small example of how these kinds of, what are the solutions and how they can work, right? It's sharing tools and sort of technical approaches with local partners, and then empowering them to utilize those tools to pursue the sort of democratic priorities that they identify for their own countries. And in this case, the returns for us to the US are pretty clear. As I said, the Philippines is a critical ally for us, not least because free navigation along those maritime routes is relatively important to the US. And the Philippines is also a major target of Chinese sort of expanding military presence and influence activities. And so, it's an example of where a small investment in democratic support kind of yields to us really critical support to our overall sort of national security interests. And so to kind of connect it to my earlier remarks, it's, the approaches, the solutions, because the nature of the challenges and the opportunities in each country are so unique to those countries, the solutions also have to be somewhat tailored. There's these sort of broader approaches that everyone's been touching on. And then the work is how to help tailor them in a way that meets the needs and the priorities that local partners identify.
Thanks, Julia. The Philippines examples you just walked us through is really excellent in showcasing two things. One, democracy assistance is not about regime change. In fact, very targeted at the request of local partners, and in fact, for very small dollar value, can in turn make the United States and allies safer, stronger, more prosperous. With that, we'll come back to all of you, our broader community working on these issues. Love to hear your thoughts and particular questions for the panel. There are mics circulating, so if you can just stand up, raise your hand. I would ask you introduce yourself and keep your question short And to the point, I'll take 2, have our panel reply, and then come back out to the audience. So yes, please.
Thank you so much. I deeply enjoyed your panel. And just to comment on what you presented, I did a study on Chinese way to enter businesses, and in Chinese it's called the guanxi. So these terms, in fact, says that you can't enter a market without having someone in the network already that would vouch for you, and that you are a trustworthy business, and so on. And while this was used at the beginning as a trust issue, to increase the trust of the network and to be sure. From an economically point of view, actually, it's interesting, you know why? It's reducing transaction costs and all risks. In fact, these networks are designed, and that's why they work. But it's true, if it is to promote corrupted behaviors, then it will benefit only those in the network and the others. So this would be my question: how can we work on this kind of networks to mitigate capture, in fact, because Western and businesses, while they are in these networks, they are captured by the locals. And my second comment to Philippines, actually I lived something similar. I organized 2 years ago within the International Institute of Administrative Science. It was an Asian conference on with Swiss School of Public Administration for all around the world. Do you know which delegation was the most numerous? I think you know the answer. There are very few from Europe, almost absent from the United States. So research matters, and being there with them and discuss and present research with different perspectives, with different background, this is very important. So this is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, please. Abigail.
I'm curious whether you've noticed any trends in your work on when businesses speak out on democracy and rule of law issues and when it makes a difference, both in terms of international investors, local businesses. Obviously, we've been talking all day about the benefits businesses can derive from predictability, from contract enforcement, the rule of law, but we also know that it's often not the case that they want to stick their neck out in various ways. So what are the trends that you've observed in terms of the kinds of collective action that enable businesses to speak out more or to exercise influence behind the scenes? Thanks.
Great question. All right, so let's come back to the panel. Can react, respond to one or both, please.
Yeah, I'll respond to the question about businesses. So something that, business response, something we've been thinking about a lot in this country for the last few weeks, but also just reflecting back on my experience growing up in autocracies or people who aspire to be autocrats. So a clear pattern that you see is that in an autocracy, like a strategy that works well is when you go after an individual or institution one at a time, right? And you pick them off, right? And the revolution that happened in Bangladesh was finally, the autocrat was deposed when everybody was in the street together, right? Because there's safety in numbers, right? And so this is happening right now in the United States as well, right? So there are, individual business owners, they are quite explicit. I mean, of course, they're speaking anonymously to journalists in major newspapers that we read, saying that, no, I don't feel like, given my responsibility to my shareholders, I don't feel like it's my place to speak out because I will be targeted, right? And so this idea that you pointed out about networks, right? That's one way that we can maybe form networks. So the fact that Columbia University is under threat right now, right? And other major universities, including in this city, the one I work in, other people in the same league of universities that I work in, right? The fact that they're remaining silent, I think, is a strategic error. It's not only just an error in terms of it's not the right thing to do, it's also strategically the stupid thing to do, because just staying under the radar doesn't mean that you're not going to be targeted tomorrow, right? And so final data point on this, a colleague of mine, Jeff Sonnenfeld, does this thing he calls CEO summits or something like that. So he gets company CEOs together who then talk off the record, right? And he runs surveys, and he's been writing some articles based on the surveys. So in private, when the CEOs are filling out surveys, they express concerns, right? But they're like, each of us individually are not willing to speak out publicly. Maybe if the stock market loses about 20% of value, at that point, maybe it will make sense to do so. Right? But strength in numbers, that's the point.
Enrique, Joe, networks,
yeah, if I can,
business.
I agree with everything that Mushfiq said here, because I think the experience in the Western Hemisphere is similar, where I would call it anticipatory obedience, right? When you have the private sector think somehow that they can get in good graces with the authoritarian regime, and then before they know it, they're on the outs and have lost all ability to function in that society. And so I think we potentially are looking at the same scenario here in our own country. So I think it's important to recognize the tactics that are often used in these scenarios, but also in terms of then how do you counter that? And I think the collective action, the mobilization, and this is something we talked a lot about in the context of the Western Hemisphere in particular, is how do you build coalitions that also include the private sector with activists, with human rights defenders, with journalists, and not everybody sort of working in their silo trying to address an authoritarian threat. And so, as part of democracy promotion programming, that's, I think, always going to be an important area of consideration and investment going forward, because that's the only way, really, working in terms of power and numbers to actually be able to push back on some of this.
So on just the question of mitigating sort of capture. I think a lot of it stems from what I was describing about how in a given country, what are the democratic foundations that have already been laid, and what are the gaps that remain where some strategic support could enable stronger legislation, for example, on anti-corruption measures, or stronger measures to promote transparency. And I think that's the sort of the key thing about democratic support is, in a country like Indonesia, for example, that in the past has invested a lot in trying to deal with its sort of the atmosphere that's very conducive to corruption. The work that was done, the support that was provided was to build on what they had already done, but also to look at examples that they could draw from elsewhere in the world, because there's no need to reinvent the wheel. There are good lessons that are out there. And that's a critical piece of what democracy support can do, is to just help make some other connections, different kinds of networks that empower sort of domestic institutions to then work on these challenges for themselves. I also want to thank you for flagging your experience with the research project, or the conference that you went to. Those are exactly the kinds of fora in which the contact that's made with sort of subnational local entities, local actors by Chinese actors. It's in those forums that it happens, and so it's really important to flag things like that.
All right, back out to all of you. What are the questions you have for our esteemed panel? Sir, please, introduce yourself. We'll take another round of two and then come back out to the audience.
Excuse me, Peter Levine and NAR2 Global. I've worked for a lot of the implementers in the room and in all these regions that are flagged. I just want to thank you for organizing this panel, which takes us to such diverse locations, right? But brings the threads together, right? From Indonesia, we're thank you, Joanna, for bringing that out, right? The world's largest Islamic democracy. Pak Prabowo has aspirations of rehabilitating his global image. That's part of what he wants to do. So you can see some of these linkages there. And I guess my question, maybe a little more personal, it's a practical action. What can be done? Maybe the panel could recommend for those of us who are continuing to engage with partners in government or private sector or implementing organizations all around the world, El Salvador as well, Central America, very diverse. What could you recommend that we do as we engage with them? And partly I had a conversation in the break, how do we build back some of the trust that's been broken down? Because my ability to succeed in places like Indonesia has been relationships of trust, right? You make commitment, you deliver on that, and that, at least around the edges, is fragmenting. So I guess, yeah, you call to action, the panelists bring interesting perspective, and I'd welcome those recommendations. Thank you so much.
Great question. Let's take one more. Yes, please.
I'm quite interested in the strength in numbers coming from an economist professor, and I really want your take on this. Econ 101 will teach you Mankur Olson says, latent group, big group, can't coordinate, nothing will come out of it. How do we move forward from that?
Okay. Two great questions.
I want to, let me try with, I'll come back to your question, but let me start with the practical. I think that's a really important question. I mean, we're all facing this. We all have research partners, implementing partners, coalitions that we formed that are, and we're not trusted anymore, like those of us representing some US institutions, right? And part of the argument seems to be that, foreign aid is useless, right? I mean, we've talked about this in the morning panel, that like Haiti is still where it is after hundreds of millions of dollars, right, et cetera. And in fact, the arguments made even, and by academic economists as well, is even worse, that not only is it useless, it's actually counterproductive, right? So foreign aid undermines political accountability, right? So let me maybe give you just one. I'm most confident talking about large sample data and research, so let me just give you one quick example from that. Funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, that's what it was called at the time, we were running sanitation programs in South Asia, right? Like just trying to get people to use toilets, and turns out that's a big public health issue. And how do we actually engage that behavior change? And that in some areas, I run randomized control trials, some areas that involve giving subsidies to build toilets, okay? And then one week I get, I have a weekly call with my research assistants in Bangladesh, research managers who are running the project, and they're like, oh, the Union Porishad chairman, the locally elected leader, they want to come and give a speech at our voucher distribution ceremony, right? So why is that happening? Because our local partner, in that case a politician, right, has decided that this was a good opportunity for him to get some credit, right, on something that he really didn't have much of a role in, right? Understandable, right? So that's the type of thing that people worry about, right? But then, her question was, should we allow this, right? I'm like, look, it's a $2 million project. I cannot not allow this because we can't risk it shutting down. But obviously, as a researcher, I'm like, let's randomize something about it and let's study this, right? And so what we learned here, and here's a story I want to tell you as a practical lesson, is that, so we did randomize information about what the leader had a role in or not. And what we learned in that research is that voters are incredibly sophisticated, right? They're not easy to fool. Okay? So when there is legitimate uncertainty about whether the leader was responsible, they give some credit. When there's no uncertainty, they give no credit whatsoever, right? So just like, so I would say a broader lesson, in terms of also sort of American policy is trust people, right? People are smart. It doesn't matter if they have formal education or not, right? And when we say trust people, we also probably and a corollary to that is trust democratic processes.
Yeah, just to pick up on that thread, I'll say that in the short time I have left, that one of the things that we can do with regards to the question around call to action, I think, this moment that we're living in now, which has been very turbulent for a lot of us that work in this area of democracy promotion, that my reflection on all of this is like, we didn't do a good enough job, obviously, communicating this work to the American public, right? And so we've all sort of been forced to do that now. And I think we really need to do more of that going forward, right? And I think we need to spend much more time getting out of the DC bubble and communicating with everyday Americans on like, why does this matter to our own national security and our own economic prosperity, right? And so I think that's incumbent on all of us that have been working in the democracy promotion field to do that much more consistently, much more proactively, and figure out ways that, and it doesn't have to be big initiatives, but I mean, starting at the community level, like, town hall meetings or just wherever you can engage with fellow citizens on having these conversations, or whether it's on social media platforms, figure out ways that we can all be doing that, because otherwise, I feel like we're going to find ourselves in the same situation if we just think like this is all going to resume again under some sort of State Department bureaucratic, wherever it gets housed, and then we just kind of all go on along, doing our own, the same, business as usual, but without the connection back again to communicating why any of this matters. So that's would be my strong recommendation. And then, of course, building the trust with those organizations overseas that we've been doing the work with, continue to be in communication with them, reach out to them, ask how you can help. I think we're all trying to do that now in this particular moment.
I have a quick, just sort of nuts and bolts, I think One is to continue to engage with those partners, right? Because our institutional values and our commitment to that work hasn't changed. We're just trying to navigate a new landscape. I think the second thing is we have a framework. There is a framework of what sort of the Trump foreign policy looks like. And so talking to partners about how to frame what they seek in terms of how to make America stronger, safer, more prosperous, it is a framework in which to work. And the key piece of that is then to work with, as we've been trying to do with partners, to really identify for themselves, well, in that framework, what are the priorities that they see for the democratic changes that they're trying to make? What are the gaps there that exist? And where can potential future partnership evolve?
Before we break for lunch, I'd love to turn back to the panel and ask you for, as desired, final 25-second reflections, final thoughts.
I'll just answer the question you posed, because I promised to. So instead of thinking about economic models, collective action, Mansur Olson, I would encourage you to think about ecological models, right? So think about bait balls. I'm a scuba diver. I spend a lot of time under the water. And fish make bait balls, right? Even though that attracts lots of predators, right? But why do they do that? Why do they have a bait ball? Because it turns out mortality rates, or mortality probably for each individual fish, is lower when you're in a group. That's the model.
Yeah. I like that. I'll just quickly go back to what I said earlier. Again, I think let's get out there and talk to the American public about why this matters for our own national security, and let's do that much more aggressively, much more proactively, and let's have honest conversations about ways that this sector can definitely be reformed. I think that's also incumbent on us to be offering solutions in that regard as well, because there's definitely lots of ways that we can be doing things better. And I think we just need to be honest about that and have more discussions.
And I would say all of that, and the challenges, as you've heard, they're very real. They continue to face us, and so there has to be a solution to this. And so conversations like this, I think, help us move towards where that future can be.
Well, thanks once more to our panelists. Thanks to all of you for joining us today. We're going to break for lunch, and a reminder that after lunch, there are a series of research workshops and sessions upstairs that I would encourage you all to attend in addition to the other plenaries. So thank you again.
Freedom and prosperity grants are important because they are about data-driven approach to change making.
Freedom and Prosperity Center grants are very important because they enable local solution to extreme poverty by creating favorable conditions for prosperity of poor and marginalized communities, as is the case in Burundi.
One of the reasons why people do not title their lands in the Philippines is the high cost of surveying, which costs around $327 per lot parcel. We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
The Freedom and Prosperity grants are effectively addressing the global need of a reminder of what freedom is and what helps us achieve it.
Both in countries where it has always been elusive, or in those where people are forgetting how vital it is for prosperity and real human flourishing.
In Burundi, there are strict regulation on workers, women entrepreneurs, and businesses to access to the formal sector, which cause a financial burden that often fall on the poorest in Burundian communities. By moving out of legal work environment, the ability of local communities, local people to achieve economic opportunity, economic mobility, and the return their asset is compromised. The Freedom and Prosperity Center grant is now helping to change this situation by creating opportunity for prosperity in poor communities in my country, Burundi. The lack of freedom labor market is a serious challenge. Restriction and regulation on existing business undermine job growth and existing opportunity, exerting also poverty for Burundian families. Our Together project at Center for Development and Project Geopolitics aim to eliminate the deregulatory barriers that make work difficult, expensive, and impractical in Burundi.
Indian citizens and entrepreneurs remain chained by overregulation and inefficient public service delivery processes. Although India has made progress on ease of doing business rankings, but on certain strategic areas, the ranking remained low. We believe that a model public service guarantee law will nudge administrative agencies to be more efficient, more transparent, more vigilant, predictable, fair towards the general public, and it would help streamline the bureaucratic processes and create a legal framework that encourages rather than hinders entrepreneurship. Removing some of these barriers will create a conducive environment for entrepreneurship because small businesses constitute around 30% of India's GDP and 45% of its exports. Indexes are helpful in two ways. One, they create competition among countries to do better than each other. And two, indexes help identify the areas for reform. So, for example, India does fairly well on political freedom and economic freedom. However, on legal freedom, it needs to do much better. So for civil society groups like ours, Center for Civil Society, it helps us to identify the strategic areas for reform that would have the most significant impact on prosperity.
The Philippines has a constricted land market and is a binding constraint for economic development and poverty reduction. Land titling is necessary for protecting property rights of farmers and allowing land markets to function freely. The barrier of land titling is a requirement of an approved survey, which is expensive and unaffordable for most farmers. We will use drones to survey 300 parcels of land at no cost to farmers and draft a policy for registration of drones. Drone technology will make land titling faster and more cost-effective. Drone technology helps in decreasing surveying costs of large areas of lands. Farmers and landowners can afford to have their lands titled and strengthen their ownership of their land.
By creating the Mexican Prosperity Index, decision makers in public, private, and nonprofit sectors will have useful tools and information to identify gaps that hinder prosperity, thus facilitating areas of opportunity for public policy, and understand the impact of ongoing projects, helping evaluation of effort continuity and resource allocation or reallocation.
COMEXI will affect change in Mexico by presenting, offering, and making the Mexican Prosperity Index and its report available to all sectors in Mexico and actively communicating the relevant actors how it can facilitate understanding and addressing policy gaps.
This grant will help build Center for Civil Society's capacity to undertake research and build evidence in favor of market-friendly regulatory framework that will improve public service delivery processes for both citizens and businesses.
These grants bring Burundian labor markets crucial results for creating opportunity for all people living in our country.
The Freedom and Prosperity Grant enables COMEXI to create the Mexican Prosperity Index and build a base for completing the Mexican Freedom and Prosperity Indexes in coming years.
We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
Freedom and Prosperity Indexes cover 164 countries, and for this research, we use the Freedom Index, which measures the state of freedom in those countries, and in particular measures 3 sub-indexes: economic freedom, political freedom, and the rule of law. And using this tool, we were very interested in looking at what drives foreign direct investment, because in the context of decoupling with China, we were very curious to see what those countries that are attracting investments have in common.
What we show is that whatever region of the world, the higher the freedom, the higher the foreign investment that you attract. From a very practical point of view, we observe 3 key determinants. The first one is security, the second one is the property rights, and third, the bureaucracy and corruption.
When we think about democratic societies, we think about much more than just countries that select the governments by some kind of electoral mechanism. I think this is the beauty of the Freedom Index produced by the Freedom and Prosperity Center, because it has a very comprehensive view of what constitutes a free society and makes a very rigorous effort to disentangle legal, political, and economic freedom. Because at the end of the day, not all democracies are the same. The first thing that you see using the Freedom Index is that countries labeled as democracies are very different in terms of economic and legal freedom. My research is taking this Freedom Index to try to think about the interactions between these different freedoms. There are some theories that says that maybe these are complements. So only countries that have high levels of legal freedom, when they democratize or they increase their political freedom, they're going to have an increase in economic growth. Because unless you have a state that is able to implement and enforce the law, then democratic institutions are useless. There is another theory, less intuitive, that says, well, maybe democracy is especially beneficial in weak capacity states with low levels of legal freedom. That's what I test in my research, finding surprising support for this second theory, that only in weak capacity states where legal freedom is low, a change in democracy, an increase in democracy, produces sizable and significant effects on economic growth.
Working right now on a comparative of the authoritarian development model that China is putting out into the world and what I call the development industrial complex approach, which is what most of the Western developed democracies as donors have created. My research paper is a case study looking at Burma, or Myanmar, which has gone through almost a full circle in the past 15 years, from an authoritarian, military-ruled, least developed country that was incredibly isolated. Then in the 2010s, went through a spike after a transition to a quasi-democratic system. They enjoyed a higher degree of prosperity and freedom. And then in 2021, there was a military coup, which has set them back, and they're now back to being a pariah. At the same time, they're a neighbor of China, so they've consistently been a target of heavy Chinese investment. So they are a really interesting case to compare how the West has come in and out and how engagement has happened on the Western model versus how China has engaged in Burma.
International Women's Day, celebrated on March 8th, highlights the vital role women play in driving economic growth, innovation, and social progress globally. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest development in democracy and human rights. Our Freedom Index assesses women's economic freedom by tracking legal and regulatory disparities affecting women throughout their working lives, from labor force entry to retirement. Since 1995, no component within our Freedom and Prosperity Indexes has seen greater global improvement than women's economic freedom. Importantly, this progress has been felt across every region of the world. The past 3 decades have seen substantial gains, especially in the Middle East, North Africa, and Sub-Saharan Africa, with the most significant improvements occurring in the last 10 years. While there is still much work to be done to advance women's economic freedom globally, the progress in regions where women have historically faced economic exclusion is truly encouraging. To build a more equitable world, countries must remain committed to expanding women's access to economic opportunities. Celebrated on November 16, International Day for Tolerance promotes respect and appreciation for global diversity and human rights of all individuals. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest development in democracy and human rights. Across the globe, minority groups are frequently denied access to opportunities based on social identities such as race, religion, or language. Let's look at the minorities indicators in our Prosperity Index, which evaluates discrimination against minorities in 164 countries. While the world progressed in overall prosperity before COVID, the global minority scores has plateaued since 2010 and has been in steady decline since 2019. Notably, this decline is not unique to one region, but impacts all areas of the globe, including North America and Europe. This global decline shows the need to combat discrimination against minorities. Achieving prosperity requires protecting rights and ensuring opportunities for everyone, regardless of their social identities.
Georgia held its parliamentary elections on October 26th, with ruling party Georgian Dream appearing to win amidst claims of intimidation and coercion. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. Independent since 1991, Georgia has emerged as a success story in overall freedom, progressing rapidly towards EU levels and reaching our moderate freedom category. But the country's political freedom has fallen, and our data does not capture the latest events. With international election observers reporting coercion and intimidation tactics by the government, the elections are the latest in a string of harsh actions against opposition voices, exemplifying this downward trend. Last week, officials from the Ministry of Finance raided the homes of 2 Atlantic Council staff in Tbilisi, a practice more common with the new foreign agent law, cracking down on NGOs receiving funding from other countries. The US, UK, and EU all have issued statements raising concerns. To reignite progress, Parliament must ensure equal opportunity for all voices.
January 31st marked 5 years since the United Kingdom officially left the European Union. As we reflect on this milestone, let's look at how Brexit has affected the UK's performance in our Freedom Index. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. While the UK left the EU in 2020, Brexit negotiations began in 2017. Our data shows that the beginning of these negotiations closely aligns with notable decreases in freedom in the UK. The country's freedom score has remained relatively stable since Brexit was made official, but it has yet to recover to pre-negotiation levels. Score declines have occurred in each of our economic, political, and legal sub-indexes, with the declines in economic freedom and rule of law being particularly steep. While 5 years is too short a period to judge the success of Brexit, the process of leaving the European Union appears to have had an immediate impact on the UK's overall freedom. To revitalize economic and political freedom and strengthen the rule of law, the UK must not only navigate the challenges of its post-EU reality, but also implement reforms that enhance its governance outside the Union. Justin Trudeau recently announced his resignation after serving as Canada's Prime Minister for nearly a decade. With elections coming up in 2025, let's look at some of the challenges the new leadership will face. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. Trudeau's departure is marked by 2 concerning trends. The first is a notable 2.3-point decline in political freedom, which began in 2016 and has been driven mainly by declines in civil liberties and legislative powers. In fact, Canada received its lowest ever score in our political subindex in 2023, placing it below notable peers in the high freedom category. The second trend is a steep decline in the minorities component of our prosperity index since 2019, which tracks discrimination and the social and economic exclusion of minority groups. This 11.8-point decline is globally unprecedented, and immigration is rapidly becoming a contentious political issue in Canada. Regardless of who wins the elections, reaffirming the country's commitment to inclusive democratic values must be a priority moving forward. Justin Trudeau recently announced his resignation after serving as Canada's Prime Minister for nearly a decade. With elections coming up in 2025, let's look at some of the challenges the new leadership will face. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. Trudeau's departure is marked by 2 concerning trends. The first is a notable 2.3-point decline in political freedom, which began in 2016 and has been driven mainly by declines in civil liberties and legislative powers. In fact, Canada received its lowest ever score in our political subindex in 2023, placing it below notable peers in the high freedom category. The second trend is a steep decline in the minorities component of our prosperity index since 2019, which tracks discrimination and the social and economic exclusion of minority groups. This 11.8-point decline is globally unprecedented, and immigration is rapidly becoming a contentious political issue in Canada. Regardless of who wins the elections, reaffirming the country's commitment to inclusive democratic values must be a priority moving forward. Justin Trudeau recently announced his resignation after serving as Canada's Prime Minister for nearly a decade. With elections coming up in 2025, let's look at some of the challenges the new leadership will face. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. Trudeau's departure is marked by 2 concerning trends. The first is a notable 2.3-point decline in political freedom, which began in 2016 and has been driven mainly by declines in civil liberties and legislative powers. In fact, Canada received its lowest ever score in our political subindex in 2023, placing it below notable peers in the high freedom category. The second trend is a steep decline in the minorities component of our prosperity index since 2019, which tracks discrimination and the social and economic exclusion of minority groups. This 11.8-point decline is globally unprecedented, and immigration is rapidly becoming a contentious political issue in Canada. Regardless of who wins the elections, reaffirming the country's commitment to inclusive democratic values must be a priority moving forward. Justin Trudeau recently announced his resignation after serving as Canada's Prime Minister for nearly a decade. With elections coming up in 2025, let's look at some of the challenges the new leadership will face. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. Trudeau's departure is marked by two concerning trends. The first is a notable 2.3-point decline in political freedom, which began in 2016 and has been driven mainly by declines in civil liberties and legislative powers. In fact, Canada received its lowest ever score in our political subindex in 2023, placing it below notable peers in the high freedom category. The second trend is a steep decline in the minorities component of our prosperity index since 2019, which tracks discrimination and the social and economic exclusion of minority groups. This 11.8-point decline is globally unprecedented, and immigration is rapidly becoming a contentious political issue in Canada. Regardless of who wins the elections, reaffirming the country's commitment to inclusive democratic values must be a priority moving forward. Justin Trudeau recently announced his resignation after serving as Canada's Prime Minister for nearly a decade. With elections coming up in 2025, let's look at some of the challenges the new leadership will face. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. Trudeau's departure is marked by two concerning trends. The first is a notable 2.3-point decline in political freedom, which began in 2016 and has been driven mainly by declines in civil liberties and legislative powers. In fact, Canada received its lowest ever score in our political subindex in 2023, placing it below notable peers in the high freedom category. The second trend is a steep decline in the minorities component of our prosperity index since 2019, which tracks discrimination and the social and economic exclusion of minority groups. This 11.8-point decline is globally unprecedented, and immigration is rapidly becoming a contentious political issue in Canada. Regardless of who wins the elections, reaffirming the country's commitment to inclusive democratic values must be a priority moving forward. Justin Trudeau recently announced his resignation after serving as Canada's Prime Minister for nearly a decade. With elections coming up in 2025, let's look at some of the challenges the new leadership will face. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. Trudeau's departure is marked by two concerning trends. The first is a notable 2.3-point decline in political freedom, which began in 2016 and has been driven mainly by declines in civil liberties and legislative powers. In fact, Canada received its lowest ever score in our political subindex in 2023, placing it below notable peers in the high freedom category. The second trend is a steep decline in the minorities component of our prosperity index since 2019, which tracks discrimination and the social and economic exclusion of minority groups. This 11.8-point decline is globally unprecedented, and immigration is rapidly becoming a contentious political issue in Canada. Regardless of who wins the elections, reaffirming the country's commitment to inclusive democratic values must be a priority moving forward. Justin Trudeau recently announced his resignation after serving as Canada's Prime Minister for nearly a decade. With elections coming up in 2025, let's look at some of the challenges the new leadership will face. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. Trudeau's departure is marked by two concerning trends. The first is a notable 2.3-point decline in political freedom, which began in 2016 and has been driven mainly by declines in civil liberties and legislative powers. In fact, Canada received its lowest ever score in our political subindex in 2023, placing it below notable peers in the high freedom category. The second trend is a steep decline in the minorities component of our prosperity index since 2019, which tracks discrimination and the social and economic exclusion of minority groups. This 11.8-point decline is globally unprecedented, and immigration is rapidly becoming a contentious political issue in Canada. Regardless of who wins the elections, reaffirming the country's commitment to inclusive democratic values must be a priority moving forward. Justin Trudeau recently announced his resignation after serving as Canada's Prime Minister for nearly a decade. With elections coming up in 2025, let's look at some of the challenges the new leadership will face. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. Trudeau's departure is marked by two concerning trends. The first is a notable 2.3-point decline in political freedom, which began in 2016 and has been driven mainly by declines in civil liberties and legislative powers. In fact, Canada received its lowest ever score in our political subindex in 2023, placing it below notable peers in the high freedom category. The second trend is a steep decline in the minorities component of our prosperity index since 2019, which tracks discrimination and the social and economic exclusion of minority groups. This 11.8-point decline is globally unprecedented, and immigration is rapidly becoming a contentious political issue in Canada. Regardless of who wins the elections, reaffirming the country's commitment to inclusive democratic values must be a priority moving forward. Justin Trudeau recently announced his resignation after serving as Canada's Prime Minister for nearly a decade. With elections coming up in 2025, let's look at some of the challenges the new leadership will face. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. Trudeau's departure is marked by two concerning trends. The first is a notable 2.3-point decline in political freedom, which began in 2016 and has been driven mainly by declines in civil liberties and legislative powers. In fact, Canada received its lowest ever score in our political subindex in 2023, placing it below notable peers in the high freedom category. The second trend is a steep decline in the minorities component of our prosperity index since 2019, which tracks discrimination and the social and economic exclusion of minority groups. This 11.8-point decline is globally unprecedented, and immigration is rapidly becoming a contentious political issue in Canada. Regardless of who wins the elections, reaffirming the country's commitment to inclusive democratic values must be a priority moving forward. Justin Trudeau recently announced his resignation after serving as Canada's Prime Minister for nearly a decade. With election
Summarizing our wonderful 2 days event, it's been very successful. I can't believe it, how many people to come and thanks, and how many people to give unbelievable response and happy and learning process.
The Atlantic Council is a US think tank. We're based in Washington, D.C. Our mission is to shape the global future together. We want to have conversation about policy, about things that we can do to continue and have a long-term positive impact on the country.
Why not look at a certain sector? Let's take SMEs in Zimbabwe. We know that they're the majority, up to 70% probably are women-owned. And why not say to the banks, let's have a policy where if there's not equality in distribution of loans to that sector, the banks will be penalized. Because then, in a way, we know that at least 50% of the loans would go to women.
Do we have questions? Please, a show of hands.
What is the ministry doing about this? How am I supposed to get funding for my business? Am I supposed to go to loan sharks? I'll probably end up in jail because maybe I won't be able to pay it back.
We don't want you in jail.
Yes, of course.
We're working on it. When that happens again, the Women's Bank, if a specific category of a borrower, they won't ask for collateral from you. You won't require collateral.
If you'll please allow now, we are getting into a dialogue on enhancing foreign direct investment in Zimbabwe.
I think it is something we have to work together. But I can play my part of it. I can inform companies about the opportunities, about the risks, about the costs. But the government has to do their part in order to reduce the risk, the costs, and create a lot of opportunities.
So there are people like me out there who start from somewhere unknown, never covered, never attended to. So the policy mix of government of Zimbabwe must not be selective to say we've got Harare entrepreneurs, we've got Bulawayo entrepreneurs.
We are going to now get into our last discussion, as I said, where we're discussing strategies for promoting women's economic freedom in Zimbabwe.
I think the government policies that do not address women's issues are in those sectors where women are underrepresented. Energy is one of them. Construction is another.
It's very important for us to take note of the fact that the majority of women operate in the informal sector. And it's unfortunate that that sector most of the time is criminalized.
SMEs are indeed the backbone of every economy, and we need to tap into that, especially for a country like Zimbabwe that is looking at becoming a middle-income country.
We just wrapped a 2-day conference here in Harare, Zimbabwe. It was the launch of our formal program, Women for Prosperity. 2 days of programming. First day, more than 100 women received the business training, social media training, financing training to help them on their entrepreneurial journey. And today was a policy conversation on how we can improve the situation for women in this country in terms of economic rights and in terms of accessing finance. We also looked about how the country of Zimbabwe can attract more investment from abroad to help the country achieve its vision, its 2030 vision of becoming a high middle income country.
The women are ready to soar, the women are ready to prosper, and Zimbabwe is ready. So we're super excited about the launch of the Women for Prosperity program here in Zimbabwe. We cannot wait for what we can do in the next 10 years.
Thank you everyone for being here with us, and looking forward to the next one. On March 19th, the Atlantic Council will host the Global Prosperity Forum. This groundbreaking event will bring together top policymakers, industry leaders, and scholars. Together, we will explore actionable solutions for global development, freedom, and shared prosperity.
Through a series of engaging dialogues and dynamic sessions, attendees will gain exclusive insight into key policies shaping the global landscape. Featured panels will cover critical topics such as advancing global freedom and democracy, empowering women as drivers of development, and protecting religious freedom in an era of uncertainty. Throughout the day, regional conversations and research workshops will provide in-depth perspective on emerging challenges and opportunities.
The Global Prosperity Forum offers a unique opportunity to engage directly with experts shaping the future of global development.
Visit the Global Prosperity Forum website for details. We look forward to seeing you there.
We all want prosperity for families, communities, countries, and for the world. We want people to not only have food and shelter, but a good standard of living, education, healthcare, a fair society, and a clean environment. That's what we mean by prosperity. But what is the surest path to prosperity? Academics, policymakers, and citizens have been debating the matter for a very long time. Some say that free societies produce the best outcomes by unleashing the creativity and talent of individual citizens. Others say that focusing on the individual is too chaotic and ultimately inefficient, that a strong central authority produces the best results. The Freedom and Prosperity Center at the Atlantic Council, a think tank in Washington, D.C., contributes facts and figures to this debate through our annual Freedom and Prosperity Indexes. We built a Freedom Index to measure economic and political freedom and the rule of law in 164 countries. Each score reflects measurements of several indicators. Together, they create a comprehensive and unique measurement of freedom. We also built a Prosperity Index to measure income, health, education, the environment, treatment of minorities, and inequality in the same 164 countries. A prosperous society should be judged on more than just income per capita. Our index gives us a holistic view of prosperity. In the Freedom Index, we rank countries into 4 tiers based on their total scores: high freedom, moderate freedom, low freedom, and lowest freedom. In the Prosperity Index, we rank countries as high prosperity, moderate prosperity, low prosperity, and lowest prosperity. We have 3 key takeaways from the resulting data. Our first takeaway is that there is a strong correlation between our freedom and prosperity scores. We show a 0.71 correlation between a country's scores in the 2 indexes. This means high values for freedom are associated with high values for prosperity, and low values for freedom are associated with low values for prosperity. On average, the freer the country, the higher it will score in all 6 measures of prosperity. Income scores show that free countries are far and away the richest. People born in free countries are also healthier and live substantially longer. citizens of freer countries have access to better education and spend more time learning. Environment scores indicate that freer countries have cleaner environments. Wealth in free countries is more evenly distributed among citizens. And finally, unfree countries are also less tolerant. This leads to our second takeaway. Evidence suggests that freedom contributes to prosperity. But how much exactly? We ranked all countries based on how their freedom has improved since 1995, splitting them into 3 equal groups: those with a small improvement in freedom, those with a moderate change, and those with a high change. As we see, the countries improving the most in freedom saw the biggest improvements in prosperity. We also see that gaps between each group widen over time, showing that increased freedom has an exponential effect on prosperity. But what about countries where freedom decreased? Here, we organized countries into 2 groups: those that made significant strides towards more freedom and those that sharply reduced their freedom. We then looked at the impact on prosperity in those countries over 20 years. As we saw before, countries that improved their freedom saw increased prosperity. But what we also see is that countries that restricted freedom saw a negative impact on prosperity. And the impact grows over time. In the first years, the difference between these countries can seem marginal, but in the long term, prosperity in these countries will be far apart. Peru and Venezuela are prime examples. In 1995, Venezuela was a freer country than Peru, but at the turn of the century, Peru made a clear turn towards freedom. It is one of the top improvers in our data. In contrast, Venezuela shows the largest decrease in freedom of all the countries we cover. Venezuela had a higher prosperity score than Peru in 1995, but by 2023, the 2 countries had switched positions. Our third takeaway is that autocracies generally fail to deliver prosperity for their people, while free countries succeed. Of the 30 countries ranked at the top of our freedom rankings, 28 are in the top category of our prosperity index, and 2 are in the next highest category. None are in the bottom 2 categories of prosperity. Of the 30 countries ranked at the bottom of our freedom index, 15 are in the lowest category of our prosperity index, 11 are in the next lowest category, and just 4 in the moderate prosperity category. None are in the high prosperity category. Our indexes demonstrate that there is a strong relationship between freedom and prosperity. And we have reason to believe that improvements in freedom will, over time, lead to greater and more durable prosperity. Please visit the website for the Atlantic Council's Freedom and Prosperity Indexes. The interactive capabilities of the website allow you to compare detailed data across time for countries and regions. All our indexes information and our annual report can be downloaded for further analysis.
Freedom and prosperity grants are important because they are about data-driven approach to change making.
Freedom and prosperity center grants are very important because they enable local solution to extreme poverty by creating favorable conditions for prosperity of poor and marginalized communities, as is the case in Burundi.
One of the reasons why people do not title their lands in the Philippines is the high cost of surveying, which costs around $327 per lot parcel. We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
The freedom and prosperity grants are effectively addressing the global need of a reminder of what freedom is and what helps us achieve it.
Both in countries where there has always been elusive, or in those where people are forgetting how vital it is for prosperity and real human flourishing.
In Burundi, there are strict regulation on workers, women entrepreneurs, and businesses to access to the formal sector, which cause a financial burden that often fall on the poorest in Burundian communities. By moving out of legal work environment, the ability of local communities, local people to achieve economic opportunity, economic mobility, and the return their assets is compromised. The Freedom and Prosperity Center grant is now helping to change this situation by creating opportunity for prosperity in poor communities in my country, Burundi. The lack of freedom labor market is a serious challenge. Restriction and regulation on existing business undermine job growth and existing opportunity, exerting also poverty for Burundian families. Our Together projects at Center for Development and Enterprise Geopolitics aim to eliminate the deregulatory barriers that make work difficult, expensive, and impractical in Burundi.
Indian citizens and entrepreneurs remain chained by over-regulation and inefficient public service delivery processes. Although India has made progress on ease of doing business rankings, but on certain strategic areas, the ranking remained low. We believe that a model public service guarantee law will nudge administrative agencies to be more efficient, more transparent, more vigilant, predictable, fair towards the general public, and it would help streamline the bureaucratic processes and create a legal framework that encourages rather than hinders entrepreneurship. Removing some of these barriers will create a conducive environment for entrepreneurship, because small businesses constitute around 30% of India's GDP and 45% of its exports. Indexes are helpful in two ways. One, they create competition among countries to do better than each other. And two, indexes help identify the areas for reform. So, for example, India does fairly well on political freedom and economic freedom. However, on legal freedom, it needs to do much better. So for civil society groups like ours, Center for Civil Society, it helps us to identify the strategic areas for reform that would have the most significant impact on prosperity.
The Philippines has a constricted land market and is a binding constraint for economic development and poverty reduction. Land titling is necessary for protecting property rights of farmers and allowing land markets to function freely. The barrier of land titling is a requirement of an approved survey, which is expensive and unaffordable for most farmers. We will use drones to survey 300 parcels of land at no cost to farmers and draft a policy for registration of drones. Drone technology will make land titling faster and more cost-effective. Drone technology helps in decreasing surveying costs of large areas of lands. Farmers and landowners can afford to have their lands titled and strengthen their ownership of their land.
By creating the Mexican Prosperity Index, decision makers in public, private, and nonprofit sectors will have useful tools and information to identify gaps that hinder prosperity, thus facilitating areas of opportunity for public policy, and understand the impact of ongoing projects, helping evaluation of effort, continuity, and resource allocation or reallocation.
COMEXI will affect change in Mexico by presenting, offering, and making the Mexican Prosperity Index and its report available to all sectors in Mexico and actively communicating the relevant actors how it can facilitate understanding and addressing policy gaps.
This grant will help build Center for Civil Society's capacity to undertake research and build evidence in favor of market-friendly regulatory framework that will improve public service delivery processes for both citizens and businesses.
These grants bring Burundian labor markets crucial results for creating opportunity for all people living in our country.
The Freedom and Prosperity Grant enables Comexi to create the Mexican Prosperity Index and build a base for completing the Mexican Freedom and Prosperity Indexes in coming years.
We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
The Freedom and Prosperity Indexes cover 164 countries, and for this research we use the Freedom Index, which measures the state of freedom in those countries, and in particular measures 3 sub-indexes: economic freedom, political freedom, and the rule of law. And using this tool, we were very interested in looking at what drives foreign direct investment, because in the context of decoupling with China, we were very curious to see what those countries that are attracting investments have in common.
What we show is that whatever region of the world, the higher the freedom, the higher the foreign investment that you attract. From a very practical point of view, we observe 3 key determinants. The first one is security, the second one is the property rights, and third, the bureaucracy and corruption.
When we think about democratic societies, we think about much more than just countries that select the governments by some kind of electoral mechanism. I think this is the beauty of the Freedom Index produced by the Freedom and Prosperity Center, because it has a very comprehensive view of what constitutes a free society and makes a very rigorous effort to disentangle legal, political, and economic freedom. Because at the end of the day, not all democracies are the same. The first thing that you see using the Freedom Index is that countries labeled as democracies are very different in terms of economic and legal freedom. My research is taking this Freedom Index to try to think about the interactions between these different freedoms. There are some theories that says that maybe these are complements. So only countries that have high levels of legal freedom, when they democratize or they increase their political freedom, they're going to have an increase in economic growth. Because unless you have a state that is able to implement and enforce the law, then democratic institutions are useless. There is another theory, less intuitive, that says, well, maybe democracy is especially beneficial in weak capacity states with low levels of legal freedom. That's what I test in my research, finding surprising support for this second theory, that only in weak capacity states where legal freedom is low, a change in democracy, an increase in democracy, produces sizable and significant effects on economic growth.
Working right now on a comparative of the authoritarian development model that China is putting out into the world and what I call the development industrial complex approach, which is what most of the Western developed democracies as donors have created. My research paper is a case study looking at Burma, or Myanmar, which has gone through almost a full circle in the past 15 years, from an authoritarian, military-ruled, least developed country that was incredibly isolated. Then in the 2010s, went through a spike after a transition to a quasi-democratic system. They enjoyed a higher degree of prosperity and freedom. And then in 2021, there was a military coup, which has set them back, and they're now back to being a pariah. At the same time, they're a neighbor of China, so they've consistently been a target of heavy Chinese investment. So they are a really interesting case to compare how the West has come in and out and how engagement has happened on the Western model versus how China has engaged in Burma.
International Women's Day, celebrated on March 8th, highlights the vital role women play in driving economic growth, innovation, and social progress globally. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest development in democracy and human rights. Our Freedom Index assesses women's economic freedom by tracking legal and regulatory disparities affecting women throughout their working lives, from labor force entry to retirement. Since 1995, no component within our Freedom and Prosperity Indexes has seen greater global improvement than women's economic freedom. Importantly, this progress has been felt across every region of the world. The past 3 decades have seen substantial gains, especially in the Middle East, North Africa, and Sub-Saharan Africa, with the most significant improvements occurring in the last 10 years. While there is still much work to be done to advance women's economic freedom globally, the progress in regions where women have historically faced economic exclusion is truly encouraging. To build a more equitable world, countries must remain committed to expanding women's access to economic opportunities. Celebrated on November 16, International Day for Tolerance promotes respect and appreciation for global diversity and human rights of all individuals. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest development in democracy and human rights. Across the globe, minority groups are frequently denied access to opportunities based on social identities such as race, religion, or language. Let's look at the minorities indicators in our Prosperity Index, which evaluates discrimination against minorities in 164 countries. While the world progressed in overall prosperity before COVID, the global minority scores has plateaued since 2010 and has been in steady decline since 2019. Notably, this decline is not unique to one region, but impacts all areas of the globe, including North America and Europe. This global decline shows the need to combat discrimination against minorities. Achieving prosperity requires protecting rights and ensuring opportunities for everyone, regardless of their social identities.
Georgia held its parliamentary elections on October 26th, with ruling party Georgian Dream appearing to win amidst claims of intimidation and coercion. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. Independent since 1991, Georgia has emerged as a success story in overall freedom, progressing rapidly towards EU levels and reaching our moderate freedom category. But the country's political freedom has fallen, and our data does not capture the latest events. With international election observers reporting coercion and intimidation tactics by the government, the elections are the latest in a string of harsh actions against opposition voices, exemplifying this downward trend. Last week, officials from the Ministry of Finance raided the homes of 2 Atlantic Council staff in Tbilisi, a practice more common with the new foreign agent law, cracking down on NGOs receiving funding from other countries. The US, UK, and EU all have issued statements raising concerns. To reignite progress, Parliament must ensure equal opportunity for all voices.
January 31st marked 5 years since the United Kingdom officially left the European Union. As we reflect on this milestone, let's look at how Brexit has affected the UK's performance in our Freedom Index. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. While the UK left the EU in 2020, Brexit negotiations began in 2017. Our data shows that the beginning of these negotiations closely aligns with notable decreases in freedom in the UK. The country's freedom score has remained relatively stable since Brexit was made official, but it has yet to recover to pre-negotiation levels. Score declines have occurred in each of our economic, political, and legal sub-indexes, with the declines in economic freedom and rule of law being particularly steep. While 5 years is too short a period to judge the success of Brexit, the process of leaving the European Union appears to have had an immediate impact on the UK's overall freedom. To revitalize economic and political freedom and strengthen the rule of law, the UK must not only navigate the challenges of its post-EU reality, but also implement reforms that enhance its governance outside the Union. Justin Trudeau recently announced his resignation after serving as Canada's Prime Minister for nearly a decade. With elections coming up in 2025, let's look at some of the challenges the new leadership will face. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. Trudeau's departure is marked by 2 concerning trends. The first is a notable 2.3-point decline in political freedom, which began in 2016 and has been driven mainly by declines in civil liberties and legislative powers. In fact, Canada received its lowest ever score in our political subindex in 2023, placing it below notable peers in the high freedom category. The second trend is a steep decline in the minorities component of our Prosperity Index since 2019, which tracks discrimination and the social and economic exclusion of minority groups. This 11.8-point decline is globally unprecedented, and immigration is rapidly becoming a contentious political issue in Canada. Regardless of who wins the elections, reaffirming the country's commitment to inclusive democratic values must be a priority moving forward.
Summarizing our wonderful 2 days event, it's been very successful. I can't believe it, how many people to come and thanks, and how many people to give unbelievable response and happy and learning process.
The Atlantic Council is a US think tank. We're based in Washington, D.C. Our mission is to shape the global future together. We want to have conversation about policy, about things that we can do to continue and have a long-term positive impact on the country.
Why not look at a certain sector? Let's take SMEs in Zimbabwe. We know that they're the majority, up to 70% probably are women-owned. And why not say to the banks, let's have a policy where if there's not equality in distribution of loans to that sector, the banks will be penalized. Because then, in a way, we know that at least 50% of the loans would go to women.
Do we have questions? Please, a show of hands.
What is the ministry doing about this? How am I supposed to get funding for my business? Am I supposed to go to loan sharks? I'll probably end up in jail because maybe I won't be able to pay it back.
We don't want you in jail.
Yes, of course.
We're working on it. When that happens again, the Women's Bank, if a specific category of a borrower, they won't ask for collateral from you. You won't require collateral.
If you'll please allow now, we are getting into a dialogue on enhancing foreign direct investment in Zimbabwe.
I think it is something we have to work together. But I can play my part of it. I can inform companies about the opportunities, about the risks, about the costs. But the government has to do their part in order to reduce the risk, the costs, and create a lot of opportunities.
So there are people like me out there who start from somewhere unknown, never covered, never attended to. So the policy mix of government of Zimbabwe must not be selective to say we've got Harare entrepreneurs, we've got Bulawayo entrepreneurs.
We are going to now get into our last discussion, as I said, where we're discussing strategies for promoting women's economic freedom in Zimbabwe.
I think the government policies that do not address women's issues are in those sectors where women are underrepresented. Energy is one of them. Construction is another.
It's very important for us to take note of the fact that the majority of women operate in the informal sector. And it's unfortunate that that sector most of the time is criminalized.
SMEs are indeed the backbone of every economy, and we need to tap into that, especially for a country like Zimbabwe that is looking at becoming a middle-income country.
We just wrapped a 2-day conference here in Harare, Zimbabwe. It was the launch of our formal program, Women for Prosperity. 2 days of programming. First day, more than 100 women received the business training, social media training, financing training to help them on their entrepreneurial journey. And today was a policy conversation on how we can improve the situation for women in this country in terms of economic rights and in terms of accessing finance. We also looked about how the country of Zimbabwe can attract more investment from abroad to help the country achieve its vision, its 2030 vision of becoming a high middle income country.
The women are ready to soar, the women are ready to prosper, and Zimbabwe is ready. So we're super excited about the launch of the Women for Prosperity program here in Zimbabwe. We cannot wait for what we can do in the next 10 years.
Thank you everyone for being here with us, and looking forward to the next one.
On March 19th, the Atlantic Council will host the Global Prosperity Forum. This groundbreaking event will bring together top policymakers, industry leaders, and scholars. Together, we will explore actionable solutions for global development, freedom, and shared prosperity.
Through a series of engaging dialogues and dynamic sessions, attendees will gain exclusive insight into key policies shaping the global landscape. Featured panels will cover critical topics such as advancing global freedom and democracy, empowering women as drivers of development, and protecting religious freedom in an era of uncertainty. Throughout the day, regional conversations and research workshops will provide in-depth perspective on emerging challenges and opportunities.
The Global Prosperity Forum offers a unique opportunity to engage directly with experts shaping the future of global development.
Visit the Global Prosperity Forum website for details. We look forward to seeing you there.
We all want prosperity for families, communities, countries, and for the world. We want people to not only have food and shelter, but a good standard of living, education, healthcare, a fair society, and a clean environment. That's what we mean by prosperity. But what is the surest path to prosperity? Academics, policymakers, and citizens have been debating the matter for a very long time. Some say that free societies produce the best outcomes by unleashing the creativity and talent of individual citizens. Others say that focusing on the individual is too chaotic and ultimately inefficient, that a strong central authority produces the best results. The Freedom and Prosperity Center at the Atlantic Council, a think tank in Washington, D.C., contributes facts and figures to this debate through our annual Freedom and Prosperity Indexes. We built a Freedom Index to measure economic and political freedom and the rule of law in 164 countries. Each score reflects measurements of several indicators. Together, they create a comprehensive and unique measurement of freedom. We also built a Prosperity Index to measure income, health, education, the environment, treatment of minorities, and inequality in the same 164 countries. A prosperous society should be judged on more than just income per capita. Our index gives us a holistic view of prosperity. In the Freedom Index, we rank countries into 4 tiers based on their total scores: high freedom, moderate freedom, low freedom, and lowest freedom. In the Prosperity Index, we rank countries as high prosperity, moderate prosperity, low prosperity, and lowest prosperity. We have 3 key takeaways from the resulting data. Our first takeaway is that there is a strong correlation between our freedom and prosperity scores. We show a 0.71 correlation between a country's scores in the 2 indexes. This means high values for freedom are associated with high values for prosperity, and low values for freedom are associated with low values for prosperity. On average, the freer the country, the higher it will score in all 6 measures of prosperity. Income scores show that free countries are far and away the richest. People born in free countries are also healthier and live substantially longer. Citizens of freer countries have access to better education and spend more time learning. Environment scores indicate that freer countries have cleaner environments. Wealth in free countries is more evenly distributed among citizens. And finally, unfree countries are also less tolerant. This leads to our second takeaway. Evidence suggests that freedom contributes to prosperity. But how much exactly? We ranked all countries based on how their freedom has improved since 1995, splitting them into 3 equal groups: those with a small improvement in freedom, those with a moderate change, and those with a high change. As we see, the countries improving the most in freedom saw the biggest improvements in prosperity. We also see that gaps between each group widen over time, showing that increased freedom has an exponential effect on prosperity. But what about countries where freedom decreased? Here, we organized countries into 2 groups: those that made significant strides towards more freedom and those that sharply reduced their freedom. We then looked at the impact on prosperity in those countries over 20 years. As we saw before, countries that improved their freedom saw increased prosperity. But what we also see is that countries that restricted freedom saw a negative impact on prosperity. And the impact grows over time. In the first years, the difference between these countries can seem marginal, but in the long term, prosperity in these countries will be far apart. Peru and Venezuela are prime examples. In 1995, Venezuela was a freer country than Peru, but at the turn of the century, Peru made a clear turn towards freedom. It is one of the top improvers in our data. In contrast, Venezuela shows the largest decrease in freedom of all the countries we cover. Venezuela had a higher prosperity score than Peru in 1995, but by 2023, the two countries had switched positions. Our third takeaway is that autocracies generally fail to deliver prosperity for their people, while free countries succeed. Of the 30 countries ranked at the top of our freedom rankings, 28 are in the top category of our prosperity index, and 2 are in the next highest category. None are in the bottom 2 categories of prosperity. Of the 30 countries ranked at the bottom of our freedom index, 15 are in the lowest category of our prosperity index, 11 are in the next lowest category, and just 4 in the moderate prosperity category. None are in the high prosperity category. Our indexes demonstrate that there is a strong relationship between freedom and prosperity, and we have reason to believe that improvements in freedom will, over time, lead to greater and more durable prosperity. Please visit the website for the Atlantic Council's Freedom and Prosperity Indexes. The interactive capabilities of the website allow you to compare detailed data across time for countries and regions. All our indexes information and our annual report can be downloaded for further analysis.
Freedom and prosperity grants are important because they are about data-driven approach to change making.
Freedom and prosperity center grants are very important because they enable local solution to extreme poverty by creating favorable conditions for prosperity of poor and marginalized communities, as is the case in Burundi.
One of the reasons why people do not title their lands in the Philippines is the high cost of surveying, which costs around $327 per lot parcel. We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
The Freedom and Prosperity grants are effectively addressing the global need of a reminder of what freedom is and what helps us achieve it.
Both in countries where it has always been elusive or in those where people are forgetting how vital it is for prosperity and real human flourishing.
In Burundi, there are strict regulation on workers, women entrepreneurs, and businesses to access to the formal sector, which cause a financial burden that often fall on the poorest in Burundian communities. By moving out of legal work environment, the ability of local communities, local people to achieve economic opportunity, economic mobility, and the return their asset is compromised. The Freedom and Prosperity Center grant is now helping to change this situation by creating opportunity for prosperity in poor communities in my country, Burundi. The lack of freedom labor market is a serious challenge. Restriction and regulation on existing business undermine job growth and existing opportunity, exerting also poverty for Burundian families. Our Together project at Center for Development and Project Geopolitics aim to eliminate the regulatory barriers that make work difficult, expensive, and impractical in Burundi.
Indian citizens and entrepreneurs remain chained by over-regulation and inefficient public service delivery processes. Although India has made progress on ease of doing business rankings, but on certain strategic areas, the ranking remained low. We believe that a model public service guarantee law will nudge administrative agencies to be more efficient, more transparent, more vigilant, predictable, fair towards the general public. And it would help streamline the bureaucratic processes and create a legal framework that encourages rather than hinders entrepreneurship. Removing some of these barriers will create a conducive environment for entrepreneurship because small businesses constitute around 30% of India's GDP and 45% of its exports. Indexes are helpful in two ways. One, they create competition among countries to do better than each other. And two, indexes help identify the areas for reform. So, for example, India does fairly well on political freedom and economic freedom. However, on legal freedom, it needs to do much better. So, for civil society groups like ours, Center for Civil Society,
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from your lunch. Hopefully you had some nice refreshments, but also some energizing conversations. So we're going to continue that with the panel this afternoon. I'm Kate Warren. I'm Executive Vice President, Executive Editor at DevEx, and really delighted to be moderating this, I just mentioned, womanal women, talking about advancing global development by empowering women. So we know that investing in women's economic empowerment is not only the right thing to do, it is also the smart thing to do. The data shows us that when women thrive, economies and communities grow stronger and more prosperous. Yet there are some shifting geopolitical and foreign aid contexts right now. And so we really need to find new pathways to sustain progress. With traditional development assistance declining, there is this kind of growing sense, a bit of a zero-sum game between different priorities and a renewed emphasis on value for money. And so I think both the data and some of the real-world case studies we'll hear from today in the panel will show us that investing in women's economic empowerment really provides a lot of bang for your buck. And it really can help spur development in other areas like health and agriculture, education, so good governance. So really, women are the bedrock of many societies, and helping their growth really helps growth for us all. So to help us understand this better, I'm really delighted to be joined by some amazing women who are at the forefront of this work and help us really understand the economic case for investing in women, some of the barriers and opportunities, some examples of this in action, and some ideas for a path forward. We will hopefully have a little time for Q&A at the end, so if you do have any questions, jot them down, and we'll try to get to some of those. But first, let me introduce our panelists. We have, right here to my left, Nicole Golden, who's the head of equitable development for the United Nations University Center for Policy Research, and also a non-resident senior fellow here at Atlantic Council. As an economist, she has led a lot of research on inclusive growth, and so look forward to hearing from her. We also have Sophie Sertain at the end, who's the CEO of CGAP, which you probably know, but is housed within the World Bank and drives financial inclusion by advancing research policy and innovation for low-income communities. And we have Anne Hudak, who's the president and CEO of Counterpart International. It's a global nonprofit that strengthens communities by building inclusive, resilient, and locally led solutions for sustainable development. So I'm really delighted to have these three different perspectives on the panel today. And Nicole, I'm going to start with you just on kind of the big picture case for the economic case for investing in women. Talked about there are dynamics right now with shrinking foreign aid, some different geopolitical tensions, and that sense of a bit of a zero-sum game between priorities. And so I want to hear, what is the case for prioritizing women's economic inclusion as a bedrock for good development? And what does the data show on why this makes just good old-fashioned sense?
Good old-fashioned sense.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kate. And it's great to be back at the Atlantic Council and to see so many friends and colleagues and you all in the room. It is, of course, International Women's Month, and we're having this conversation here while up in New York is the UN Commission on the Status of Women, and I've been participating in some of those conversations over the last week and this week. So I'm really amped up, for this conversation, and in particular to answer and address that very question. As you said, investing in women's economic empowerment is not just the right, it's the smart and strategic thing to do. And from an economics perspective, but it's not just from the prosperity perspective. It also can pay peace dividends, and it can pay dividends on social progress. And of course, all of those three things both contribute to each other, and they're mutually reinforcing. So I think while this conversation is oriented around the economics piece, I think it's important to kind of bring that out in the developmental context, that there are positive spillovers into other areas, as you mentioned, in health and whatnot. But on the economics piece, As you said, studies have shown, and the data shows that it's important. And if I give one headline figure for everyone to kind of take away, studies have shown that women's economic participation globally can contribute to $7 trillion in global GDP, which is a pretty significant number when you think about some of the challenges that we're having in the global economy, and in particular in much of the global South. And this gain from better and more women's economic empowerment results from diversification of economies, from higher productivity, and from more spending in the economy. And we'll sort of get into that a little bit more. But right now, to your point, these gains, in particular in the global South and among the global majority countries or populations, as you know, we'll talk a little bit more about global majority from a financial inclusion perspective, have really important developmental impact. Most, if not many, if not most developing economies are dealing with constrained fiscal space due to not only declining foreign assistance, which we can talk more about, but also debt and the burdens of debt and debt servicing. And this means that they have less ability to invest in education and health and some of these, and infrastructure and some of these other areas, again, that reinforce economic growth. So what that means is, in this context, domestic resource mobilization becomes even more critical. And that means increasing women's participation, business, and economic activity are really important means to raise government revenues and, again, contribute to economic growth. And one of the last things I'll say, you know, because that headline number is, I'm sure, sitting with you all, is that women's economic empowerment is known to pay generational dividend. So we want to think about sort of that immediate sort of injection that increasing women's participation in the economy can give to growth. But also, we know that women take their earnings and they tend to invest a higher share of that in health and education in their household. And so that pays that generational dividend. And so if we want to think about long-term resilience, and I know something we might come back to, it's really just critical to empower women.
Well, so you mentioned domestic resource mobilization, and you know, there's been a lot of talk about how that being really critical in this moment of declining foreign aid, but also the debt burdens, inflation that's still happening everywhere becomes a really tricky. So what would you like to see, or what are you seeing governments do to prioritize this within their policymaking and budget process amidst challenging times?
Absolutely. So I would put it into kind of three kind of main buckets. And the first is really that general economic governance and kind of thinking about, as you said, the kind of macro picture. And this is in terms of fiscal policies, you know, tariff policies. We talked about sort of the tax revenue and generation side, but we want to see, and we are seeing governments thinking how they're doing gender responsive budgeting, for example, or how you can implement tariff and tax policies to avoid so-called pink tariffs, which is the fact of where you have goods or services that women are more likely to use, often expensive. So this is, you know, an issue about inflation, as you say, because women tend to bear the brunt of inflation in that way. So that's sort of the one bucket. But then there's also the whole slew of kind of sort of policies and laws that create the enabling environment, and we'll hear a lot more about this, I know, from Anne and Sophie, but create the enabling environment where women can participate in the labor force and start in their business. And that's, you know, things related to living wages and pay equity, things related to leave policies and having flexibility. And then it's the slew, we talked a bit this morning about the importance of the sort of rule of law. So when you think about how those kinds of, whether it's property rights, inheritance laws, for agriculture-oriented economies, which are so many of the global South, where women play a huge role, how do we have land tenure and some of those kinds of laws on the books that can better, again, create that enabling environment where women can earn and thrive and protect their assets. And then, of course, investments in infrastructure. And we don't necessarily think of these as as promoting women's economic empowerment. They're good for the economy and growth in general, but they can have particular impacts when done sensitively to the needs of women and safe transportation to get to and from work or school. When we want to think about the digital divide, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about the importance of digital financial systems and banking, we'll hear more about from my colleagues. And then, of course, we can't think about women's economic participation and the challenges that have been really brought to bear if we don't talk about care infrastructure. On average, somewhere between 2 and 40% of shares of GDP is accounted to women's unpaid work, which limits their ability to do paid work, and a lot of that is because the care infrastructure is not there. So that's a real big one. And then sort of related to that enabling environment, just last point is, again, thinking about that downstream and thinking about investing in education and training, not only for young women. Female youth are much more likely to be unemployed or not in education or training, but also in aging society where women want to stay in the workforce longer and need to maybe have that training and reskilling in order to be able to stay and work. So there's a lot of opportunities, there's a lot of space, and we're starting to see some shifts, but not fast enough.
Okay.
Yeah, more to come.
So Sophie, I'd love to bring you in and kind of, again, looking at this more a little bit the local lens, and how can local financial institutions and policymakers really invest in women and close often this big gap, particularly in access to capital?
Thank you for the question. Yes, maybe I'll start with the end of your question. The access to capital between men and women is strikingly different, with only 2% of capital going to women-led businesses. So that's strikingly abysmal. And if you think about access to finance more broadly, which is a key enabler of economic empowerment and prosperity and growth, you have more than 700 million women in the world that have access to no financial services at all, not even a mobile account. That's more than the population of Europe, to put it in perspective. You also mentioned, I like to put things in perspective, that $7 trillion could be generated in wealth and prosperity for the world with women's economic empowerment. That's twice what is needed to close the SDG gaps. So clearly a lot is at stake. Now, you're asking, what do policymakers and financial institutions need to do? And of course, there's a lot of things, but I'd like to simplify and focus on the essence. So I'll say two things: data and innovation. And the first reason is, first, I think we need to make the case. What gets measured gets acted upon. The business case to serve women and the economic case to serve women is very strong. We just talked about the economic case. From a business perspective, there's also a very strong, and especially from a financial sector perspective, a very strong business case. Women tend to save more than men. Their propensity to save is higher, and the return on these savings is higher, as you mentioned. What is maybe less known is that women are also, in general, better borrowers than men. And for instance, the IFC has been publishing for 10 years data that shows that at the retail, micro, but also medium firm size, there is a 1% difference in favor of women in terms of non-performing loan, which is very significant. They're also typically more loyal customers. So first, you need to make the business case, and for that you need data. You need to understand who the women are that are underserved and compute the business opportunities. But then, even if you had that, serving women in their lived realities is often much more complicated than serving men, for many of the reasons that, Nicole, you mentioned. And they typically relate to gender norms. So first, of course, as you mentioned, the labor force participation of women is significantly lower than men, 50% versus 80%. In some countries, South Asia, the Middle East, it's less than 30%. They're also more likely to be employed in agriculture, in gig work, in informal economies, which basically means that their cash flows tend to be lower and more volatile. So much more difficult for financial institutions to serve them, and much more costly. The transaction size is too small. In addition, because of all the reasons that you discussed this morning, women are often not able to produce to a financial institution the types of documentation that is needed. In particular, They're less likely to own assets, especially real estate assets that are needed for collateral in most jurisdictions. They're less likely to have the credit histories that are needed to base credit decision in most jurisdictions again. They're also less likely to be able to travel to a financial institution, sometimes to even interact with financial agents that are typically male in most countries. So there's a lot of gender norms and barriers that are related to the role of women in societies that make it more difficult for financial institutions to serve them. And yet there are solutions to that, and it's all about digital and data. You can assess the creditworthiness of a woman today using alternative data if she is digitally active, for instance, in an e-commerce platform. And you can do that with the same quality as with credit histories. You no longer need the collateral, probably. You can do KYC, so you can acknowledge a customer with just an ID that you can check in a kiosk in a village. You don't need the woman to go to head office in the city. That may be difficult for her. So really mobile money, digital financial services, and leveraging data is a game changer for women's financial inclusion and economic participation.
Yeah, and I'd love to, and I think you laid out a lot of those barriers really, really well, and particularly some of the opportunity technology and digital tools can provide. Do you have any really concrete examples of that you could share of how you're seeing it at work in practice?
Yeah, I mean, you can think about markets or you can think about institutions. And so typically markets where you've seen real progress in women's financial inclusion and economic participation, such as, for instance, Brazil would be one. For financial inclusion, India is getting there too, are markets where you see first that governments have invested in a digital public infrastructure, but one that is inclusive. So IDs that are available to everyone, including women, digital payment systems that are instant, effective, enable e-commerce to work, digital data trails to be generated, but also connectivity and access to phones, especially smartphones, that is inclusive. And in a lot of countries, you have incredible gaps between rural and urban areas in connectivity. For instance, everybody knows about M-Pesa, Kenya, mobile money, and there the access to mobile money is about 80%. It's been increasing rapidly. You'd be surprised to know that in rural area, it's less than 50%, and for women in these areas, it's even lower. So you still have massive gaps in connectivity. So that's one thing we need to really fix. It's the digital public infrastructure. And I think the second is the gender disaggregated data. Again, if you want a financial institution to be able to serve women, understand their needs, their segmentation, you need gender disaggregated data. So institutions that have leveraged those environments, like in Brazil and elsewhere, there's a lot of them. There's the BBVA foundations across Latin America, Mercado Pago, which is an e-commerce fintech, or New Bank in Brazil. You have a Time Bank in South Africa. What they have in common is that first they've simplified access for women. So you get your account set up in a kiosk in a village. They've done a touch and tech combination of services. There is an agent that is available to help women set up their accounts. For instance, Mercado Pago in Brazil has a massive agent networks. They bring the digital and financial literacy of the person at the same time. They teach the women to open an e-commerce platform, but at the same time, they give them a points of sale to become digitally active. They've leveraged alternative credit scoring system. So Time Bank has developed an alternative credit scoring method to assess women's risk. It's gender disaggregated on the basis of their e-commerce digital transactions. They typically also have a more integrated offer where on the app, the person also has access to, for instance, weather information, information about agriculture, access maybe to a marketplace where they can sell. So it's a lot of additional products that compensate for the fact that women often are less business savvy, digitally savvy, and financially savvy than men. So it does exist, it does happen.
It's always good to hear the good examples. So, Sophie, you mentioned 2% of capital goes to women-owned businesses. And Anne, you at Counterpart work to support a lot of women entrepreneurs. And so I'd love to hear how you see that going hand in hand with financial inclusion, and what are some of the barriers for the women entrepreneurs that you support?
Sure, thank you for that. I think a lot's been said that really captures the Counterpart approach. And at the core, financial inclusion, of course, is really about access, and it's about transforming systems. And the entrepreneurs who we work with, through their work, when given investment, that's exactly what is happening for them, is that opportunity is creating that transformative systems approach. And so when we work with entrepreneurs, we have really three ways that we think about this. The first is that we are actually trying to shift systems. We're not just accepting the status quo. And by definition, working with women in many of these economies is a shift. I'll never forget being in a room with some investors who said, the best way to get to women is shrink it and pink it. And I think we can go beyond that, right? So we're trying to transform those systems. The second thing is that we're looking at profit and people. It's not one or the other. And we believe that those two things can go hand in hand, and we've seen it. And the third thing is that we are looking for impact alongside of investment. And that's where it probably gets the most complicated, because we could spend a lot of time discussing over what time frame and what are the inputs that are also needed in addition to that investment. But we know from our work what it takes for women to succeed. And that is really the key, because it isn't about shrinking it and pinking it. And you've highlighted so well, I think, some of those barriers that need to be addressed if this investment is ever going to be used in meaningful ways. But one of the things I'd really like to highlight is that at Counterpart, we have a global network of women, entrepreneurs, who have gone through this training. The network itself dates back to 1978. It covers the globe. And so these women are peer-to-peer supports. They can be mentors to one another. They are certainly role models for one another to see who has done what and how have they succeeded. And all of them can be deployed in service of change in the ways that we talked about with transforming systems. And I think it's really important to, as we talk about women, really disaggregate that. Again, as Sophie said, really disaggregating that data, because it's not a monolithic group. And the underserved and underrepresented people getting access to capital and decision-making opportunity, that's really, I believe, where the financial inclusion piece comes in. And so to close, the comments I would make is that we're really looking at ensuring that women's readiness as entrepreneurs is front of the agenda, top of the agenda. I think there's a lot of discussion about getting capital into the hands of women because of the dire statistics that you've both highlighted, and that is very important. And in addition, we really have to think about how do we make sure that when women get the capital, they're ready to use it. And in addition to being ready to use it, they have the supports around them, including from our network or other networks people may be a part of, in order to succeed.
Yeah, so you talked about how the mentorship and networks is not just capital, it's really wrapping that all around. But often you hear that we should just train the women, right? And have them fix that they're doing something wrong, have them fix it themselves and train them on how to work in this system, when a lot of it really is systemic barriers. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on how to build economic systems that are more inclusive of women while recognizing the need to offer access to capital and training and mentorship.
It's a big question, and we could dedicate an entire panel to that. I think, you have to work at the grassroots and you have to work at the policy level. You can't pick and choose. If you want to make system reforms, it has to be both and. And I don't suggest that any one organization needs to cover the waterfront on that, but for example, Counterpart, has done a lot of research on gender apartheid in Afghanistan. And so we have a lot of data and experiences that can inform our approach to advocacy and to policy reform at that level, where an entire population of an entire country is being cut out of the economy. And I think we have to recognize in discussions where we are frankly blaming women for the gaps. You know, there have been so many, even this month with all the panels and all the discussions around women's economic participation, that, well, women are not doing the right thing. Women aren't asking in the same way men are. Women aren't accessing capital in the same way. And that may be true. There may be supports that should be put into place for women to grow in their confidence. And I can tell you from our network that that is probably the most foundationally transformative piece of the training they get, is when they grow in their confidence, that they're certainly able to do more. And at the same time, that systemic change has to come from really thinking about the underserved and recognizing that the needs of underserved entrepreneurs are different than the needs of others. For example, you know, we see a lot of women entrepreneurs who suffer from burnout. And so part of our training involves mental health and leadership retreats. And that's really important because we know entrepreneurship is very demanding. You've highlighted the lack of care in the economy for, you know, women who are holding that child care or elder care. And, you know, so we're trying to integrate in what we do that self-care, self-reflection, coaching, peer support, all of which I believe will help to shift the systems while it also helps to empower the women.
Yeah, I think it's you know, looking at helping women operate in the reality that we're in now while also trying to shift that reality.
Yes.
So Nicole, I want to talk about private sector. So that's been the other big thing, right? As foreign assistance is going down, role for private sector to step in. And so where are you seeing private sector play, and where do you think private sector should play in including more women in the financial systems?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think one of the big ways built off of, you know, something Sophie said, which is investing in innovation and research and development to develop products and services that better serve the needs of women. And this isn't necessarily a shrink and pink. I love that phrase because that is an issue. But it's being more sort of intentional in truly designing. And, you know, we're seeing that, for example, obviously in the financial services sector. But I mean, it could be anything from agriculture machinery and tools that better, you know, fit and are nimble and work better for women or lighter or what have you. So, I mean, I think there's a range, but I think starting with, you know, again, creating the products and services that better enable women to engage. Building on something Anne said, working through the private sector to break those social norms. And for example, companies that are working in quote, non-traditional areas, and hiring and training, and again, building that pipeline for women to enter into these careers and be part of the conversation around, you know, with families and with the community in places where there may be more limited career pathways for younger women and for girls to engage. And so, you know, creating that opening and being part of that conversation. Certainly sort of partnering with governments in a variety of ways. But, you know, I talked earlier about some of the policies and laws, but the private sector can get ahead of that, right? They, you know, need to meet sort of basic minimum wage laws, but, you know, can set their own, right? So creating pay equity, making sure that they have zero tolerance policies and training programs in place about discrimination or harassment in the workplace, which is a really important issue in a number of countries. And we're seeing, you know, rises in gender-based violence and harassment, and that can really be a barrier for women to participate in the economy. So they can really get ahead on that, supporting women's networking, and as was mentioned. And then certainly also engaging, looking, you know, intentionally and engaging women-owned businesses in their supply chains. If they're, you know, a sort of a large larger company that has its value chains and supply chains, and engaging women entrepreneurs and supporting through the system is really critical. So I think there's a variety of ways, and the good news is that it's a space where we're starting to kind of see that, and they can lead by example, like I said, on pay equity, on providing care, on transportation, on financial services and digital access. So there's lots of ways they can lead, and I think being part of that conversation and partnering is really key.
Yeah, so we're those of us in the room here sitting in the US, I know we have people maybe joining online elsewhere, where there's been a bit of a retreat on programs that target women, whether government funded or the private sector. So Sophie, I'd love to hear kind of how you're thinking about still messaging, talking about the importance of this, just given the current political climate around, we even joked, are we allowed to say women anymore in the panel? But what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it comes back to the first question. It's really about making everyone understand the value that we are all leaving behind by not including women, and the value for us and for generations to come. The economic value, but also the social value, and for all the reasons you were mentioning, women ability to join the workforce and to contribute economically can unleash a massive amount of economic value for all. They also tend to invest more, as you said, in education and in households, so that's a long-term generational benefits. One thing we haven't talked about is that they're also better at savings for shocks. So in a world that is shattered much more by economic, financial, other shocks than before, women are agents of resilience often. And they're also agent of peace, and we see that in many environments. And so, I think it's coming back to that. The other thing that I'll add is to your list, Nicole, of what is important. I think having more women in management would change the conversation, maybe de facto. You only have 29% globally of managerial positions that are held by women, and 6% only of CEO positions. The very reason we're discussing, for instance, the fact that it's not about just shrinking and pink it, or it's not just about that we need to transform products to fit women's livelihoods and needs, it's only because at the start, all of this has been developed with a mental frame that has been dominated by men's needs. And it's just natural that women are different. We are different, and we play different roles. So it shouldn't even be a surprise or a problem that women need products and services that are different. They just have been developed with this notion that they were gender neutral, but in fact they were not. The frame, the mirror, the lens that was applied was that of a male's knife. And so I think it's very important to involve more women in decision-making in the financial sector and elsewhere to change de facto that thinking.
Can I just pick up on that super quick? Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree more. And when we were talking earlier about what are some of the shifts we need to see in the sort of policy-making space, and again, I mentioned, coming from sort of the UN and the multilateral system, the economic governance piece is really critical. And I mean, it should have been the first thing I said was starting the conversation by engaging more women in the process, but also in the leadership. And this is at the national level, in sort of economic and financial policy roles and decision-making roles at the highest levels, where it tends to be pretty weak, but also in the international institutions themselves. I mean, there have been studies of the multilateral development banks and the other international financial institutions. Never had a woman lead the UN, right? Or the World Bank. We have had it, luckily, at the IMF, and currently do. But and it's not just the top, but the sort of top range, and even again into that pipeline, right? From middle management and up. And, inclusive governance is a really critical piece of inclusive growth. And I think if you don't have that representation, and as part of the management and the policy and the governance, you're just not going to have the outcome. Sorry, yeah.
No, thank you. I wanted to add 2 points to that, so thank you for teeing it up. The first is that I think if we have to prioritize, we should prioritize getting women onto boards. And that is an area that is deeply under threat right now. We all know the numbers that women are not represented in the ways that they should be on boards, and recent changes here in the US have made it less likely that women will be on boards, or that companies will seek out to have proactive approaches to vetting that talent, or as you so rightly said, bringing a talent pool through so that they can elevate to those levels. So that, if I were to choose one thing that we need to be really thinking about in terms of governance, it would be getting women onto boards. The second thing I wanted to highlight that we haven't mentioned, and I think is really important as we think about inclusive systems, is that not investing in women's businesses, it doesn't only shortchange the women, it shortchanges the investors. Because now you only have a certain set of solutions that you're offering to these investors. And I think we need to spend more time turning that equation around and talking about what is the harm to investors by offering such a narrow slice of solutions. The challenges we face in our countries and in our economies are vast and they're complex. And a narrow set of solutions designed by a pretty homogenous group who's receiving this venture capital is probably not going to get us there.
Yeah, I think when resources are scarce, there can be more of this, again, that zero-sum sense of competition, which I think has contributed to some of that that's happening here in the US and other places in the world. I'd love to hear how you think about including men and boys in these conversations. I mean, often it is women who are leading them and leading this work. But where you see the role for men and boys in the conversation and the work. I don't know if anyone wants to grab that one. Nicole.
Sure. I'll kick off and please chime in. I mean, I think it's an absolutely, kind of critical point. I think one of the challenges that we've seen in kind of making the case for, investing in women and trying to promote the policies is this idea that it is zero sum, and that by trying to get more women into work that the job's going to be taking. So I think part of it is having conversations with communities, and at the family level is having conversations at the family level, right, to encourage, to make sure that the girls in the family can go to school, right? Again, thinking downstream, thinking generational, thinking long term. But it's also about, again, at some of the more macro level, is ensuring that when you're investing in these policy reforms, that you're cognizant of where there may be trade-offs, right? And where there may, real or perceived, because sometimes it's, to your point, it's a perception of, and making sure that you're sort of taking steps to support men and boys in communities, in families as well, so that there is, you can sort of, it's not one or the other, or you can at least mitigate an offset where there's that. And at the macro level, I look at, for example, right now, a big conversation that's related to this in the UN is the upcoming fourth Financing for Development conference, which is happening in Sevilla this summer. It's the pickup for many of you may be familiar with the sort of Addis Ababa agenda. Sophie mentioned the $4 trillion current SDG financing gap. So as part of this lead-in process that's been already underway for financing for development, sort of equity and inclusion and mitigating inequalities are front and center as part of that conversation. And in those conversations, in these sort of macro multilateral, there is space, I think, to engage men, maybe not boys in that sense, but to engage men. And I think lastly I'd say is, going back to at the kind of programmatic level, is thinking through some of these, again, especially for young people, and sort of bridging that pipeline and changing social norms and behaviors from early on, is thinking about the kinds of programs where you can have boys and girls together, whether it's sports programming, whether it's, music and arts, and sort of those thinking about creating those spaces and utilizing those kinds of platforms and spaces and policies and programs to kind of educate, bring people together, and help break down some of those norms for generations.
Yeah, and you mentioned the financing for development summit. I think that's going to be important in a moment because everyone is thinking about how are we going to fill some of these financing gaps. There's growing need, and really around the need for collaboration between the multi-sector system, multilateral system, private sector, governments. So I'd love to hear like how you think that works, all those different components coming together. And Sophie, I'll put you on the spot on this one. You know, how do you think that we can have more collaboration and be able to get, you know, again, more value for our money by all collaborating across those different actors?
I mean, first, your question is fundamental. I absolutely believe that it can only be done if the public and the private sector and actually the nonprofit sector all participate. The public sector has an enormous job to do to create a more inclusive ecosystem in many countries, including starting with the digital ecosystem that is still, in my opinion, very uninclusive in many countries. So bridging those gaps is fundamental because everything is going to be digital in the future. And so those who are left behind will be further behind. They also need to put in place an enabling regulatory and legal framework, as we were discussing before, an education framework, governance roles, etc., that are inclusive. But the private sector is a massive opportunity here and role to play. They can leverage those technologies, those innovations, to serve in a more inclusive way the entire population of their countries. And so they have a role to play in leveraging the data, leveraging the technology, seeing, not being blind to the needs of half of the population in their countries, and tailoring, segmenting the data, tailoring the design of their products, recruiting more women, all of this. But I think there's one angle that we haven't discussed that is at the intersection of the two, which is that we also need smart subsidies. And blended finance fundamentally. And that's where the role of the public sector needs to complement the role of the private sector in a smart way in a world where there's so little money available everywhere. And that is because getting to people, and especially women, at the last mile in rural areas, especially with products, for instance, such as insurance against, say, climate shocks, things that are economically difficult to develop, will require, actually, I think it's unavoidable, subsidies, risk mitigation, risk-sharing instruments to be deployed. Of course, they need to be smart. I use that word very specifically because we have scarcity of fiscal resources and ODA. So they need to be targeted really where there is a market failure. So at the last mile for the initial inception of a product, etc. But that intersection, the blended finance intersection, will play a key role.
So we are going to open it up for audience Q&A in just a moment. So if you have questions, I believe there are a couple microphones around. But before we get to that real quick, and we've been talking a lot of big picture and the policy and the data, and you work with so many women. I'd love to hear if you have like a story of someone and seeing this in practice and why this is so important and impact that it can have.
I'd be happy to share that. Thank you. I think that is the important thing to remember, is that it is about individual lives. And, before I quickly give you a story, it's just to say that the data shows us that, providing financing to women entrepreneurs without providing them training actually leads to higher loan default rates. So we know that the approach works. But I can give you a recent example from Suriname, where we were working with Hess Oil, and they have invested in the women in that country. This is the second year that we have been back for a training of the cohort there. And just in the space of that week training, 5 days even, one of the women received a $500,000 bank loan. And she started the week less secure. I mentioned confidence. She was not quite so confident. By the end of the week, she had marched into the bank and she had secured a $500,000 bank loan. So that's pretty impressive. We also have stories, from across the globe. As I mentioned, our Global Women in Management training is funded by the ExxonMobil Foundation, and they, have done this year by year. So there's a whole lot of stories, but just quickly, some of the statistics there is that last year's graduates, 70% gained financial decision-making control over their businesses. 86% now have greater autonomy over their spending, and 23% increased their income by at least 5%. 18% expanded their businesses by at least 5%. So capital alone isn't going to solve these challenges, nor will training alone, but this combination, I think, and the network that kind of comes around it and supports them is a proven approach that if we wanted to pick up something and replicate at scale, I would suggest the data and the anecdotal stories tells us that's a smart investment.
Great, thank you. All right, I know there's a couple of questions. Yeah, like this one back here, and do we have a mic that we can get? I think there's one coming just your way. And for those who are tuning online, you are able to submit questions that I will be able to see up here.
Thank you so much for the insightful panel. And I want to ask you if the World Bank and the United Nations have initiative on women advocacy work. And also, I would like these panelists to invite and challenge you to visit Karakalpakstan, where average life expectancy is 55 years, with high alarming infant mortality rates. And women are sterilized without their consent. And women who try to voice these issues, they end up in prison, and they are brutally tortured. They become disabled. So we really need the advocacy work. And some women try to go to neighboring countries where they end up in human trafficking. So Counterpart International, you mentioned about women entrepreneur programs. It would be fantastic if you had your program in Karakalpakstan. It's one of the world's harsh places, and nobody goes there. And I believe these women here, they are very special. They are genuine about women's rights. And I challenge you to come and do something about it. Be our voice, because in Uzbekistan, if I speak up, I would be murdered or imprisoned in the best way. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a couple questions and then get to all of those. Just make sure we maximize time. And so, yeah, that one back there.
Hi, I'm Disha, and thank you so much for this panel. So my question to you all would be: amazing women leader from the leadership perspectives, those of us who are like going back to workforce. And in this political climate where there is like we are not able to kind of like talk about DEI, no DEI initiatives or similar kind of things. My background comes from like international development and international security. And I was involved with a few projects which were about aquaculture for rural women. And we kind of like gave them interventions and tried to see like how they were reacting. And we saw like how their like household income was increasing. So I kind of like fear that right now with all the development challenges, the challenges in finding the right amount of money or allocating the resources in all those programs, it's gonna get like a lot affected. So my question to you would be like, how do we kind of like tweak our research agenda to make it more digestible to the policymakers and people who are gonna make the decisions, but also kind of like stay in touch with the originality of the project, but be very politically correct and kind of like very much with the current perspective. Thank you.
And we'll do one more up here. And I think there's a mic coming to you.
Thank you so much. I really love this panel. I do research on women, on the driving force for sustainability development in a VUCA world. I really believe that women are that. But my question to you now it is, can we imagine building public-private partnerships to build a women-friendly planet, because the reality is women are the first victims of if everything is going wrong on the planet, economically, politically, or socially. So I work with investors, and you are right, but what shows the data also is that the return on investment on women-led or women-owned businesses, it's much higher than those led by men. That's the data showing. So there is here a profit interest, I would say, in investing in women, for sure. And my second question is about the role of religion in shaping the genders behaviors that we talked about. And I want to share with you good news. The religion can also help women. I work with the cabinet of the president of Zambia, and led by Christian churches, they created an interfaith association which work with the Zambian government. And now in Zambia, women can inherit their families. They can own land and businesses, and of course they can have access to, I'm writing a case study about that. So I think it's really important to consider that those, what are the factors that determine that systemic barriers, and religions and institutions are among the most important. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we want to tackle kind of what UN World Bank is doing, particularly on advocacy and some places where women's rights are still really at threat, as well as thinking about how we message this work in this certain climate. I know a lot of people are talking about that. And then you're being able to build that resilience in to women's economic empowerment programs, as well as the religious piece. So we only have 6 minutes left to solve all of that. But what I'll do is just have each of you give a couple minutes responding to those that you feel like you want to contribute to.
Shall I start? Okay, just a few words on a few questions. So the World Bank indeed has a gender strategy. It's actually been revamped very recently. It has strong global targets that it aims to reach and that are much more ambitious than in the past. So it does advocacy across governments through the dialogue with the governments on these goals, and including on issues that are very complicated related to women's rights. But the World Bank, as you know, works with governments, and so that's the channel that they have to influence. We at CGAP do a lot of advocacy, much more directly, but of course focused much more on women's financial inclusion. So yes, definitely these issues really matter for the World Bank. On shifting priorities and how you position things, I think we tackled that quite nicely in our conversation by saying, these things, the importance of gender equality goes well beyond what is fair or what is ideologic. It's an economic opportunity. It's a resilience opportunity. So you can present it by lifting it to the jobs market. Women that have access to finance are 28% more likely to become an entrepreneur than otherwise. So you're creating jobs. Lots of governments at the moment have youth employment in mind as what's keeping them from sleeping at night. So linking to global priorities. I'll talk just about the resilience. Resilience is fundamental, including resilience to economic, financial, food security, climate shocks, you name it. And our work shows that women, especially in the household, but also in the community, can be agents of resilience. But they are also the least equipped to have access to the tools and the voice that they need to play that role. And so that's why we go back to the need to empower them with the financial tools, the savings, the insurance, the credit that they need, and the agency that they need. But
I would say there are a few things that I would want to highlight from these questions. And the first is that I think we have to, as we think about difficult countries, and I mentioned Afghanistan, but there are many other countries where it's very difficult, even impossible, to work at that moment. That's where we really need to have community. And I talked a lot about how we're trying to build community. I think that shouldn't be underestimated in times like this. It may not be the capital infusion that we want to see, may not be the programmatic activities that we think are going to move the needle, but there's always something that can be done. And sometimes that sense of community will drive hope. And there's always reason to lose your optimism, but you shouldn't lose your hope. And so I think that is something that as allies, we want to keep supporting that. I think the good question about how do you message this, my suggestion would be, You keep doing the same work, and you talk about it which way you need to talk about it, because it's the work that matters, it's not the words. Sometimes the words matter, but at this moment, what really matters is the work. And some of us have been around long enough to have used a whole lot of different words at a whole lot of different times, and the work remains the work. So specifically, I think it's really important for the audience we have now here in the US. It is about America first, and it is about thinking about data and evidence. And I applaud that push for data and evidence, because I think for far too long, we've talked about many of the things we do, particularly around gender, as an inherent good. And we've given ourselves sometimes a free pass. And so I think finding ways to have the data linked to the anecdotes will be very powerful, and I think very well received. The other thing, the third piece I wanted to mention about the social norms and things, I've lived in Zambia, and at a time I was living there, one of the women who was running for office was really beaten down in the press because she was divorced. And they said, well, if you can't even hold on to your husband, how are you gonna hold on to an office? And she didn't win. I don't know if that was the only reason she didn't win, but I think we have to keep pushing on what are the social norms and how do we unpack those in constructive and culturally appropriate ways, which again is another thing that I think the community is being held up for now as having done not so well. And so we need to remember that this is with nuance and it needs to be done with sensitivity, but that if we don't tackle those things, women are going to be held back, because no matter how many good examples there are enough other examples of where women have held themselves apart and not put themselves forward because they're afraid of the kind of critique they may get publicly.
Nicole, quick final last word.
Yeah, quick final last words. I mean, on the UN, I mean, many of you may be familiar with UN Women. Certainly there is a lot of advocacy that happens day in, day out. I mentioned Commission on the Status of Women happening now. Of course, rooted in Goal 5 of the SDGs, but really importantly, it's not just about Goal 5, which is about gender equality, but all of the SDGs. And I would just note on that, thinking about the different entry points and processes really across the UN agencies, but one upcoming, this point about integration is the high-level political forum that's happening in June. This year's focusing on Goal 3, which is health, Goal 5, which is women, Goal 8, which is jobs, right? To that point of like, let's think about how this integrates for everyone's benefit, for not just men and women. And just lastly, just to, I didn't get a chance to comment on data because everybody was saying such really important points, but just to kind of plus one on the data. And as it relates to the question about tweaking research, I think in this era, continuing to build that data, think about disaggregation generally, right? We need disaggregation on sort of all levels. And it's also about not just getting the data, building the evidence, but conveying it and communicating it in a way that's going to speak. So we, think creatively about how we make data interactive, how we visualize that data, and really make it useful and accessible, not only to policymakers, but to the public at large. I mean, to Anne's point, I really liked what you said about, it's not necessarily about the words, although sometimes it is, but it is about the work. And I mean, it's about that with the research too. It's as much about how you communicate and sort of, deploy the message and that data and evidence as it is about the kind of collection and use of it. And I think there's a lot of opportunity. This morning during the opening plenary, I talked about, when we think about, just to go back to where we started, and I'll end on this, sort of development assistance and sort of foreign assistance. And we've been doing work here at the Atlantic Council. I've been doing this work around positive economic statecraft, which is a whole different way to sort of think and talk about using our foreign assistance tools and development assistance tools in ways that better further our economic and national security interests in balance with some of the other tools of the toolbox. So I think, if we want to talk about women's empowerment, it's the same thing. We need to think about all of our tools. We need to coordinate better. We need to bring everyone to the table, especially women.
Well, thank you for helping lay out the barriers and the opportunities so clearly for us. So thank you, Nicole, Anne, and Sophie. Please join me and give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you.
Freedom and prosperity grants are important because they are about data-driven approach to change making.
Freedom and Prosperity Center grants are very important because they enable local solution to extreme poverty by creating favorable conditions for prosperity of poor and marginalized communities, as is the case in Burundi.
One of the reasons why people do not title their lands in the Philippines is the high cost of surveying, which costs around $327 per lot parcel. We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
The Freedom and Prosperity grants are effectively addressing the global need of a reminder of what freedom is and what helps us achieve it.
Both in countries where it has always been elusive, or in those where people are forgetting how vital it is for prosperity and real human flourishing.
In Burundi, there are strict regulation on workers, women entrepreneurs, and businesses to access to the formal sector, which cause a financial burden that often fall on the poorest in Burundian communities. By moving out of legal work environment, the ability of local communities, local people to achieve economic opportunity, economic mobility, and the return their assets is compromised. The Freedom and Prosperity Center grant is now helping to change this situation by creating opportunity for prosperity in poor communities in my country, Burundi. The lack of freedom labor market is a serious challenge. Restriction and regulation on existing business undermine job growth and existing opportunity, exerting also poverty for Burundian families. Our Together project at Center for Development and Project Geopolitics aim to eliminate the regulatory barriers that make work difficult, expensive, and impractical in Burundi.
Indian citizens and entrepreneurs remain chained by over-regulation and inefficient public service delivery processes. Although India has made progress on ease of doing business rankings, but on certain strategic areas, the ranking remained low. We believe that a model public service guarantee law will nudge administrative agencies to be more efficient, more transparent, more vigilant, predictable, fair towards the general public, and it would help streamline the bureaucratic processes and create a legal framework that encourages rather than hinders entrepreneurship. Removing some of these barriers will create a conducive environment for entrepreneurship because small businesses constitute around 30% of India's GDP and 45% of its exports. Indexes are helpful in two ways. One, they create competition among countries to do better than each other. And two, indexes help identify the areas for reform. So for example, India does fairly well on political freedom and economic freedom. However, on legal freedom, it needs to do much better. So for civil society groups like ours, Center for Civil Society, it helps us to identify the strategic areas for reform that would have the most significant impact on prosperity.
The Philippines has a constricted land market and is a binding constraint for economic development and poverty reduction. Land titling is necessary for protecting property rights of farmers and allowing land markets to function freely. The barrier of land titling is a requirement of an approved survey, which is expensive and unaffordable for most farmers. We will use drones to survey 300 parcels of land at no cost to farmers and draft a policy for registration of drones. Drone technology will make land titling faster and more cost-effective. Drone technology helps in decreasing surveying costs of large areas of lands. Farmers and landowners can afford to have their lands titled and strengthen their ownership of their land.
By creating the Mexican Prosperity Index, decision makers in public, private, and nonprofit sectors will have useful tools and information to identify gaps that hinder prosperity, thus facilitating areas of opportunity for public policy, and understand the impact of ongoing projects, helping evaluation of effort continuity and resource allocation or reallocation.
COMEXI will affect change in Mexico by presenting, offering, and making the Mexican Prosperity Index and its report available to all sectors in Mexico and actively communicating the relevant actors how it can facilitate understanding and addressing policy gaps.
This grant will help build Center for Civil Society's capacity to undertake research and build evidence in favor of market-friendly regulatory framework that will improve public service delivery processes for both citizens and businesses.
These grants bring Burundian labor markets crucial results for creating opportunity for all people living in our country.
The Freedom and Prosperity Grant enables COMEXI to create the Mexican Prosperity Index and build a base for completing the Mexican Freedom and Prosperity Indexes in coming years.
We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
The Freedom and Prosperity Indexes cover 164 countries, and for this research we use the Freedom Index, which measures the state of freedom in those countries, and in particular measures 3 sub-indexes: economic freedom, political freedom, and the rule of law. And using this tool, we were very interested in looking at what drives foreign direct investment, because in the context of decoupling with China, we were very curious to see what those countries that are attracting investments have in common.
What we show is that whatever region of the world, the higher the freedom, the higher the foreign investment that you attract. From a very practical point of view, we observe 3 key determinants. The first one is security, the second one is the property rights, and third, the bureaucracy and corruption.
When we think about democratic societies, we think about much more than just countries that select the governments by some kind of electoral mechanism. I think this is the beauty of the Freedom Index produced by the Freedom and Prosperity Center, because it has a very comprehensive view of what constitutes a free society and makes a very rigorous effort to disentangle legal, political, and economic freedom. Because at the end of the day, not all democracies are the same. The first thing that you see using the Freedom Index is that countries labeled as democracies are very different in terms of economic and legal freedom. My research is taking this Freedom Index to try to think about the interactions between these different freedoms. There are some theories that says that maybe these are complements. So only countries that have high levels of legal freedom, when they democratize or they increase their political freedom, they're going to have an increase in economic growth. Because unless you have a state that is able to implement and enforce the law, then democratic institutions are useless. There is another theory, less intuitive, that says, well, maybe democracy is especially beneficial in weak capacity states, states with low levels of legal freedom. That's what I test in my research, finding surprising support for this second theory, that only in weak capacity states where legal freedom is low, a change in democracy, an increase in democracy, produces sizable and significant effects on economic growth.
Working right now on a comparative of the authoritarian development model that China is putting out into the world and what I call the development industrial complex approach, which is what most of the Western developed democracies as donors have created. My research paper is a case study looking at Burma, or Myanmar, which has gone through almost a full circle in the past 15 years from an authoritarian, military-ruled, least developed country that was incredibly isolated. Then in the 2010s, went through a spike after a transition to a quasi-democratic system. They enjoyed a higher degree of prosperity and freedom. And then in 2021, there was a military coup, which has set them back, and they're now back to being a pariah. At the same time, they're a neighbor of China, so they've consistently been a target of heavy Chinese investment. So they are a really interesting case to compare how the West has come in and out and how engagement has happened on the Western model versus how China has engaged in Burma.
International Women's Day, celebrated on March 8th, highlights the vital role women play in driving economic growth, innovation, and social progress globally. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest development in democracy and human rights. Our Freedom Index assesses women's economic freedom by tracking legal and regulatory disparities affecting women throughout their working lives, from labor force entry to retirement. Since 1995, no component within our Freedom and Prosperity Indexes has seen greater global improvement than women's economic freedom. Importantly, this progress has been felt across every region of the world. The past 3 decades have seen substantial gains, especially in the Middle East, North Africa, and Sub-Saharan Africa, with the most significant improvements occurring in the last 10 years. While there is still much work to be done to advance women's economic freedom globally, the progress in regions where women have historically faced economic exclusion is truly encouraging. To build a more equitable world, countries must remain committed to expanding women's access to economic opportunities. Celebrated on November 16, International Day for Tolerance promotes respect and appreciation for global diversity and human rights of all individuals. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest development in democracy and human rights. Across the globe, minority groups are frequently denied access to opportunities based on social identities such as race, religion, or language. Let's look at the minorities indicators in our Prosperity Index, which evaluates discrimination against minorities in 164 countries. While the world progressed in overall prosperity before COVID, the global minority scores has plateaued since 2010 and has been in steady decline since 2019. Notably, this decline is not unique to one region, but impacts all areas of the globe, including North America and Europe. This global decline shows the need to combat discrimination against minorities. Achieving prosperity requires protecting rights and ensuring opportunities for everyone, regardless of their social identities.
Georgia held its parliamentary elections on October 26, with ruling party Georgian Dream appearing to win amidst claims of intimidation and coercion. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. Independent since 1991, Georgia has emerged as a success story in overall freedom, progressing rapidly towards EU levels and reaching our moderate freedom category. But the country's political freedom has fallen, and our data does not capture the latest events. With international election observers reporting coercion and intimidation tactics by the government, the elections are the latest in a string of harsh actions against opposition voices, exemplifying this downward trend. Last week, officials from the Ministry of Finance raided the homes of 2 Atlantic Council staff in Tbilisi, a practice more common with the new foreign agent law, cracking down on NGOs receiving funding from other countries. The US, UK, and EU all have issued statements raising concerns. To reignite progress, Parliament must ensure equal opportunity for all voices.
January 31st marked 5 years since the United Kingdom officially left the European Union. As we reflect on this milestone, let's look at how Brexit has affected the UK's performance in our Freedom Index. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. While the UK left the EU in 2020, Brexit negotiations began in 2017. Our data shows that the beginning of these negotiations closely aligns with notable decreases in freedom in the UK. The country's freedom score has remained relatively stable since Brexit was made official, but it has yet to recover to pre-negotiation levels. Score declines have occurred in each of our economic, political, and legal sub-indexes, with the declines in economic freedom and rule of law being particularly steep. While 5 years is too short a period to judge the success of Brexit, the process of leaving the European Union appears to have had an immediate impact on the UK's overall freedom. To revitalize economic and political freedom and strengthen the rule of law, the UK must not only navigate the challenges of its post-EU reality, but also implement reforms that enhance its governance outside the Union. Justin Trudeau recently announced his resignation after serving as Canada's Prime Minister for nearly a decade. With elections coming up in 2025, let's look at some of the challenges the new leadership will face. Welcome back to Democracy Pulse, where we unpack the latest developments in democracy and human rights. Trudeau's departure is marked by 2 concerning trends. The first is a notable 2.3-point decline in political freedom, which began in 2016 and has been driven mainly by declines in civil liberties and legislative powers. In fact, Canada received its lowest ever score in our political subindex in 2023, placing it below notable peers in the high freedom category. The second trend is a steep decline in the minorities component of our Prosperity Index since 2019, which tracks discrimination and the social and economic exclusion of minority groups. This 11.8-point decline is globally unprecedented, and immigration is rapidly becoming a contentious political issue in Canada. Regardless of who wins the elections, Reaffirming the country's commitment to inclusive democratic values must be a priority moving forward.
Summarizing our wonderful 2 days event, it's been very successful. I can't believe it, how many people to come and thanks, and how many people to give unbelievable response and happy and learning process.
The Atlantic Council is a US think tank. We're based in Washington, D.C. Our mission is to shape the global future together. We want to have conversation about policy, about things that we can do to continue and have a long-term positive impact on the country.
Why not look at a certain sector? Let's take SMEs in Zimbabwe. We know that they're the majority, up to 70% probably are women-owned. And why not say to the banks, let's have a policy where if there's not equality in distribution of loans to that sector, the banks will be penalized. Because then, in a way, we know that at least 50% of the loans would go to women.
Do we have questions? Please, a show of hands. What is the ministry doing about this? How am I supposed to get funding for my business? Am I supposed to go to loan sharks? I'll probably end up in jail because maybe I won't be able to pay it back.
We don't want you in jail.
Yes, of course.
We're working on it. When that happens again, the Women's Bank, if a specific category of a borrower, they won't ask for collateral from you. You won't require collateral.
If you'll please allow now, we are getting into a dialogue on enhancing foreign direct investment in Zimbabwe.
I think it is something we have to work together. But I can play my part of it. I can inform companies about the opportunities, about the risks, about the costs. But the government has to do their part in order to reduce the risk, the costs, and create a lot of opportunities.
So there are people like me out there who start from somewhere unknown, never covered, never attended to. So the policy mix of government of Zimbabwe must not be selective to say we've got Harare entrepreneurs, we've got Bulawayo entrepreneurs.
We are going to now get into our last discussion, as I said, where we're discussing strategies for promoting women's economic freedom in Zimbabwe.
I think the government policies that do not address women's issues are in those sectors where women are underrepresented. Energy is one of them. Construction is another.
It's very important for us to take note of the fact that the majority of women operate in the informal sector. And it's unfortunate that that sector most of the time is criminalized.
SMEs are indeed the backbone of every economy, and we need to tap into that, especially for a country like Zimbabwe that is looking at becoming a middle-income country.
We just wrapped a 2-day conference here in Harare, Zimbabwe. It was the launch of our formal program, Women for Prosperity. 2 days of programming. First day, more than 100 women received the business training, social media training, financing training on their
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jason Marzak, Vice President and Senior Director here at the Adrian Arsht Latin America Center. Thank you so much for joining this incredible afternoon panel. I know it's been a long day, and now you're up for the next hour for an incredible discussion with these three excellent speakers looking at democracy and development across the Americas, looking at what are the linkages between, of course, freedom and prosperity for our hemisphere, a region that I care so deeply about. Also, a preview that you can ask questions today. If you're watching us online, we miss you here in the room, but if you're watching us online, you can ask questions using the askac.org function. And if you're here in the room, there will be people walking around with microphones, so stand ready any point to ask questions, and we'll even bring in those questions a little bit earlier. But this is such an important topic when we're looking at the fact that the importance of democratic societies in our hemisphere, and the importance of preserving and protecting the conditions that are fundamental for democratic societies, and the linkage between prosperous economies as well as inclusive political systems. This is quite critical to the future prosperity of our hemisphere, and of course the prosperity of our hemisphere has direct linkages on the prosperity for the United States as well. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce these three outstanding speakers, all of whom have chapters in the publication that's been released. I encourage you all to look at it. Right to my direct left is Sari Levy-Karcient. Sari is a research scientist at the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at Florida International University. I was talking to Sarah in the green room, a university that I personally love to work with. FIU is a great partner in general for the Atlantic Council and for the Adrian Arsht Latin America Center. She has over 30 years of experience in applied institutional economics and macroeconomics modeling. She's, among different things, been the dean of the economics and social science faculty at the Universidad Central de Venezuela, among other things in her background. So, Sari, great to have you here on the panel.
Thank you very much.
Next to Sari is Liliana Rojas Suarez. Liliana is the director of Latin America Initiative at the Center for Global Development, a wonderful institution here in Washington. She has an incredible career, economist, a number of high-level positions, whether it's at the IMF or whether the Inter-American Development Bank, Deutsche Bank, among other things. And then finally, a friend of mine for many years, we won't say Vanessa how many years, though. We'll just say for many years.
Please.
But is Vanessa Rubio Marquez. Vanessa is the Associate Dean for Extended Education at the London School of Economics, also a Senior Advisor at McClarty Associates, and an Advisory Council member at the Atlantic Council, working very closely with our Freedom and Prosperity Center. A wonderful career internationally in the Mexican public sector. I think we might have first met when you were a Mexican senator, or when you were a deputy minister at some point as well, and across different ministries, whether it's finance, foreign affairs, or social development. So one of the things Vanessa and I were talking about as well is we need to do more work Atlantic Council and Latin America and London as well. So maybe that's one of the do-outs here. But over the course of this panel, we'll talk about the interlinkage between freedom, between prosperity, economic growth, and what that means in particular for the three countries that each of these speakers wrote about as part of the atlas, Venezuela, Peru, and Mexico. So I want to start with asking you, Vanessa, as we look at kind of a round of questions for all three of you on freedom and political systems. So in your article, and maybe most people in the room might have read your article. If you haven't, we'll give you a little cheat sheet on it. But in your article, Mexico's Fork in the Road, excellent article, you highlighted the increasing concentration of power in Mexico around the president, including through the cancellation of several checks and balances, with, among other things, judicial reforms that were agreed to last year. We've also seen the approval of President Sheinbaum only increase with what I will say is her deft navigating of some of the uncertainties in the bilateral relationship. what is the extent to which the new dynamics with the United States might, and with the Trump administration, how might that be impacting the continued concentration of power in the Mexican presidency? Something we never think about, but does these new dynamics in the relationship have an impact on, and to what extent on that concentration of power?
I think the concentration of power that Mexico has had over the last 7 years, almost 7 years, is there, and it's very structural and it's very institutional. So first of all is the concentration of power in the executive. Both Andrés Manuel López Obrador and Claudia Sheinbaum won by a landslide, so they have a very strong political mandate. Also, out of an interpretation of a series of laws, there's also the fact that Morena, the current party in power, has also both chambers, the Senate and the deputies. So you have the full legislative. Mm-hmm. Then there's going to be a very deep judiciary reform this year that would basically also give more power from the executive into the judiciary sector. And then you have the cancellation of the independent and autonomous institutions. So all of that creates a very strong concentration of power, an undeniable concentration of power in Mexico, in the figure of the president, in the figure of the executive. And then in the other side, Jason, you have a significant level of popularity that is only strengthening in the last few weeks out of the negotiations with the United States, in particular, the negotiations between the President Sheinbaum and President Trump. So I would separate those two. Yeah. Although they're somehow interlinked, because of course a very powerful president has a powerful mandate to negotiate, with the backing of Mexicans vis-a-vis the United States.
Yeah, as you say, the president's popularity has only increased because of how she's been navigating this relationship. One thing you didn't mention is the degree to which the Morena has the governorships as well across the country too. So you have the concentration in the executive, but also at a state level.
And local legislators. So you have also local governments, local legislatures, and of course, one of the things that are undeniable is that there are a series of elements that have contributed to this very powerful president and this very important mandate. One, I would say, is the social programs, the cash transfers that have increasingly been higher than in the past. Back in 2018, the expenditure for social programs was around $5 to $8 billion. Last year, it was $30 billion. So I can discuss during our conversation today, but you can account for a series of elements that give that power to the president.
So, Sari, I want to move on to Venezuela. I'm going to do a round of questions. Then if there's any burning questions from the audience, we'll take a burning question. We'll go back to other questions from the panel. But, Sari, in your essay, which was actually published January 8th, which seems like quite a long time ago, titled Venezuela's 2024 Stolen Election Compounds Challenges to Stability and Democratic Renewal. And then you have a section there called Path Forward. And you note in that section that this moment can be seen as a crossroads, a tipping point, a moment of bifurcation with the potential to shape the future. Now that was back on January 8th. And you go and point out two scenarios, oppression and poverty, or freedom and prosperity. So a lot has changed in the last 2 months. And I'm specifically referring to a lot that's changed in Venezuela in the last 2 months. What scenario do you think we're currently headed toward between those two that you point out in your essay?
Well, I would say, and first of all, thanks for having me here. And I would say that besides the lot of news and events in Venezuela since July, not only since January, we keep being in a crossroad, in that same bifurcation. And I say that because the regimes keeps controlling power, and not only it's controlling power, but wants to deepen it, going to a reform in the Constitution to go to a communal state. But on the other hand, there is the vast majority of the population reject them. And on the other hand, I want to say there are three elements that allow me to have a positive perspective. And they are that first, that the Venezuelan society remain steadfast despite the terrible repression. Second, the determination of the main political leader, Maria Corina Machado, to not give in despite all the threats and pressure, and also the president-elect Edmundo González Urrutia. And third, but not least, the recent elimination of License 41. And this is something of the last 2 months. I mean, this has just happened. And that license allowed the country, particularly the regime, to receive funds which were about $2,000 to $3,000 million per year. So in this case, the elimination of this license will make things much more difficult for the regime, and combined with their rejection will give us opportunity to make the change we want to do in the country. So that's why I have a positive scenario. And there is a huge plan called Venezuela Land of Grace, which opened the opportunity for a very prosperous society. And actually, the three pillars of the project are freedom, democracy, and prosperity.
So you think, Sari, but despite all the repression, but despite not recognizing the legitimate victory of Edmundo González, and that we're headed into this freedom. There are two scenarios that you think you're still optimistic of that freedom and prosperity
I think
scenario.
we are heading to the positive scenario. It will not be immediate, but I think that now we are heading to that.
So we'll get into that more over the course of the panel. Liliana, again, great to have you here. Your essay titled "Peru's Economy Needs to Unlock Its Green Potential," and you note that one of the long-standing dichotomies that Peru has faced, and I think many of us here in the room, or whether you're watching at home, is the fact that you know this about Peru, right? That Peru has had for quite some time a political system that doesn't function too well, with a lot of political instability, but also historic macroeconomic success, right? This dichotomy that you point out so well in your essay as well. So can Peru continue to achieve such growth in its prosperity rankings without addressing some of the systemic challenges that will impact its freedom rankings?
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Jason, for having me. It's a pleasure and honor. Thank you. Well, the first things to note is that in the Prosperity Index, Peru was increasing significantly up to about almost a decade ago. And then it's stuck. It's stagnant there. It's not improving, right? And the main reason is exactly what you mentioned, is that the Peruvian economy is challenged by its poor the functioning of the political system. What we observe in Peru is the following. There is kind of a vicious circle that has been formed, right? There is a total lack of trust of the population in the institutions, right? And I mean not only the judiciary, the legislative, the president, basically the police force. I mean, it's like there is no trust. When there is no trust, then there is little credibility in the enforcement of policies. But if you don't think that policies are going to be enforced, then a significant proportion of the population doesn't have any incentive to actually follow through them, right? I mean, to follow the rule of law. And if that happens, well, of course, government effectiveness is low because it's not achieving anything, which in turn, because the government is not effective, increases the lack of trust of the population. So you have a vicious circle that keeps, going around and around. The big question is whether this lack of institutionality or poor institutionality can actually eventually kind of break the good behavior of the macroeconomic variables. And that's a big question, but I don't think so.
You don't think so?
And the reason is that the macroeconomic stability is in the minds and in the will of the population. People are willing to stand a recession. People are willing to stand increases in interest rate. People are not willing to stand high inflation or hyperinflation. It's so entrenched that that generates consensus in the middle of chaos. So that's why you have the dichotomy.
One of the few things that people can agree with across ideologies.
Nobody in Congress would try to even suggest to move out of that gain financial stability and macroeconomic stability. I have an indicator that I work through research that basically ranks countries according to their strengths, to the resilience to external shocks. When you include only, among emerging markets, when you include only macroeconomic variables, Peru consistently takes the number second or third position, consistently. But if you include social and political variables, the Peruvian ranking moves completely, to basically the bottom of the ranking.
So before I go in the next round of questions, I want to see if there's any burning questions from anybody in the audience here. I'll take a burning question. If not, don't worry, I'll have plenty of time for Q&A at the end of my conversation. But just wanted to see if there was anything that from this first interventions that anybody wanted to ask. Yeah, we'll take the question right back there. Just go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Hi, Jason and everyone on the panel. It's great to be here. My name is Tomas Mandel. I'm affiliated at the time. I don't know what's the definition of burning, Jason, but I have a question. I think it's relevant to the conversation.
Burning means you want to put it out at the beginning of the panel. Yeah.
There you go. In all three countries represented in this panel, but all across the region, we have informality. In Peru, above 70%, Mexico, above 50%, depending how you measure. Venezuela, impossible to measure, but high. And this is something that if you look back 2 decades, it hasn't changed, it hasn't improved. I remember Hernando Soto, 40 years ago, started to measure informality and discuss this. So my burning question is, what do we do about it?
Who wants to, that's a great question, thank you. Yeah, Sarah, go take it out.
Well, I think that you will have informality in any country where the rules of the game are really opaque. There is no transparency. When you have a big state that asks you for a lot of bureaucracy, and it's very costful. So you have a negative incentive, perverse incentive to be formal. So if you have, and that's what we have had in our countries, at least in Venezuela. And well, of course, as you said, we cannot measure it properly. But even not measuring, even the formal sector nowadays is almost informal. So that's the reason.
Yeah, and Vanessa, you see such high levels of informality in Mexico as well.
That's right, around 54%, so you're right. I would say that it's definitely a matter of incentives, not having the right incentives in place. But it is also going back to having the access to rights, the access to right to food, to education, to health, to social security, housing, services to housing. And whenever the playing field is not leveled, then you will have a significant number of incentives for that. And in the other hand, knowing that the largest proportion of informal workers in Mexico are women, you also have another series of structural elements in relation to the burden of women in the household activities, and particularly the lack of a support system in relation to care. So I would mention that.
And of course, in Peru as well.
Well, Peru is one of the highest, actually, in Latin America, with 70%, as you correctly mentioned. And, well, it fits perfectly into that vicious circle that I was talking about. Because since there is absolutely no lack of trust, there is no credibility in any contract. So why should you follow contracts if actually you have the opportunity of not paying taxes on the one hand, right, which give all kind of incentive to being informal, and on the other hand, not use the benefits that formality could bring to you because they are not credible. When you actually need them, those benefits are not going to be there for you. So the optimal situation for somebody working into that environment is actually to be informal.
Yeah, yeah. And I think as individual countries, as a region, we have to figure out how do you decrease these incentives for informality, right? And how do you provide also how do you provide greater incentives for formality? I mean, so it all goes back to freedom and prosperity as well. It goes back to trust in government, as you're saying, as well, Liliana. I want to move on. Thanks, Tomas. Thanks for jumping in and for that burning question. And we'll have time at the throughout the panel for more questions as well. But I want to go to talk a little bit about freedom and how freedom increases or decreases. Go back to you, Vanessa. You mentioned in your article how the signing of USMCA in 2018, how it resulted in significant increases in economic freedom according to the index. So we're at a pivotal moment for USMCA with the review period upon us. What should we be looking out for as part of the review process? The review process was baked into the agreement to begin with. July 1, 2026 is when this first 6-year period ends. What should we be looking out for as part of that process so that the economic freedom gains remain that you point out in your article? And also maybe what might be the continued threat of tariffs on that variable of economic freedom?
Yes, that economic freedom gains derived from the signing of USMCA basically derived from the fact of Mexico's dependency in U.S. trade or trade in North America. 90% of our exports go to the United States, come to the United States. Basically, if you look into the elements of investment in the country, 45% of the investment in the country is made by the United States, vis-a-vis, for instance, China, 4.1%. So again, we are very much invested and intertwined in terms of our supply chains with North America. And since NAFTA, since 1994, and then with the USMCA, the anchor of certainty in Mexico has been that instrument. And that creates a series of elements that give economic freedom a better perspective, because the private sector has a certain outcome, a predictable outcome to invest, to trade, to make business in the country. So definitely this is a very important moment today in terms of the discussion of that broader arrangement. One thing that I tend to analyze is that damage has been done. So damage has been done already, no matter how we decide to change this agreement in the future, because that anchor that used to be there as a backstop was very volatile at the end. And we have seen that it's very volatile and depends a lot in terms of political will. So that is one thing. And in the other hand, basically, I think that we will begin negotiations on USMCA eventually. But today, we're not negotiating trade. Today, we're negotiating, first of all, security in the form of how to fight the cartels and how to fight fentanyl in specific, and in the other hand, migration. Tariffs have been an incentive in order to try to move the needle towards a specific policy action in relation to Mexico, but we're not engaging yet in a conversation around trade. So eventually we will move to that conversation. Mm-hmm. Eventually I'm more positive into the outcome of that discussion, because I think Mexico and the United States still need that context, that formal context, in order to make business, and dependency is mutual. We're between the first and fifth trading partner for 35 of the 50 states of the United States, mm-hmm. and we are the main trading partner of the United States.
I share, Vanessa, your optimism that we will get there eventually on the trade relationship, and now in the U.S. States that depend, and also the amount of Mexican businesses that invest in the United States and create American jobs, right? But I think we're at a point in which the relationship is going to be, I think, even stronger as we move into the months and years ahead, and especially with that review period coming up.
Perhaps thinking about a customs union of some form, and I think something like that can happen in the future.
And that could reinforce some of the economic freedom gains, and there's a common understanding both from the Mexican side and I think the U.S. side on the challenges presented for both countries by China in particular, but we can talk about that in a little bit. Sarah, let me move on as we're talking about freedom and increasing or decreasing. Your assessment of both the evolution of freedom and prosperity rightfully so, in Venezuela is quite bleak. 100% agree with that assessment. Very aware here of the horrendous conditions in Venezuela. We do a lot of work at the Atlantic Council on Venezuela. Share a little bit about how you see the lack of freedom and prosperity in Venezuela as mutually reinforcing.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and we can even analyze this century in Venezuela as the typical case study as how when you eliminate the institution that promotes freedom, you dismantle prosperity. So really it's a case study. And for example, in the economic freedom was basically attacked first with the erosion of property rights, which is something very connected of informality that we spoke previously. And for example, in the case of the erosion of property rights, we have more than 1,400 documented cases of expropriation, intervention, occupation, confiscations. And also the issues of some particular laws, as the laws of land, which were aimed to rescue land. And rescue land finished in a seizure of 5% of the whole territory. So imagine the impact these have in the economic sphere. Simultaneously, also, we had a lot of law harassing the private sector. You know, you can have more than 150,000 cases of study that have been documented. I'm talking only about those documented, not those undocumented. Also, we have a very important issue in the lack of transparency, which is very important in the case of the independence of central bank, how it was dismantled, that independence, and allowed the situation of the country to go to an hyperinflation in 2016 to 2019, and was really a very, very dangerous situation for the whole country. And also in the case of the public budget. Imagine the public budget, you get a number. And actually, not only you get only a number nowadays, but in the past, in the case of Venezuela, there are two key variables for the budget: the price of oil and the exchange rate. Yeah. If you manipulate the price of oil, and let's say, and this is not an imagination, it's exactly what happened. When the price of oil was in 80, in the budget was in 40, 45. So the excess was undiscriminated use by the executive, and with a lack of transparency. So you have a control in the executive power so huge that it was almost impossible to follow a minimum rule of law. And I'm not talking about, and that's only for giving you some tips in the economic sphere, but in the political freedom, almost check and balance have basically disappeared. And you can have a taste of them in the last elections when the electoral power and the judiciary showed openly their submission to the executive, or when you have, for example, a great participation of the military, which makes people fear, and you know this perspective of hierarchical order, and a lot of abuses in the freedom of expression, which began almost in 2005, and everybody now, every day, knows about somebody and somebody else who is being imprisoned or disappeared. And well, so you have this negative impact in all kinds of freedoms, and obviously the resulting prosperity has been devastating. Yeah. I can tell you that from 2013 to 2021, the GDP declined by 75%. That means that our economy is now 25% what it was. Maybe a 30 with a little improvement nowadays, but that's it. So the shrinking of the economy, the lack of transparency, the lack of maintenance of services, not in education, not in health. So, I mean,
these are things that people feel these on. These aren't just numbers.
No,
And
of
that's important
course.
in grounding these. I think oftentimes we have these conversations in Washington that it's numbers and it's hard to really. These are real impacts on real people that are because of the lack of freedom and the relationship with prosperity that people's everyday lives are suffering against.
Just a couple of information. 70% of the population is poor in rural areas. Extreme poverty, I'm talking. And I'm talking of general poverty, not multidimensional. Multidimensional poverty is around 60%. Even it's not a low figure. And another information, I mean, you can see daily claims of people with the lack of supply of water, of electricity, the amount of shortage.
Yeah.
I mean, so you cannot live in a normal, you don't have a normal life in that sense.
Sari, I'm going to move on to Liliana and Peru. And I want to remind everybody watching online, again, you can submit your questions with askac.org. And again, for everybody in the audience, we will take additional questions beyond Tomas's original burning question as we move through the panel here. But Liliana, as we're continuing this conversation about how freedom increases or decreases, then afterwards I want to get to some of the recent developments for freedom and prosperity. But political context, we were talking about before, has an impact on how freedom can increase or decrease. And that in your essay, you then note that a major challenge in implementing state reforms is political fragmentation, we talked about a little bit before, which prevents reaching consensus. And I really couldn't agree with that more on that political fragmentation, what that means for consensus, especially in the Peruvian context. You then ask the question is, how can much needed pro-growth and inclusive structural reforms occur in this really fragmented context? So I'd love to get what's your answer to your question is how can you get pro-growth, inclusive structural reforms in this incredibly fragmented context? And what are some of the alternatives for Peru to be able to navigate this really challenging context?
Okay, the first thing to understand is that there is a characteristic of the political system that is going to be there for a long time. And it's a combination of a presidential regime with proportional representation in Congress. That means that if there are many, many, many parties, they are all going to be represented in Congress in a proportional way. What does this give an incentive? It gives an incentive to have as many parties as possible. Because, if I join with somebody else in a party, my probability of being represented in Congress is low. If I form another party, then I have a better chance to actually being represented in Congress, right? So right now in Peru, in Congress, there's about 10 to 12 political parties, which is a way to not get consensus in any form or shape, right? But that's going to be there. So that's what we have to work with, right? And this brings something else, and it's that the lack of leadership in the country. Why? Because in the past 4 elections in Peru, the person that have won the presidential election has not been a leader. On the contrary, because there are 2 rounds, right, and so many parties, each person, each candidate gets at the most, this is the very maximum, about 13 to 15% of the vote. So you get, because the law says that the first round you move to be the president, only you get more than 50%. Nobody does, you have to pass to a second round. So you choose 2 candidates that have each one 15% at the most of the vote. Then when you go to the next round, who's going to win? It's very easy. In Peru, there is a huge anti-Fujimorist position. So the guy that is anti-Fujimori wins. That's it. That's the way it has been working. As you can imagine, this is not only non-functional, it's just very perverse, right? Now, how can pro-growth take place in that context? Because you need to understand the context first before, okay. 2 things, there are 2 alternatives. First, magically a leader is going to appear that is going to bring consensus. Probability of that, close to 0. Right? Elections is coming up next year, and you don't see any form of leader shaping up. What is, in my view, one possibility that is more doable and have a higher probability? And is that reforms are not going to come from consensus among Congress. It's going to come from consensus among the population that demands those changes from Congress. There are examples of that in Peru. Two examples are, the first one I mentioned, the hyperinflation crisis. I mean, people said, no way, we don't have it. The people, nobody in Congress would dare to go into any kind of policies that defeat that objective. Another great example happened with decentralization. It doesn't matter whether decentralization was good or bad implemented, because I have my own thoughts about that, but I'm not going to talk about it. The thing is that there was consensus among the population that they wanted decentralization. So during the Toledo administration in the early 2000s, every party, many parties, but all of the parties have in their agenda decentralization, because the population was demanding that. So, and you are seeing this now in the increase in popularity in the Mexican government, in the Liberal Party in Canada after the Trump. So there is a consensus in the population of change. Look at Europe, and that calls for reform, right? So to me, the alternative for Peru and the opportunity for Peru in the next election comes from the green transition. Why? Because that is something that a significant amount of the population is in favor of. So what we really need for change is to disseminate the benefit, the potential benefits of that move. I'm not going to get into how Peru can contribute to a green transition, but it's a huge amount of things that can be done there. But if that is something that people believe, then it's going to be in the agenda of all political leaders. So it's going to be a demand force, not a supply force for reform. So if that happens, if that's in the agenda, then the chances of actually implementing the needed reform for growth increases significantly.
It's a policy prescription that actually can potentially unite among a very fragmented political context.
Exactly, coming from the people, not coming from Congress or the presidential candidate.
So we have about 20 minutes. I'm starting to get some great questions coming in here over askac.org, but I do want to think about your questions, again, continuing the audience, but I do want to go to ask questions for all three before we get into questions from others about recent developments related to freedom and prosperity. I want to go back to you, Vanessa. I'm sure, like you, I've been closely following several of the efforts by President Sheinbaum and her administration to reinforce the trust and reinforce coordination with the private sector in Mexico. These are efforts that the president has prioritized, and in many ways they mark a contrast with that of her president insofar as focusing on the private sector. We've seen that through Plan Mexico. We've seen that through the creation of CADER. It's two main components to continue attracting foreign investment and even having Altagracia Gomez as her private sector liaison. What is your perspective and evaluation of these efforts and also their impact on sustaining conditions for economic freedom and prosperity in Mexico?
Yes, I think that a lot was speculated when there was a transition between López Obrador and Claudia Sheinbaum, that basically Claudia Sheinbaum would do as Andrés Manuel wanted and basically expected. I was very skeptic since the beginning about that. I think that the current president, yes, she shares a series of values and a party with the former president, but I thought she was also going to make a series of policy and political statements that would, sometimes depart her from the previous administration. And I think she has done so far in 4 areas. One of them was precisely what you were talking about, Jason, which is a new relationship with the private sector. Understanding that the private sector is there to create employment, to increase productivity. Of course, the government is a leader in many aspects and leads the way to invest in certain sectors and to perhaps be an entrepreneurial state in some aspects, but it is the private sector, the one that creates employment and that does business in the country. So I think this has been a huge change in vision vision from the previous government. The second policy that I think is very different is energy policy, at least on paper. That is yet to be seen how it works in practice, but many of the changes, some stay the same, but many of the changes have been towards a sort of opening up of the sector towards private investment. They don't call them, as we call them, the technocrats, PPPs or farm outs or rounds, but they call them joint investments, no, with the private sector. So whatever the name is the understanding that the private sector needs to invest in the energy sector in order to make it a productive investment and to increase competitiveness, and of course to reduce one of the highest fiscal liabilities for the Mexican state, which is Pemex. No, that needs to be sorted out. And then the third policy that I think President Sheinbaum has also been changing significantly, lately much so out of a pressure from the United States, is security. So this policy that, sometimes or most of the times or all of the times was very difficult to understand, and I am translating it well, hogs, not bullets, towards organized crime, which was the previous policy that Andrés Manuel López Obrador followed, is being changed significantly, at least in spirit, in terms of the new areas of cooperation, of gathering intelligence, of coordination. So that is also, again, some aspects in paper, because still there's two large legal changes that are going to take place in terms of two laws that are going to be passed and enacted on that, but significant changes in terms of the optics and the way they have been addressing the combat of organized crime in the last 2 months.
And we see those changes, just in the last month, right? Since President Trump put, additional pressure on Mexico with, the extradition of cartel members to the United States that you never would have seen, I think, in an AMLO presidency. Keeping my eye on the clock, so I'm going to maybe switch this up a little bit. So Sarah, I'm going to ask you instead a question about variables and drivers. I know it's something you wanted to discuss. I want to ask you, when you're looking back at Venezuela since 1995, share a little bit with the audience of what have you seen some of the main drivers and strategies for the country's institutional transformation that we've seen over that period. What measures have played the greatest role? If you want to combine that as well with any thoughts on the potential of the increased fracturing of the opposition that we've seen just since, just in the last few months, please feel free to do so. But I do want to ask you about the drivers so that we can get to that before bringing additional audience questions.
Well, let's begin from the last one, because we spoke before. And I was saying you that maybe I cannot see the political environment as fractured, because during the last primary elections, Maria Corina Machado won with 93% of the vote. So the rest of the leader and political parties got only 7%. I don't see that as a fractured political arena, but amalgamated around a new kind of leadership, because her perspective really departs from the traditional left-wing parties that we had in the past. And on the other hand, she has had the strength of persuasion to not only amalgamate, but to align incentive with those political parties and the society, which is not an easy task given the environment. And about the main, and one of the main issues that I think will become a driver is how the civil society have evolved, and how have learned of what had happened during these 25 years. It's very interesting to see that I think that the vast majority of the people have learned what it means to depend on the state of a handout, and the importance of being independent, the importance that when, for example, the government say that there will be a raise in salaries, people get afraid and say, oh my gosh, we will have inflation. Yeah. Because they know the economy is not producing. So people have learned much more than elites, and sometimes that even political leaders. So this is one of my hopes for the reconstruction of the country. On the other hand, we need to rebuild the institutional framework. And we have to do it with a lot of transparency. We're focusing on the rule of law. And of course, we will have to handle this great, let's say, devastating economy that will be inherited and the demands that civil society has.
Thank you so much, Terry. I'm going to, Lillian, ask you a last question before I open again to the audience here. But I want to ask you, we talked before about the economics of Peru, right, and how the strong macroeconomic fundamentals. We've seen that for almost a decade, right? 2004, 2012, Peru was a star, was a darling among emerging economies, high growth rates, 6 to 7% growth. That growth then slowed to about 2.5%. Self-promotional plug, as I mentioned in this week's America's Minute, Peru, after a recession 2 years ago, is now on track to have one of the fastest growing growth rates again in the region this year, about 4%. What happened and what needs to be done to sustain these high growth rates that Peru has traditionally been known for and then has had these recent challenges?
Okay. Really, Peru has not been known for high growth. Peru grew for a decade, a very specific decade. It went from 2002 to 2013. What happened during that data was the boom in commodity prices. And in that decade, not only Peru grew, many other Latin American countries grew at the same time. Now, the problem was that decade of growth, which basically was pulled from outside, right? A huge demand for commodity prices, and so you saw the indicators, not only economic growth, but social progress. You saw reduction in poverty, you saw a decrease in inequality, right? But during that decade, there was the kind of an illusion that Peru had entered into this consistent growth forever or something like that, because no reforms took place. So before the commodity boom, Peru had started in a very serious stage of reforms. They did basically free trade, free the movement of capital, no capital controls, declared the independence of the central bank, implemented fiscal rules, all those things. When the commodity boom came, that actually there is a say that says good times are not good times for reforms. And that's what happened. The reforms stopped. So Peru was growing. What happened when the commodity boom stops? Growth stopped too. Because the external motors of growth stopped, and there were not internal motors of growth to substitute for them, right? So, and then there was this whole confusion, right? Peru was supposed to grow or whatever, but it was not, right? So no more reforms have been done since then, basically deep reforms. And this brings back to the same lack of consensus for reforms and all that, right? So really for Peru to grow, it needs to make serious change that would improve productivity, especially on reforms on human capital, reforms that could allow for less informality, as was discussed before. The labor market in Peru is not functioning properly. That's it. And with a labor market that is not functioning properly, you're not going to have growth. You mentioned the 4% growth. If nothing else happens, that's transitory. And actually, when you read several statements, not only from multilateral organizations, but from private houses, right, like Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, they are not that confident that that rate of growth is actually going to materialize. Actually, I also did an exercise, and my question was, how many years will it take to Peru to converge to a certain level of development, right, convergence towards development? If Peru grows at 3%, it never closes the gap to development. Never, just never. If it grows at 4%, it needs 80 years. only growing between 7%, which was what was growing before during the commodity boom period. Only at that rate, Peru closes the gap in about 30 years. So it's a huge challenge for reforms.
Thank you so much, Lulia. I want to open it up again to questions from the audience. Just raise your hand and someone will be walking around with a microphone. If not, I have also questions over askac.org, but want to prioritize first the questions from the room. Shy audience. Wow. Gosh. I always promise I always have a lot more questions myself. I'll take a question then from askac.org. It's a good question. There's a question here of what do you think about the erosion of democratic institutions in the region? And it mentions the question mentions a few countries. Is there a concern that the appeal of more authoritarian model of governance will spread throughout the region and thus compromise long-term prosperity? You know, the strongman appeal, and we see that in certain countries. And what does will that likely? Do we see that potentially spreading? If it does, what is the impact on prosperity? Vanessa, why don't you start? I see you're nodding your head at me, so.
Yeah, I think that definitely that will compromise prosperity sometimes depending on the country and depending on the structure and depending on the dependence of external shocks sooner than later. But yes, definitely that will affect it. In the case of Mexico, you have that democratic retrenchment and a huge concentration of power, political power that I was referring to, but at the same time, you have other very structural problems. First of all, the lack of labor productivity, no? That definitely is one of the challenges that we share in many of our countries in Latin America. And then there's a third challenge that I think has been pressing more and more, which is on the fiscal side. Mexico still on the very large vision of debt to GDP ratio, so the PSBRs, the public sector borrowing requirements, looks good vis-a-vis peers. Mexico has around 52%, no? 52% of GDP is the debt. When you compare to Brazil, around more than 80%. When you compare to India, more than 80%. But I think reality will tend to catch up because you have a lot of building pressures in relation to not growing. No? This year, now the odds for growth are below zero, many of them. Then you have additional external shocks. Then you have the labor market constraints and the lack of productivity. And of course, you have a year-to-year fiscal pressure because last year deficit was the highest in 36 years. So we need to engage in fiscal consolidation, and this is going to be recreating a series of added up challenges that will end up affecting prosperity if not addressed the correct way.
Wonderful, thank you. Yes, please.
Well, I would say that speaking broadly of the region, yes, we see a lot of threats of diminishing democracy. But I would say that the great opportunity is that the fiscal problems of every country, because most of them have fiscal barriers to grow, impulse a more open market and more market-friendly environment. That will be the only way our countries can grow by high rates of 5, 6, or 7%. And that's the only way to reduce really poverty. That's the only way to increase productivity. So only if we make those transformations, opening our markets to a more friendly to private sector regulations, institutions that will be more market friendly, we will be able to overcome the challenges we are having now.
So also important just to point out that, as we all know, every country in the region is so vastly different, right? And so even though, you see in the concentration of power, say in a country like El Salvador, for example, that is, and there's been a lot of important security gains that we've seen in El Salvador, but the models don't just replicate from one country to another. And as you point out too, Sarah, each country has their own
particularities,
fiscal challenges.
And we all have fiscal challenges, but we also have a challenge in education, in health, particularly in education, to promote, new generations, focus on future needs.
Liliana, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a different, and actually give you the last question for the panel here, since we're almost out of time. But I think it's hard to have a conversation about freedom and prosperity in the region if we don't talk a little bit about China and its role in the region. So I want to end with that, and I always like to end with a question that leaves the audience hungry for more. So, the Atlantic Council, our Adrian Arch Latin America Center, our Global China Hub have closely followed China's increasing political influence in Peru, most notably through the inauguration of the Chancay port last year, and President Trump has talked about this as well. An interesting fact is that Peruvian political instability increased in the last decade, as well as Chinese FDI in the country. So increase in Chinese FDI as well as Peruvian political instability. So on the face of it, one could argue that Chinese FDI has thrived in this context of political instability because different to US or European FDI, China doesn't demand that authorities in Peru make reforms to strengthen democracy. So do you agree with this idea? And then do you think there's a case to be made that Peru should then seek to attract more US or more European FDI based on your answer to that first question?
Okay. First, I always like to use the research that there is on the quality of information. So the research on China's investment projects in general is mixed. For example, there is a recent study that shows that there is no correlation between World Bank projects, contracts with China, and the quality of projects, okay? So there are good projects and bad projects, but not necessarily all of them are bad, which is important to highlight. The other study, however, shows that there is a huge problem with transparency in the contracts with China, which of course is against democracy, right? So certainly there is a point to make there. Regardless of what the situation is in China, I think a country will always benefit from having a diversified set of clients, right? And so yes, having more foreign direct investment from the US and from Europe is certainly very beneficial, would be certainly beneficial not only for Peru, but for almost all countries in the region, right? Now, there is a point to consider. How and what determines that capital flows from one country to another? Basically, investment flows when the expected return is greater than cost. That's as easy as that. So if we look at the case of Peru, the cost of external finance is very low. And one indicator, you look at the MBS spreads, right? And you see that Peru cost, if you want to finance externally, is much lower than Latin America in general, and much lower than most emerging markets, exception Chile, Uruguay. Now, when you look at the other variable, which is expected return, that's when we get the problem. Expected return, what do you mean expected return from an investor point of view? When I worked at Deutsche Bank, right, I was the chief economist for Latin America. And I was so prepared to talk about the exchange rate movements, what countries should do, whatever. Investors, big investors, stopped me and said, you know what? Don't talk to me about the exchange rate. I know how to hedge about the exchange rate fluctuations. But what I cannot do, what I can is protect myself about the change in the rules of the game.
Yeah.
If I don't know what's going to happen with the rules of the game, I'm simply not going to invest, right? And so this is essential not only for Peru, but for the rest of the region if they actually want to attract foreign direct investment from advanced economies.
Liliana, thank you so much for that final comment. I think it's a great summary, great wrap-up of the essence of this conversation, this entire panel. I want to again thank Sari and Liliana and Vanessa, not just for your great conversation today, but for your excellent articles that are all available online. I encourage everyone, whether you're here in the audience or whether you're at home, to go ahead and read them. But please join me in thanking them for your excellent presentations today. So stay tuned for more as part of our Global Prosperity Forum throughout the afternoon. I believe we'll take a short break now and then come back here shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Summarizing our wonderful 2 days event, it's been very successful. I can't believe it, how many people to come and thanks, and how many people to give unbelievable response and happy and learning process.
The Atlantic Council is a US think tank. We're based in Washington, D.C. Our mission is to shape the global future together. We want to have conversation about policy, about things that we can do to continue and have a long-term positive impact on the country.
Why not look at a certain sector? Let's take SMEs in Zimbabwe. We know that they're the majority, up to 70% probably are women-owned. And why not say to the banks, let's have a policy where if there's not equality in distribution of loans to that sector, the banks will be penalized. Because then, in a way, we know that at least 50% of the loans would go to women.
Do we have questions? Please, a show of hands.
What is the ministry doing about this? How am I supposed to get funding for my business? Am I supposed to go to loan sharks? I'll probably end up in jail because maybe I won't be able to pay it back.
We don't want you in jail.
Yes, of course.
We're working on it. When that happens again, the Women's Bank, if a specific category of a borrower, they won't ask for collateral from you. You won't require collateral.
If you'll please allow now, we are getting into a dialogue on enhancing foreign direct investment in Zimbabwe.
I think it is something we have to work together. But I can play my part of it. I can inform companies about the opportunities, about the risks, about the costs. But the government has to do their part in order to reduce the risk, the costs, and create a lot of opportunities.
So there are people like me out there who start from somewhere unknown, never covered, never attended to. So the policy mix of government of Zimbabwe must not be selective to say we've got Harare entrepreneurs, we've got Bulawayo entrepreneurs.
We are going to now get into our last discussion, as I said, where we're discussing strategies for promoting women's economic freedom in Zimbabwe.
I think the government policies that do not address women's issues are in those sectors where women are underrepresented. Energy is one of them. Construction is another.
It's very important for us to take note of the fact that the majority of women operate in the informal sector. And it's unfortunate that that sector most of the time is criminalized.
SMEs are indeed the backbone of every economy, and we need to tap into that, especially for a country like Zimbabwe that is looking at becoming a middle-income country.
We just wrapped a 2-day conference here in Harare, Zimbabwe. It was the launch of our formal program, Women for Prosperity. 2 days of programming. First day, more than 100 women received the business training, social media training, financing training to help them on their entrepreneurial journey. And today was a policy conversation on how we can improve the situation for women in this country in terms of economic rights and in terms of accessing finance. We also looked about how the country of Zimbabwe can attract more investment from abroad to help the country achieve its vision, its 2030 vision of becoming a high middle income country.
The women are ready to soar, the women are ready to prosper, and Zimbabwe is ready. So we're super excited about the launch of the Women for Prosperity program here in Zimbabwe. We cannot wait for what we can do in the next 10 years.
Thank you everyone for being here with us, and looking forward to the next one. On March 19th, the Atlantic Council will host the Global Prosperity Forum. This groundbreaking event will bring together top policymakers, industry leaders, and scholars. Together, we will explore actionable solutions for global development, freedom, and shared prosperity.
Through a series of engaging dialogues and dynamic sessions, attendees will gain exclusive insight into key policies shaping the global landscape. Featured panels will cover critical topics such as advancing global freedom and democracy, empowering women as drivers of development, and protecting religious freedom in an era of uncertainty. Throughout the day, regional conversations and research workshops will provide in-depth perspective on emerging challenges and opportunities.
The Global Prosperity Forum offers a unique opportunity to engage directly with experts shaping the future of global development.
Visit the Global Prosperity Forum website for details. We look forward to seeing you there.
We all want prosperity for families, communities, countries, and for the world. We want people to not only have food and shelter, but a good standard of living, education, healthcare, a fair society, and a clean environment. That's what we mean by prosperity. But what is the surest path to prosperity? Academics, policymakers, and citizens have been debating the matter for a very long time. Some say that free societies produce the best outcomes by unleashing the creativity and talent of individual citizens. Others say that focusing on the individual is too chaotic and ultimately inefficient, that a strong central authority produces the best results. The Freedom and Prosperity Center at the Atlantic Council, a think tank in Washington, D.C., contributes facts and figures to this debate through our annual Freedom and Prosperity Indexes. We built a Freedom Index to measure economic and political freedom and the rule of law in 164 countries. Each score reflects measurements of several indicators. Together, they create a comprehensive and unique measurement of freedom. We also built a Prosperity Index to measure income, health, education, the environment, treatment of minorities, and inequality in the same 164 countries. A prosperous society should be judged on more than just income per capita. Our index gives us a holistic view of prosperity. In the Freedom Index, we rank countries into 4 tiers based on their total scores: high freedom, moderate freedom, low freedom, and lowest freedom. In the Prosperity Index, we rank countries as high prosperity, moderate prosperity, low prosperity, and lowest prosperity. We have 3 key takeaways from the resulting data. Our first takeaway is that there is a strong correlation between our freedom and prosperity scores. We show a 0.71 correlation between a country's scores in the 2 indexes. This means high values for freedom are associated with high values for prosperity, and low values for freedom are associated with low values for prosperity. On average, the freer the country, the higher it will score in all 6 measures of prosperity. Income scores show that free countries are far and away the richest. People born in free countries are also healthier and live substantially longer. Citizens of freer countries have access to better education and spend more time learning. Environment scores indicate that freer countries have cleaner environments. Wealth in free countries is more evenly distributed among citizens. And finally, unfree countries are also less tolerant. This leads to our second takeaway. Evidence suggests that freedom contributes to prosperity. But how much exactly? We ranked all countries based on how their freedom has improved since 1995, splitting them into 3 equal groups: those with a small improvement in freedom, those with a moderate change, and those with a high change. As we see, the countries improving the most in freedom saw the biggest improvements in prosperity. We also see that gaps between each group widen over time, showing that increased freedom has an exponential effect on prosperity. But what about countries where freedom decreased? Here, we organized countries into two groups: those that made significant strides towards more freedom and those that sharply reduced their freedom. We then looked at the impact on prosperity in those countries over 20 years. As we saw before, countries that improved their freedom saw increased prosperity. But what we also see is that countries that restricted freedom saw a negative impact on prosperity. And the impact grows over time. In the first years, the difference between these countries can seem marginal, but in the long term, prosperity in these countries will be far apart. Peru and Venezuela are prime examples. In 1995, Venezuela was a freer country than Peru. But at the turn of the century, Peru made a clear turn towards freedom. It is one of the top improvers in our data. In contrast, Venezuela shows the largest decrease succeed. Of the 30 countries ranked at the top of our freedom rankings, 28 are in the top category of our prosperity index, and 2 are in the next highest category. None are in the bottom 2 categories of prosperity. Of the 30 countries ranked at the bottom of our freedom index, 15 are in the lowest category of our prosperity index, 11 are in the next lowest category, and just 4 in the moderate prosperity category. None are in the high prosperity category. Our indexes demonstrate that there is a strong relationship between freedom and prosperity, and we have reason to believe that improvements in freedom will, over time, lead to greater and more durable prosperity. Please visit the website for the Atlantic Council's Freedom and Prosperity Indexes. The interactive capabilities of the website allow you to compare detailed data across time for countries and regions. All our indexes information and our annual report can be downloaded for further analysis.
Freedom and prosperity grants are important because they are about data-driven approach to change making.
Freedom and Prosperity Center grants are very important because they enable local solution to extreme poverty by creating favorable conditions for prosperity of poor and marginalized communities, as is the case in Burundi.
One of the reasons why people do not title their lands in the Philippines is the high cost of surveying, which costs around $327 per lot parcel. We are tapping drone technology to bring down those costs and make them affordable for Filipino landowners and farmers.
The Freedom and Prosperity grants are effectively addressing the global need of a reminder of what freedom is and what helps us achieve it.
Both in countries where it has always been elusive or in those where people are forgetting how vital it is for prosperity and real human flourishing.
In Burundi, there are strict regulation on workers, women entrepreneurs, and businesses to access to the formal sector, which cause a financial burden that often fall on the poorest in Burundian communities. By moving out of legal work environment, the ability of local communities, local people to achieve economic opportunity, economic mobility, and the return
and welcome to our panel. Really appreciate y'all being here with us today. We're pressed for time, so I think we're going to jump right in. And to my left here, you'll find Scott Appleby, who is the founding dean and Keough Hesburgh Professor of Global Affairs at the Keough School of Global Affairs. He's a research fellow at the Ansari Institute for Global Engagement with Religion, all at the University of Notre Dame. Next to him is Mohammed El-Sanusi, who is a commissioner with the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom. Fabio Petito, the professor of religion and international relations at the University of Sussex. And hopefully Catherine Marshall will be joining us soon from Georgetown University, where she's the director of the World Faiths Development League. So first of all, thank you again for being here. One of the things that we're going to want to discuss here is a report that has been authored by some of our panelists. And now I'm actually going to ask some unfairly broad questions of our panelists to kind of kick off the conversation here. Mohammed, first of all, you're a USERF commissioner. So I have a two-part question. First, what is USERF? And secondly, I was wondering, given your expertise in that area, if you could offer a bit of context for the current landscape of religious freedom work, grounding our discussion in some real-world examples that you have encountered, if that's possible.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I just wanted to begin by thanking the Atlantic Council for this amazing forum here, and particularly adding religious freedom as one of the, I would call it, cornerstone for prosperity. So thank you so much, and thank you, Joseph, for having us. United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, we call it USERF. It is a bipartisan, agency. We are created by the Congress by the Act of the Congress in 1998, International Religious Freedom Act. Our mandate is to examine religious freedom abroad using international standards to assess the compliance by foreign governments and make independent policy recommendations to the President of the United States, to the Secretary of State, and to the Congress. So we issue an annual report, and a little bit of commercial here. Our report is coming out on March 25th, where we're going to actually recommend which countries should be designated as countries of particular concerns and all of that. I think that's enough for the USERF now, right? But to your second question about the state of religious freedom around the world today, as you all probably know this, the state of religious freedom or belief around the world, around the globe, can be described as complex, interlinked, and often grim. You see in many parts of the world today, individuals and communities continue to face severe challenges to their rights to practice, to the rights to change their religion, and to the right also to express their religious belief freely. All forms of discriminations and bigotry continue to spread like just a wildfire. Individuals continuously face death, torture, threats, imprisonment, and harassment on the basis of religion or belief. This is the state of the religious belief today. Moreover, we'll see churches, synagogues, mosques, houses of worship are being also, have been desecrated as well. So, I mean, we can go from country to country to describe the situation right now. You can see in China, for instance, abusing the religious freedom of the Uyghurs, Muslims, for instance. You can see in Iran, you can see that there is also, abusing the freedom of people as well to practice. We can go to India and see what is happening in India, particularly for those religious numerical minorities in the country. So I think it's the situation is very bad, but we continue to bring this, to light, assuming that and hoping that we can find the best way to address them.
Thank you for that. And I should note for our listeners, the name of the report that we're going to be discussing today is Changing the Conversation About Religious Freedom, an Integral Human Development Approach. And we'll get into what some of those terms mean in a second here. Looks like Catherine is joining us. Hello.
Yeah, well, just in time. Well done, Catherine.
No worries. I have a question for you, but I will let you get settled first. So I'll pitch it to Fabio Petito first. Fabio, all of what was just discussed is happening amid an active policy world that can shape the outcomes for all kinds of people all over the globe. How is the policy world reacting to these shifting sands within the religious freedom world?
Well, it must be said, undoubtedly the United States led on this policy with the system that you have just described. But nowadays, I would say, we can say that the international policy community in the last 20 years has definitely strengthened its foreign policy tools, its global advocacy, and the multilateral international collaboration among governments to protect, promote freedom of religion or belief through foreign policy in different ways. And just to give you an example, 1998, yes, the US is the first to create this mechanism that allows foreign policy to take this human right as a very important one. But nowadays, just to give you an example, we have the Article 18 Alliance, which is an alliance of 38 governments, not only Western, now not only the Atlantic community, but there are governments from the Global South who have committed specifically to protect and promote freedom of religion and belief through foreign policy. So there is this move. However, I think that mostly of these policy governments were doing were a sort of advocacy, a sort of, as it's been called critically, megaphone diplomacy to naming and shaming governments which were violating this religious freedom on the hope that this sort of negative kind of naming and shaming will produce some positive effect. The truth is that on the grounds there have been this approach was mostly failing. I mean, the situation has been going worse in the last 10 years. And so the international policy community has acknowledged that there was a problem. And in the last 10 years in particular, there has been a shift that in saying, well, maybe we need to find other ways. And there has been this idea that perhaps the best way to improve the situation on the ground is through development intervention in which governments can support, collaborate with the local actors, stakeholders on the ground, in particular civil society, to try to improve via development assistance this situation. So that in the last 10 years was the new approach, more bottom-up, rather than top-down, naming and shaming, bottom-up development intervention. And in the last 5 years, and that's where our report comes, I think, and builds on, there has been another acknowledgement that much of this work was thinking of religion mostly and religious actor either as the victim of violations or sometimes the perpetrators of violation of religious freedom. In the case, think of religious extremist group that were violating. And there was an acknowledgement that actually, no, religious actors can be part of the solution of improving the religious freedom environment in different countries. And so this idea that we need to think of religious actors on the ground as partners of governments, international organizations in combating discriminations or persecution based on religious or belief. And that was, for example, last year, 1.5 years, USAID came up with this report and a new line of strategic religious engagement document, which was exactly about thinking how, in this case, the American government could engage strategically religious actors on the ground, including for promoting religious freedom. So this was, and I think our report builds on that, but in particular emphasized the needs of doing this in an interreligious framework. So we call it interreligious engagement. So we need to find ways of collaborating with interreligious coalitions and groups to bring, because this already brings part of a solution to the societal tensions. And then we also added that we thought that actually the issue of interreligious dialogue was also theologically very important to foster within traditional religious on the ground the idea of freedom of religion or belief. So that was the starting point of our report. And then we came with this idea of integral human development, which perhaps I can develop a little bit more in the next round of discussion.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Catherine, building off of what Fabio was discussing, and Mohammed earlier was kind of walking us through some of the real-world examples in the religious freedom space, and particularly naming India and the situation facing many religious minorities there. I'm curious how all of this impacts the development world, your area of expertise. Can you talk a little bit about how all of this is impacting that universe as well?
Well, we start with the understanding, which I suspect is shared here, that the religious worlds, the religious ecosystems are immensely important. We use the number 84% of the world's population has some religious affiliation. There's some other numbers kicking around, but that it was for a long time very separated, which I think Fabio is also referring to, that there was a real disconnect. That was both ignorance, in other words, religious illiteracy, the fact that a lot of the schools that have fed into the development world have not had anything to do with religion, and also a set of preconceptions you might call prejudice. But there has been, I think, something of a sea change. I was associated with it starting in about 1999 at the World Bank. But what we discovered was that what seemed obvious, the role of religion in health, for example, is the most obvious no-brainer, but also education, but I assure you, water, energy, any topic, mining, you're going to find the religious links. But it's proved a much harder road than anyone expected. And it's partly, I think this is one of the topics here today, is trying to deal with the evidence, some of the data, the statistics, because the statistics are hard. I mean, you ask on Senegal, for example, what is religiosity on a scale of 1 to 10? How important? Okay, it's 9.5. What do you do with that? How do you respond to that? So I think that there is, as Fabio was suggesting, a growing awareness that the religious dimensions, the ecosystem, is immensely important. But there are several caveats. One of them is that context matters immensely, that each situation is different. I mean, we're working in the World Faiths Development Dialogue in Georgetown University in a strategic religious engagement project where we're really looking at 4 countries and asking, if you had a more strategic engagement, what would it actually look like? In other words, how would it change your approaches to education? How would it change your approaches? And maybe I'll finish with one example on this round that I think is something that has caught me by surprise after working on this topic for really 25 years now, is the COVID pandemic highlighted that of great importance is social protection. In other words, how do you deal with the most vulnerable communities? What are the best policies and approaches? And there are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of documents now and analyses. But if you go through them and do a word search for religion, Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, I find virtually zero. Even though, clearly, when you look at food security, feeding the hungry, when you look at, obviously, the most vulnerable in education, but also if you look at some of the links to social cohesion that are part of social protection. If you look at dealing with specific groups, whether it is people accused of witchcraft or handicapped children, disabled children, if you look at widows and orphans are the most classic examples. There's very little effort to engage the ongoing as well as the potential knowledge that religious communities hold. So I think that that's a vivid example of what is missing still in what is, I think, clearly a growing awareness that you simply have to engage these religious communities in whatever form they take in a given country if you're going to be successful with your development strategy.
Jack, can I just, because of following up, and about 5 years ago, I think, what Catherine is saying, the international policy community realized something. There was no mention at all of religious freedom within the Sustainable Development Goal agenda. Right. But they started to realize, actually, that among the most vulnerable communities affected by things from climate change to all sorts of poverty were communities that actually were discriminated because of their own religious and beliefs. So now, in the last few years, this link between the SDG and the religious freedom kind of agenda has become much more focused. And that's where then also we were helped immensely in the report, because that was what Pope Francis also was pointing in his speech at the United Nations, in which he said, you can't really, the success of the SDG agenda will require also the respect of spiritual and religious freedom. So that was the other background.
But Fabio, if you allow me, Jack, here, is that, yes, there is that recognition for the critical role of religion and religious actors. But this recognition is not supported. Still, you will find these mushrooms of ambassador at large for international religious freedom. In Europe, we have 14 of them, right? But they are not supported. They are not actually capacitated to do the work. Just actually recognition to check the box, but no specific actual support. Although we know that the potential is also underutilized.
Well, I mean, all of this context helps illuminate the report itself. But so to bring things back to the report, Scott, in addition to being one of the authors of the report, one of the key ideas in the report, integral human development, you are an expert on that. So I was wondering if you could both illuminate for us what are some of the key findings and ideas in the report, and also just define integral human development for our audience.
Right. Thanks, Jack. I'm going to do so. I'm going to stick to my text because I want to stick to my time, and I should mention that what I consider my time is slightly different from what the moderator considers, only by a minute or two. So pardon me for going to the text. And I'll also mention that there will be a quiz after this. The doors are locked, and so pay attention because you won't get out until you pass the quiz. Here we go. So this report, what do we mean by a central term in this report? Integral human development, or as I'll call it, IHD. Well, IHD performs a specific function in that it brings together under one roof the array of value propositions, human rights, and freedoms which have been codified and promoted for decades. Basic rights to food, shelter, clean drinking water, adequate health care, education, the right to work and earn a living wage, freedoms of speech and assembly, freedom from identity-based persecution, the right to worship, and to believe what one's conscience dictates without coercion. So IHD incorporates all of these rights. By virtue of comprehending these rights and freedoms, in seeing them together, IHD makes three fundamental claims, each of which is informed by a religious or spiritual perspective, which is not to say that these claims are necessarily incompatible with the secular worldview. The first claim is that the foundation of human rights and freedoms is the dignity of the human person. Here, dignity is understood as the defining quality of humanity, a quality that transcends contingencies such as gender, race, religion, and ethnicity. Dignity is inherent in simply being human. We don't achieve our dignity, and no state or government, church or sect, bank or health club can grant anyone dignity or take it away. Rather, dignity is bestowed freely as a gift by the Creator, or to use a more inclusive phrase, by the ultimate reality of the universe. You are dignified from birth, full stop. The second IHD claim is that the various rights, freedoms, and values deriving from human dignity are to be understood as organically connected, as part of an integrated whole. The defining dimension of the human person, the defining dimensions of the human person cannot be ranked or separated one from another. No aspect of human flourishing can be sequestered or ignored, not least the animating spirit, the soul. Radical stuff, n'est-ce pas? The third claim is that any society which aspires to become healthy, just, and humane must place the requirements of human dignity, the class of personal needs that allow a person to lead a dignified life, at the center of public debate and political culture. And so, a brief definition for your quiz of integral human development. IHD refers to the state of a society in which the irreducible dignity of the human person and the cultural and spiritual, as well as the economic and material requirements of human flourishing, are central to political and social life and upheld by the rule of law. So you might say, so what? This all sounds very lofty and noble, but there are so many practical questions that need to be addressed. For example, what concrete differences would these claims and this perspective make were they to become the framework for discourse and policy addressing religious freedom? The report offers two interrelated answers to this question, each based on the conviction that the campaign for religious freedom must be depoliticized in a very specific way. First, situating religious freedom within a comprehensive statement of the truth about the human person would both relativize and prioritize it as a concern for public officials and policymakers. So on the one hand, an IHD approach would relativize religious freedom by seeing it as one of several interwoven and interdependent rights accruing from human dignity, a right that cannot be left behind, cannot be separated or disconnected from other rights. So as in, well, they can assemble, they can speak freely, but only as long as they leave out their unpopular marginal beliefs and rituals. So you can't isolate religious freedom from other rights. So in that sense, you relativize religious freedom by embedding it in other rights, but with its emphasis on the spiritual as well as the bodily nature of the person, IHD also places front and center the spiritual, the spirit that animates the whole person. In so doing, it gives an account of the freedom to believe and worship according to one's own lights as the key to all the other rights, and can never be excluded or minimized, this right to religious freedom, freedom of religion and belief. In this way, IHD provides an anthropological basis for prioritizing religious freedom, not merely a political basis. So you go back to fundamentals, so to speak, there's an anthropological basis in human nature for prioritizing religious freedom. It's not merely a political football. So prioritizing the politics of religious freedom by this reasoning is putting the cart before the horse, that is, the politics of the human person, or the human person before the politics. Can policymakers be persuaded that it is ultimately more effective to heed first things first, that is, to get our thinking right before making policy? The report offers a second rationale for IHD by arguing that religious freedom and authentic human development are intertwined and interdependent. If a given society accommodates religious pluralism, even better, celebrates, protects, and enshrines it, civil society becomes more creative and vital, as does the climate for economic growth. I'll mention briefly, because I really want to stick to time, there are second practical questions Is this IHD framework for religious freedom sufficiently local? It has to be local. It can't be imposed from top down by any particular religious tradition. And is it sufficiently diverse? That is applicable across the range of situations, contexts. So IHD can't be an abstract idea imposed upon local communities and their own cultures. It has to be integrated within them, and there are resonances with all the religious traditions to this concept of human dignity, of what we call integral human development. Part of the agenda for this particular project, the report lays this out, is in fact to go deeper into the specifics, ways in which this concept of integral human development can support religious freedom on a cultural basis, on a local basis. Now that is half of what I wanted to say. So even though you may be annoyed by how long that went, it's really quite virtuous. I'm stopping now.
Well, I should note, the whole time you were talking, all of the panelists were taking dutiful notes. So I feel like
they're certainly not leaving without the
And I want to go ahead and leap to Fabio. I know you're also one of the authors of the report. I'm curious about how you see the report, inculcating within the policy world, and also I'm just curious what notes you were taking in response to that.
I'm always a great student of Professor Appleby. No, but the truth is, he put it incredibly well. I mean, what we have tried to do, and that's the subtitle of our report, we think that there is the need to change the conversation. And changing the conversation on how to, to promote, to protect these important and fundamental human rights all over the world is also about, making this conversation more possible with countries, but also society and cultures which have shown a deficit of trust in this system, which is saying we are promoting these values, which is being perceived as being Western and therefore with a lot of problems. And so the idea is actually integral human development might offer a way to change the conversation and perhaps doing some progress, also with more recalcitrant kind of actor. And I think, the move has been that integral human development exactly emphasizes the societal value of religious freedom. So religious freedom is seen also as a tool in the sense that living with dignity for all requires not only freedom from persecution and discrimination, this freedom from, but requires also freedom to be able to contribute with your normative visions, religiously, spiritually based, to the common good of society. So, and that's a different conversation that can happen. So, and I think recognizing that society that promotes religious freedom can develop in a way that is more enriching. So that's a different way of saying the same thing that Scott has said. The other points I want to emphasize, our integral human development conceive of religious freedom as something that cannot be exported, but can only be cultivated within the specific cultural, historical development of. So there is this emphasis on cultivations, and a cultivation that can be brought also by, a dialogue based on different perspectives. But that's what the local way. And finally, I want just to that opens up, for example, the possibility of thinking of indicators and measurements in a different way. We have quite a lot of measurements and indicators on religious freedom which are negative. And so they emphasize the violations or the restrictions governments impose on these human rights or social hostilities. And, the Pew has been producing, the US Commission has drawn on that. But what if we take this approach? We actually need to think of possibility of measuring the positive contribution that religious freedom can make to the flourishing of society. Can we think of different way of measuring indicators that can point that? So that's the kind of way of changing the conversation that we have been suggesting useful in our report.
Yeah, so Fabio, thank you so much. I'm glad that you're now basically saying that the policies are not working. But I wanna also basically support what you have said earlier, these naming and shamings are not working, right? And if we're yet to have indicators, but I can give you specific examples from the field how basically dialogue and collaboration and discussions is working. Let me take you to Uzbekistan. In January of last year, we were visiting Uzbekistan to examine the state of religious freedom in the country. We met with religious communities, Muslim communities, majority communities, Christians and Jews and others. We had a meeting with the Baptist pastor, and the meeting happened to be in a community center. So I asked the pastor, then tomorrow is Sunday, and I would like to come and worship with you to your church. He said, well, my church is not ready. I said, why? He said, because there is some water damages and all of that, and we have some challenges with the local authorities here and all of that. So I told him, look, pastor, I know there is a majority of Muslims. You are in the beautiful city of Bukhara, beautiful mosques and all of that. But the tradition of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he gave the Christians of Najran 1400 years ago a place to worship. Why not if I talk to the government and they give you a mosque to worship until your church is ready? He said, wow, that's out of the box thinking. And I talked to the government of Uzbekistan. Our ambassador in Uzbekistan hosted us for dinner, and there is a deputy foreign minister was there, an advisor to the president. So I brought the issue to them. I told them, look, we have all of these beautiful mosques. This pastor, Baptist pastor, is struggling. He cannot even cater to his elderly community. Why not give him a mosque so that the Christian can worship until this is fixed? So they said, well, we never thought about this. But through dialogue, they took it seriously. A few months ago, the government came here to Washington, met with us, and they brought us a picture of the church when it was damaged and the construction of a new church going on. So this is all to say, Fabio, is that we need to change our policy, engaging in dialogue, because naming and shaming is not going to support those who are numerical minorities in the majority communities.
Catherine, I saw you nodding a few times during both of their talks. Did you have anything to add from the development world in terms of, for instance, that the naming and shaming dynamic and how that's impacted that world as well?
Well, I think it's very clear that the negative rankings and so forth have a mixed impact. Whether they have, and you have them now obviously on governance, you have them on corruption, et cetera. They're business practices, et cetera, and clearly looking at the religious freedom sort of fits in that category. And I don't think we can say that it doesn't have an effect, that clearly countries have tendencies towards competition in the same way as the sort of human nature. But I think it is only a very partial way to address an issue. I mean, we are struggling, and I'm sorry I came in late. I was stuck, shall we say. But the fact that the indicators that we have, imperfect as they are, of what's happening with religious persecution are basically getting worse. And they're getting worse globally in very different regions for reasons I don't think we fully understand. And I think what that points to is the need to understand much better what's happening. And it does come to this basic, and Scott was referring, I took notes on it, of course, to understanding pluralism. And one thing we know about pluralism, I mean, whether we're talking about diversity in nature or in human nature or in cuisine or whatever you want to look at, diversity is clearly a good thing in the long run. Innovation, creativity, prosperity, et cetera, but it's very hard to manage in the short term. And we're certainly seeing that in spades when some of the religious tensions, some of the discrimination, et cetera, is linked to migration patterns, for example. So I think that it points to the need for a very thoughtful, sophisticated, evidence-based look at context. And that is one of the big things that's missing as we look towards more strategic approaches. And so we have to answer the question, what is unstrategic? Well, unstrategic is doing things in fits and starts, paying attention to only one group, having a very partial view where you sort of latch onto something. During the COVID pandemic, saying, oh my God, we've got to have the religious leaders supporting vaccination, or whatever. A more strategic approach would involve really trying to look in an integrated way at religious ecosystems. Not only clerics, not only theologians, looking at the institutions that support children, that support the vulnerable, really having an overall understanding, and making sure that in policy thinking and decisions, which is what development is about, that they are at the table, that you find ways to engage in something that's complicated, because language can be different, attitudes can be different, but to find ways to cross these bridges, to work across different sectors.
Well, I do want to get questions from the audience in a second here, but before we do, I would be remiss if I didn't note that this report is being released and this conversation is happening in a period of kind of upheaval in a lot of your spaces. As a reporter, and I'm realizing as I said that, I'm not sure I introduced myself. Hi, I'm Jack Jenkins. I'm a reporter with Religion News Service. I cover the intersection of religion and politics. And in that reporting, just in the last few weeks, with the incoming Trump administration, we've seen cuts to USAID. I've spoken with folks who try to work, whose funds, people who work abroad with funds that were provided to them by USAID to do religious freedom work that have been cut off. I've spoken to religious groups here in the United States that work with foreign aid who have also had many of their contracts with the federal government frozen or ended, so they're unable to do the same work. And while a lot of these cuts have been celebrated by supporters of the Trump administration, they have also engaged with a lot of criticism. As such, I'm curious how, I'll turn to you first, Scott, how you interpret this report and its findings and the state of your respective fields amid this period of upheaval.
I think it's fair to say that the MAGA movement has been, in its effort to really destabilize and reduce the administrative state, the bureaucracies, and all the cuts we've seen. Not only in that, but also in its embrace of a kind, in certain ways, of a kind of Christian nationalism. In these ways, what we're seeing in these last couple of months is the antithesis of integral human development. It is in no way resonant with the idea of the equality because of human dignity of everyone, the needs of the most marginalized and the poor being front and center. There seems to be a narrow, for many of us, grieving about this, a suffocating nationalism, and one that seems to narrow its religious focus to one subset of the rich, diverse, global, and national religious community and world. And so those of us who advocate for integral human development, for human dignity, and for hoping to see these values appear in policy in this country and in other countries, as we think in the past, there have been many expressions of these fundamental human values in policy. We're rocked and shocked and taken aback and trying to figure out what is the best way to advance an agenda of human dignity and religious freedom in this context. And I'll close by saying one quick point we all made is that you begin with the local, you're attentive not to the bigger structures as much, you don't rely as much on government, certainly in this era, but you begin to work with the particular local communities and try to address questions, concerns for dignity from that lens, and then rely upon non-governmental sectors, the private sector, other sources of support that recognize that it's in the interest of the United States to have the human interest in mind, not only in this country, but around the world.
I didn't know if any of the rest of you had any response to that.
I think Scott has put it very well. I'm happy to move to
As you want to turn around, could you wait? There's a microphone that needs to get to you. Yes, there we go.
Thank you for the discussions, and I wanted to comment the Uzbekistan situation when you praise this government. It's Uzbekistan government needs to be held accountable. The way they speak to you, the way they treat you is totally different. The way they treat religious minority on the ground. And accountability is absolutely necessary. If I hear you, it's misleading. It doesn't show the reality, the brutality of the country. And for instance, right now there is a Christian Baptist who is in prison in Kazakhstan, but he was in prison in Uzbekistan because of his faith, because he has Muslim background, but he is Christian, and he was tortured by the hot screwdriver, and it left remarks. And do you think Uzbekistan shouldn't be held accountable for these violations? There are churches that cannot get registered in Uzbekistan, and if you meet without registration, it's a violation of the law of Uzbekistan. And there are so many injustices that are happening. I hope you will listen to the locals and not to the government officials, because the government officials, they will bow before you and they will do anything you say. You will tell them, get the moon, they will get you the moon, because they are capable of doing that. But please do not be fooled by their treatment of you as U.S. delegation, okay? Thank you.
All right, great. So, thank you so much. Let me tell you, my visit to Uzbekistan in January of last year, I was not a commissioner at the time. That was an independent civil society. I had with me three evangelicals, and I am a Muslim. And we went there to look into the situation of religious freedom, right? And then the example I gave is really to say that dialogue helped this particular Baptist community. But I completely understand there is challenges of registration. The Jehovah's Witnesses are facing problems in the country. The Shia communities, I visited them, facing problems. And when the delegation came here and told us that they start construction of the Baptist church, I pushed for more. I told them, but the Jehovah's Witnesses, 20 years they're trying to register, they cannot. The Shia community who visit their mosque is not as beautiful as other mosques. So we talk about all of these things, but we recognize that there are a lot of challenges in the Central Asian countries that need to be addressed. But the point I'm making is that, yes, we're going to report. Yes, we're going to talk to government about what's going on in their country. But in the same time, we need to find is the dialogue and collaboration can support the numerical minority communities on the ground. That's the point I'm making.
We have a question in the back there.
Hi, good evening. My name is Katerina Odarchenko, ICC Group and Institute for Democracy and Development. This year, Institute for Democracy and Development is like our small think tank, but we did big research on how Russian disinformation work through issue of religious freedoms. And it became very interesting because they use Ratirs and different organizations which sponsor it directly from Russian government in Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and in some European countries to make disinformation about other religions, like about evangelists, Baptists. So they, for example, publish articles that evangelists do some parties, and they post 200 articles about that. And of course, as it's financed through cryptocurrencies or through cash payments, like European countries really can't like block it fully. So my question is, do you met the same like strategy from Russia or China in other regions where you have experience of? And second, my question, how practically like fight with that? Because technically on these people also must be sanctions because they directly take money for this disinformation and to oppress religious freedoms in other countries, but in fact, they not under sanctions. So how in practical we can fight with that, you know? Thank you.
Maybe I can say something about that. You know, I mean, I think the Russian case, you know, is an exemplification of a trend that we are seeing in many other regions, because where religious nationalism, so this combination between, you know, the majority religions and the political apparatus becomes very strong. I mean, I'm thinking here of Russia, you know, it's clear, but India is another case. I mean, that poses clearly a big challenge to minorities. Now, the issue you're mentioning is one of the recurrent criticisms that some of these countries have been doing, and it's about proselytism. You know, proselytism, so the fact that there will be a kind of you know, infiltration, manipulations, in particular linked to some often Christian groups attached to the interest of the West. I mean, that's the argument being made in Russia and in India, very similar. Now, what do you do about that? Sanctions? I've never seen, you know, yeah, the Commission recommends sanctions, but has ever the American really implemented any serious sanctions that have been effective?
Well, I mean, we recommend, for instance, we recommended India to be a country of particular concern. But the State Department, they have their own politics, right?
Politics,
they give the
exactly.
issue waivers.
But the point being that, you know, unfortunately, I don't see much of real effect by saying making them accountable. Yes, of course, there will be the United Nations system or the Organization for Security and Cooperation that can visit and this system. But for example, I mean, the Russian case and more, but in India, I think there is actually more work to be done of this sort of dialogue. Because, you know, we need to understand that the Hindu nationalists, they have a genuine claim against proselytism that is based on a series of arguments that I think we in the West, in particular, haven't taken seriously. So I think there needs to be a kind of more sophisticated dialogue involving important actors of the Hindu nationalist kind of structure, religious leader, public intellectual, political, because I think there is some advancement that can be made around these issues. So I think we need to try to think more creatively if we want to see real progress on the grounds, because ultimately, you know, the people who are suffering are the minorities, the people which are there. So, I mean, the Russian case at the moment with the war, I think it's very complicated. For example, I've seen a report of the Russians declaring the violation of religious freedom of Ukrainian Russian Orthodox. So of course, at the moment there is, you know, undoubtedly because they are seen as a Trojan horse of Russia within Ukraine. So the conflict is making the situation incredibly challenging. So
I would add very quickly, although this is a dark time, in the sense of, my point is to amplify voices, and we just had the Voice of America shut down. That's not the only voice. But one of the things we learned when we studied religion, speaking of Russia and the support of the Russian Orthodox Church for Putin's regime, is that orthodoxy is in itself contested. Other Orthodox churches and leaders are contesting Russia. And those voices are not as empowered as the Russian national voices. And if there are ways we can figure out how to amplify and empower voices within religious communities themselves, in this case, transnational Christian Eastern Orthodoxy, that's one strategy for making it clear that the propaganda is channeled from a certain source, but doesn't speak for the tradition, doesn't speak for the religion. And that's one important thing that we have to fight for, amplifying voices that demonstrate the diversity of positions and debate the authenticity of those that are spreading false information.
Can I just only, and some of these voices, which I think are incredibly powerful are interreligious voices, and there are many, and they are growing. And the fact that some community, Muslim community, are advocating in favor of religious freedom of the pastors, this is an incredible new revolution. And we need to find ways, also through new partnership, to support and amplify these incredibly important seeds of hope that we see. It's new, unprecedented, and we need to find ways of doing it.
Thank you, Fabio, for giving me an fantastic opportunity to close with the positive note. Pope Francis, we pray for his health, visited Central African Republic. This is my classic example where Catherine and Fabio, they heard about this before. Because as you know, in 2013 and 14, there was a civil war in Central African Republic. And the conflict was not religious, but religious was exploited. Pope Francis decided to visit. The international community and the United Nations and the big power told him, don't go, it is dangerous, you'll be killed. He said, no, I want to go and visit. He decided to go and visit. Now, another dimension to this, what made it possible for a ceasefire between Antibalaka and Selika is an insider mediator woman was able to attain ceasefire so that the Pope can visit. Again, the role of woman here. When he was on the ground, everybody told him, do not go to PK5, where the majority of Muslims are. Very dangerous place. He said, no, I am going. He went there and met with what? Met with the chief imam, Ahmed al-Tijani. And then from that place, he said, faith over fear. Religious freedom brings prosperity. Religious freedom brings prosperity. Now, when you go to CAR, Pope Francis is quite popular in the Muslim communities because of his courage. He visited the minority suffering and said, faith over fear. You have your religious freedom to practice. He empowered the community. That's where we see the interreligious collaboration is quite important. Thank you.
And on that note, that we're up at time, so please thank our esteemed panelists.
I have to close with that.
Thank you all. Thank you for this wonderful panel. I really enjoyed the conversation. This whole day I was like, oh, maybe I'll figure out how to wrap this day, but I'm not even going to pretend to be able to summarize everything that has been said today. I think it was a wonderful day. We went from foreign aid to global democracy to economic freedom, reform, women's rights, access to finance, investment flows, religious freedom, and so on. We went to Latin America, Asia, Bangladesh, South Asia. It's been a journey, and I think it shows well the purpose of this new flagship Atlantic Council event. It takes a lot of us, and we should be working together, and we should work together to find the solutions to bring positive change, to achieve prosperity everywhere, but especially for the poor and marginalized. So let's get to work, but first let's enjoy a couple of drinks outside. Thank you all. Thank you for those online. There is a whole army that I should be thanking for this day. We have a chat. I went, and there's like 31 people in there, so I'm not going to thank everyone, but of course, Will is right here. Nina, Maya, Annie, Will, Christine, Jackson, Graham, Greg, Fadi, and everyone else. Thank you all, and see you next year.